the guard, none of them Dragonriders, and all of them taking far too long looking over his warranty. Then his sketch of Radis, which he accidentally dislodged from his chest pocket in his haste to show his warranty, was picked up by one of the guards.
"This guy was here yesterday. Kin of yours?"
Jayge was paralyzed for a moment with shock. "He's in Bendon?"
"Why should he be? He only wanted to deliver a packet of letters to Aramina, and she's in Bendon Hold."
"And you told him that? You smokeless wereling, you consummate dimwit!" Jayge was primed to elaborate on the antecedents of all 6 guards when the oldest man suddenly held his spear point right against Jayge's throat. "State your business." The spearman pricked the sharp point encouragingly. Jayge swallowed both ire and insolence, and raising his hand, moved the point away from his neck, all the while staring back at the hard-eyed guard. "I must see Cavan, Heth's rider, immediately," he said, more reasonably. He kept his tone urgent. "Thella was camped last night in the valley. I heard her this morning, and if she knows Aramina's at Bendon Hold, the girl is in grave danger." The spearman gave him a faint, reassuring grin.
"Someone who hears dragons has all the protection she needs. But if that raider female is in the vicinity, Lessa will wish to hear all about it. Ride through. I'll inform them you're coming."
Kesso did not like the tunnel, despite the glows that illuminated it at frequent intervals. He sidled, spooked, and twitched his ears constantly at the echoes of his own rattling hooves. When he stumbled on the ruts made in the floor by hundreds of turns of cartwheels, Jayge kicked him smartly to make him pay attention. Finally, they came to a second, inner gate, whose guards waved him on through into a vast, high-ceilinged area furnished with platforms of varying heights for the unloading of any sized wagon or cart. From there, Jayge was directed to a second, longer tunnel, its far end a mere circle of brightness. He trotted Kesso, disliking the sensation of being enclosed in rock. He kept hearing noises that reminded him a shade too much of the avalanche in Telgar, and he resisted the urge to gallop Kesso out of the place. Then he was out in the bowl of Bendon, and gawking like the most ignorant back-of-the-hill hold apprentice. The immense crater was an imperfect oval, actually 2 coalescing craters rather than a single one. The irregular sides loomed high and were dotted with the dark mouths of individual wares. Many of the protruding ledges already held dragons lolling in the sunlight. One whiff of the dragon's scent, and Kesso threw his head up until Jayge could see the whites of his frantic eyes. A youngster came trotting up to him. "If you'll come with me, Trader Lilcamp, you can put your runner where the dragons won't scare him." The boy pointed to his right. "The Black Rock bunker's not too full right now, so there's enough space. I'll get him some water and hay." Jayge had his hands full with the beast's terrified behavior, and by the time they got safely inside, Kesso was lathered with sweat. Fortunately, the acrid, dusty smell of the black rock masked dragon spoor, and Kesso, his fright forgotten, was glad to slake his thirst in the water pail. After checking that the hay was of good quality, Jayge left him to it. "Now, if you'll come this way, Lessa's waiting for you," the boy said. As Bendon Ware was an amazement to Jayge, Lessa was only slightly less of a surprise. He could feel the force of her personality as strongly as he had felt Thella's, but there all resemblance ended. Despite her slight stature, Lessa carried herself with authority, gracious but firm. She was more courteous to a trader than he had expected, and she listened with such interest that he found himself telling her the whole story, from his first encounter with Thella and Giron to that dawn's surveillance, and his fears, assumptions, and anxieties, with one exception. He made no mention of Radis. "Please, Lady Lessa, bring Aramina back here before it's too late," Jayge said, stretching his hand across the table to Lessa's and then pulling it back as he realized his forwardness. "As soon as I learned of your errand, Jayge Lilcamp, I sent word to Lord Raid. They'll keep her safe, I assure you." She gave him a radiant smile, then explained her method. "Ramoth, my queen, told Bendon's watchdragon." "But the girl would be safer here," Jayge insisted, fretting. "Anyone could walk into Bendon Hold. Anyone could find her out on a hunt." Lessa frowned just slightly, then leaned toward Jayge, putting her small hand on his arm, strong fingers pressing in reassurance. "I do understand your concern, and I would prefer to have Aramina right here in Bendon until she impresses, but..." The girl does hear dragons. She grimaced in frustration. All the time. And every dragon. She sighed extravagantly, then tilted her head slightly and smiled at him. Suddenly, Jayge knew why so many people respected, even worshipped her, and he found himself smiling back at her, half embarrassed by his reaction. The conversations were driving her crazy. Not as crazy as Thella could, Jayge heard himself saying. To Bridie at the outer gate said you had a picture of a man who purportedly had letters from her family, Lessa said. Jayge pulled his warranty from his pocket, opening it as if expecting to find the sketch folded up in it. Then he fumbled in his chest pocket, feigning dismay and annoyance and checking the other pockets in his jacket. I must have dropped it. My runner bees did not like the tunnel or the dragons. He attempted an ingratiating smile and an abashed shrug. To his surprise, she spread out a sheet, much bigger than any of the ones Pershar had used, but which included all the sketches the craftsman had done, including a new pose of Radis, by no means as accurately drawn from memory as from life. The resemblance of uncle to nephew did not seem as pronounced. At least, Jayge hoped that Lessa would notice none. Without hesitation, he pointed to Dushik. I'd know that one anywhere, he said. He knew he was taking a chance, but he was irrationally determined to save his uncle. How, he did not know, but he had to try. Lessa was looking at him oddly, her eyes slightly narrowed. How did you come to have a sketch? Well, as I told you, I thought they'd make for Iggan low caverns. On my own like that, I might just be told something holders and dragon men, his smile was respectfully apologetic, might not get to hear. So I was given one of Pershar's sketches to show. I've a score to settle with Thella and her friends. Jayge had no need to counterfeit the hatred and determination that welled up in him. Then he was startled to hear a dragon rumble nearby. Private scores have a habit of getting out of hand, Jayge Lilcamp, Lessa said, with a strange smile. Suddenly, Jayge was reminded again of Thella. He shook the comparison out of his head and got to his feet as the werewoman rose. And getting in the way of more honorable qualities, Lessa continued. You can leave this matter in were hands. We'll protect Aramina. A dragon bugled, and the noise reverberated. Lessa smiled dotingly. You have Ramoth's word on it. Does she hear everything? Lessa laughed. It was an astonishingly young laugh. She shook her head reassuringly. Your secrets are safe with me. Jayge turned away to avoid her shrewd eyes and perceptive mind. He had never heard anything about dragons being able to hear everyone's thoughts, just those of their riders. Go across to the kitchen on your way out, Jayge Lilcamp. You'll need a good meal to start your way back home. Thanking her, he followed the boy out of the were, but came to an abrupt halt at the sight of the golden dragon sitting on the ledge. She had not been there when he had entered. Her tail was wrapped around her front legs, and her wings tucked flat to her dorsal ridge, but she was looking squarely at him as he came out. She likes it if you speak to her. Good morning, Ramoth, is appropriate, the boy suggested, when he realized that Jayge had not moved. Good morning, Ramoth, Jayge repeated in a dry voice and edged carefully toward the first step. The dragon loomed above him, and he had never felt so insignificant in his life. Although he was of reasonable height, he came no higher than her short foreleg. He swallowed and took another step. Give my greetings to Heth, would you? I liked meeting Heth. Jayge knew he was babbling, but somehow or other his words seemed appropriate. Really, the boy said, tugging his arm. She won't do anything. She's bigger than I thought, Jayge said, speaking rapidly and in an undertone. Well, she is the Bendon Queen, and, the boy added proudly, the biggest dragon on all Pern. Ramoth canted her head upward suddenly, rumbling at 3 dragons circling to land on ledges above her. 2 of them answered her. Jayge took advantage of that distraction to go down the were steps as fast as he could, passing the boy on his way out. When he reached the bowl floor safely, he took a deep breath and wiped his sweating forehead with one hand. Come on, you're to have a meal. Were food's good, the boy said encouragingly, catching up. I think I'd rather... You can't leave the were without a decent meal, the boy insisted. Look, Ramoth's curling up for a snooze in the sun. Lessa's reassurances lasted only until Jayge's first overnight camp. He had been heartened to see sweep riders quartering in the distance, farther down the roadway. Then the overlapping branches obscured his sight of them. He fretted until almost dawn, sleepless, remembering each word of his interview, trying to allay his doubts about dissembling to the werewoman herself, and trying to puzzle out her warning about settling private scores. He wished he could see some way of getting Radis free of his association with Thella. And who was the third man he had heard? Dushik or Giron? He rather doubted it was Giron, not that close to aware. Dushik was reputed to be the more formidable opponent. Jayge drove himself and Kesso hard down the trail, eschewing more comfortable lodging in the interest of pressing on. Someone at the ware had kindly tied a sack of grain to his saddle so that he could feed the hard-working Kesso properly. He stopped only to buy travel meal and more grain before moving on. He kept looking for any signs of other recent travelers, although it would have been too foolish of Thella and the others to move on the well-used road. Then he knew what he would do when he reached Bend and Hold. He would ask to see the black-haired girl. She had seemed sensible enough to take him seriously. He would show her the sketch of Radis and warn her about him. Dushik was ferocious enough so that people would automatically be wary of him. But Radis looked respectable, and he had a clever tongue in his head. Too clever by half. Still, blood loyalty had compelled Radis to draw Thella's raiders off the train, and Jayge had to do as much for his uncle. He was tired, still wet from the previous day's rain, and hungry on an exhausted, foot-dragging mount when he arrived at Bend and Hold. To his immense relief, activity around the hold seemed to be normal. He asked for Master Conwy, who was surprised to see him, but who welcomed him cordially. "Have there been any strangers asking for the girl who hears dragon?" Jayge asked immediately. "Aramina?" Master Conwy's bushy eyebrows lifted. "So, you're the one who rode all the way to Bend and Ware to warn them. Lad, you'd only to tell me that was your worry. We'd have sent the watch-dragon up and spared you a long journey." "Then I wouldn't have seen Thella's band camped near the Ware." Master Conwy nodded as one did to a nervous person, deftly took Kesso's reins from Jayge's hand, and began shooing him into the beast hold, helping Jayge unsaddle and stable the tired beast. "That's true enough. But you did see them, and, I hear, spoke to the werewoman at length." Jayge's hopes flared briefly. "Then the Dragonriders found Thella?" "No, but not for want of trying. And we've guards out in plenty, and every holder on the lookout as well." Jayge paused in the act of placing his saddle on the partition between the two stalls. "The mare I brought to you was in the next stable. Where is she?" "Out. Aramina went, with 2 guards, to help with a staked burden beast. She's very good with animals, and they sense that—" "You let her leave the hold? Shards, man! You're as mad as they are up at the Ware. You don't know what Thella and Dushik are like. You've no idea what they're like. They mean to kill the girl." "Now see here, lad, leave go of me, and I don't take that kind of language from anyone." Master Conwy pulled Jayge's hands from his shirt. "You're tired, lad. You're not thinking straight. She's safe. Now, you come with me, have a bath and something to eat. She'll be back shortly. Won't take more than a few hours." Jayge was trembling with stress, and since Master Conwy sounded so certain of Aramina's safety, he allowed himself to be persuaded into the hold and the bath. It was only when Master Conwy's eldest boy brought him hot claw and fresh bread smeared with sweet sauce to eat while he soaked off the travel dirt that he realized that Aramina was the black-haired girl he had so admired. Fortunately, the food distracted his thoughts from the girl, thoughts that had been taking a decidedly erotic turn. He concentrated instead on the disquieting fact that the Dragonriders had not flushed out the fugitives. They were hiding, biding their time until the alertness of the hold and guard relaxed. Thella was good at waiting. Witness the way she had built those deadfalls, spaced to catch every wagon. But she could make mistakes. She had made another in building a fire that could be seen, and had been. "Jayge, little camp!" Master Conwy charged into the bath, throwing a towel at Jayge, then dragging him out of the water when he did not move fast enough. "You were right, and we were shamefully slack. Gardalfon just now came up the hold road, driving his tithe beasts. He had sent no word to the hold about a burden beast, certainly not to Aramina, and he's seen no one on this road since dawn. Hurriedly drying himself and fumbling with the clothes the Beastmaster flung at him, Jayge heard the rumble of the hold drums, his blood pounding as much to their beat as to the heat of the bath he had just left. His boots were clammy and mud-caked, but he crammed his feet in.
"Lord Raid wants a word with you. He's mustering everyone, and yes," Master Conwy glanced skyward as dragons appeared in the sky. "We've all the help we need. Aramina will tell the dragons where she is."
"If she knows," Jayge murmured, suddenly seeing the flaw in their thinking. "And if she can talk." At first, Lord Raid discounted Jayge's remarks, repeated to him first by an angry Master Conwy and again by Jayge, who was then told to sit down and be quiet. Of medium height and somewhat plump, with a discontented droop to his mouth, long lines from nose to mouth, and puffy bags under his eyes, Lord Raid had a habit of posing himself. As he turned from one advisor to another, he was almost a caricature of himself. Meanwhile, someone gave Jayge a bowl of porridge, which he ate quickly, despite the fact that his stomach was tense with worry. When the hours passed, with no word from the search parties, Benton Hold's many fire lizards, or the dragons, Lord Raid strode over to where Jayge was half dozing by the hearth. The young trader had tried to stay awake, but the warmth and his fatigue had overcome his anxieties.
"What exactly did you mean by your remarks, young man?"
Jayge blinked to clear his eyes and tried to remember what he had last said.
"I meant that if Aramina isn't conscious, she can't hear dragons. And if she can't see where she is, how can she be rescued by them?" "And just how do you arrive at those conclusions?"
"Thella knows she hears dragons," Jayge shrugged. "It stands to reason a clever woman like Thella would make certain Aramina had nothing to tell the dragons." "Exactly," a cold voice said. Lessa was pushing through the knot of men around Jayge. "I apologize, Jayge Lilcamp. I didn't heed your warning closely enough."
"Isn't it possible this young man is in league with them?"
Raid said in an audible aside to Lessa. She raised her eyebrows in a slightly contemptuous quirk, and her lips thinned. Heth and Monarth both vouched for him to Ramoth at Bendon. Lords Lerad and Asganar confirm his description.
But...
Raid stuttered impotently. Lessa sat down beside Jayge. "Now, what do you think has happened to Aramina? None of the dragons have heard her? No, and Heth is nearly hysterical." Jayge exhaled, sick with worry, but he made himself say what he feared most. "I don't put it past Thella to have killed her." "No, the dragons say not," Lessa said positively, and looked at him for his next suggestion. "What about the guards with her?" "They are dead," Lessa said, her voice full of regret. "Stuffed out of sight, which is why it took so long to locate them." "Then she's been knocked unconscious." Jayge shut his eyes against the image of Aramina's limp body, blood staining the blue scarf on her head, hanging across Dushik's powerful back. "Then waiting until she recovers consciousness is unlikely to be useful?" Lessa asked somewhat sardonically. Depressed, Jayge nodded. "Thella will have found a dark cave, or a deep pit. If Aramina can't tell the dragons where she is, it doesn't matter if she can hear them or they her." "Exactly my thinking." "Raid," Lessa got to her feet, "you surely must have hold maps that indicate where the deeper cave systems are. They've had a head start of roughly 6 hours. We can't tell when they reached their destination, so even nearby caves must be searched. We must bear in mind how far they could have marched over this terrain. We know they weren't seen on the roads, haven't been spotted since the dragons started looking 3 hours ago. Let us not waste more time." Haunted by memories of the black pit of Kimmage Hold, Jayge volunteered to go with one of the search teams. There were fire lizards beholding to 3 members of the 10-man team, so they were in constant communication with Ware and Hold. That night, as they wearily exited the 7th cave they had thoroughly searched, word reached them that Aramina was still alive and had spoken to Heth. She could not see anything in the pitch black, and she could take only 6 steps before reaching the other side of her prison. It was damp and smelled foul, more like snake than wary.
"That's a brave girl," the team leader said. "Let's eat, roll in, and start looking as soon as we can count our fingers." Bloodkin be damned, Jayge thought to himself as he tried to sleep. He was going to kill Radis, as well as Thella and Dushik, with his bare hands. They searched for 2 more days, until a rockfall tumbled down on top of them. 2 men were injured badly, one with a broken leg and the other with a smashed chest, and had to be dug out. Instantly suspicious about such a convenient rockfall, Jayge told the team leader that he wanted to check it out while the others took the injured men down to a nearby hold for treatment. He was careful about his ascent, choosing a ridge that would overlook the point of the minor rock slide and picking a route that provided the best natural cover. Then he settled down to watch. For a long time, nothing happened. He was careful about his ascent, choosing a ridge that would overlook the point of the minor rock slide and picking a route that provided the best natural cover. Then he settled down to watch. For a long time, nothing happened. When a whiff of some foul odor tickled his nose, he had been cramped too long in one position to be able to move fast enough. One strong hand caught his arm behind him and wrenched it up high on his shoulder blade, and another was clapped over his mouth. Jayge had always considered himself strong, but though he struggled, he could not pull himself from those clever and painful holds. "Always said you had the brains in the family, Jayge," Radis whispered softly in his ear. "Don't struggle. Dushik's watching somewhere nearby. We have to get down behind him, go in from the other side, and get her out of that pit before the snakes eat her alive. That's your aim, isn't it? Nod your head." Jayge managed some movement, and the hand over his mouth eased. "Dushik could kill you as soon as look at you, Jayge." "Why did you kidnap that girl?" Jayge twisted around to look at his uncle, who maintained the tight arm lock. The man was filthy with slime, haggard and red-eyed, with gaunt cheeks and a very bitter line to his lips. His clothes were ragged and equally slimy, and he had a length of slime-coated rope slung over his shoulder. "I didn't. I'm not mad or malicious." Radis's whisper ended in a hiss. "I didn't know what Thella had in mind," he continued, mouthing the words with little sound. Jayge kept his answer as muted as his fury would permit. "You knew she wanted to kidnap Aramina. You arrived at the where with that bogus packet of letters." "That was bad enough," Radis said, wincing. "Thella has a way of making things seem rational. But throwing a young girl down a snake pit is not rational. Not rational at all. I think Thella went raving mad when the Dragonriders attacked the hold. You should have heard her laughing all the way up that tunnel she made the drudges cut. I don't think you'll believe me, but I tried to stop her loosing that avalanche. Then I was stuck, trying to save Giron. He's dead, by the way. She nicked his throat that first night." Radis shuddered. "I'll show you where the girl is, and I'll help you get her out. Then I'm disappearing, and you bask in the glory of your heroic efforts." Jayge believed his uncle, believed the desperation behind the scoffing words. "Let's get her out, then." Radis headed around the ridge, pushing his nephew in front of him. "I threw her down a water bottle and some bread when I had a chance. Hope she heard it coming and ducked." "Duck!" Jayge's head was pushed down, his cheek slamming against a boulder. He could feel Radis suspend his breathing, and did the same until his lungs threatened to burst. Finally, a nudge told him that he could move, and he inhaled gratefully, taking great, deep breaths. Then Radis signaled to move forward again. It took a long time to negotiate the slope to the spot that Radis was aiming for. Jayge's muscles were cramped with strain by the time they reached an overhang, and the sky was beginning to darken. Jayge was not comforted by the thought that it would be darker where Aramina was. Radis crawled under the ledge and disappeared. Jayge followed, inching along on his belly and elbows and pushing forward on his knees and toes. He felt the slime that coated the ground, and he wondered how anyone had managed to push an unconscious girl down the hole. At the touch of a slimy hand on his face, he pulled away, banging his head on the roof of the low tunnel and just barely managing to bite his tongue on his curse. "Touchy, aren't we?" Radis commented in a low voice. "We can walk from here, and it's not far this way. Dushik must be guarding the more accessible entrance." As Jayge got to his feet, he was surprised to see a dim light coming from a thin fissure far above their heads. "Don't speak loud when we do get to the pit," Radis instructed, "but you do the talking. We're going to have to haul her up. The faster, the better."
The dim light from the ceiling crack faded, and then they were in a very dark tunnel. Radis laid an arm across him, signaling for silence. For a long while they listened and heard nothing but the dripping of the water down damp walls, until the silence was abruptly broken by a soft moan that reverberated hollowly, as if from a long way down. Suddenly, a light blazed, and Jayge crouched in alarm, but as his eyes adjusted, he realized that Radis had lit a dim, almost spent glow basket, and in the faint light he could see the yawning, open pit before them. "Talk to her, Jayge," Radis murmured. "I'm rigging a loop at the end. She's to put it under her arms and hang on tight." "Aramina?" Jayge said tentatively, cupping his mouth with both hands to focus the sound as he bent over the awesome edge of the pit. "Aramina? It's Jayge." "Jayge!" His name began as a scream and ended in a gasp. "Tell her not to let everyone know," Radis said acidly. "Quietly, Mina," he called, the nickname he had misunderstood that day near Bendon Hold coming easily to his lips. "You're found. A rope is being lowered." He turned to Radis. "Can't we send the glow down? She can bring it back up with her." "Good thinking." Radis slipped the noose around the glow basket and lowered it quickly, hand over hand, down the pit. They could see the light descending deeper and deeper. Just when Jayge was beginning to think that the pit was bottomless, the glow stopped. "Put the loop under your arms," he told Aramina. "We're going to pull you up fast, so hang tight." "Help me, Jayge," Radis said. Jayge gripped the rope along with Radis, and it writhed in their hands as she secured it under her arms. Then they began to pull. Aramina was not heavy, but the coarse rope was slimy, and Jayge was afraid of losing his grip. He dug his fingers into the hemp. When the rough upward movement slammed her into the pit wall, she grunted, and Jayge winced. But steadily the light came closer. Finally, Jayge leaned down and grabbed her arm, nearly wrenching it from the socket as he heaved her up over the edge. She clung to him, shuddering and panting. He was lifting her farther away from her ghastly prison when they heard Radis's gasp of warning. A black shape launched itself on Radis, and before Jayge could put out a hand, two bodies went hurtling into the pit, the screams reverberating in horrifying echoes that made Jayge clasp the girl tightly to him, trying to blot the sound from her ears. "Come, if Thella's near." He tugged the shaking girl to her feet, grabbed the dying glow, and started back the way they had come. Aramina stumbled but refused to fall. Jayge could feel the tremors shaking her. She was sobbing, and her fingers dug into the flesh of his hand. He hated to ask her to crawl up the cramped, dark burrow. He turned to her to tell her to take the glow and go first. It was only then that he realized that she was not just slimy, she was naked. Her shivering was more from the cold than from reaction or stress, and she would tear the skin from her bones crawling up that tunnel. He stripped off his jacket and thrust her arms into it. It covered her to the hips. Then he pulled off his shirt and tore it into strips to wrap around her knees and feet. "That'll help," he said. "Push the glow in front of you. It's not far to the surface. Watch your head. Go." An eerie moan resounded down the tunnels and corridors of the ghastly cavern system. The weird sound was enough to send her to her hands and knees to crawl, sobbing with fright, into the burrow. Jayge fervently hoped that it had been Thella who had fallen down the pit with Radis. Somehow they made it out into the twilight. Enough of the glow remained to light their way down the slope to easier ground. He managed to locate the pack he had left behind when he had set out to investigate the rock slide, and unstrapped the blanket to put around her before fumbling for his numbweed jar. "Can you call the dragons now and get them to come and take us away from here?" he asked, slathering numbweed on her legs and feet. "No." He looked up at her face, confused. "Say again?" "No. I will not call dragons. If I didn't hear them, this never would have happened to me." "Jayge," she said, putting her cut and bruised hands on his arm. "You can't know what it's like. I can hear them now, particularly Heth, who's crying inside. I'm crying too, but I won't answer him. I can't. They'd make me stay at Bendon Weir, and I'll hear, and hear, and hear." She was weeping, her fingers flexing on his arms. "It was better for a while at Bendon Hold. There was only the watch dragon, and he was asleep so much of the time.
If I heard the Sweetriders talking, I could get very busy and pretend not to hear them. But you hear dragons. You belong in a were. No, Jayge. I don't think I do, she said, daubing numbweed on a bleeding knee. Not the way I am. Oh, I stood on the hatching ground, and the little queen made a straight-line dash for Adria, a very nice girl, and welcome to Wenreth. And I'm very fond of Cavan and Heth. They saved me from Thella once already. You saved me this time. You went all that long way to Bend and Wear, and they didn't believe how serious it all was. Yes, I heard them talking about you. But I had 2 strong, fine men with me when I went to Gardelfon's. She took a long, shuddering breath. I saw Dushik break Brindel's neck, and Thella slit Hadelman's throat. They liked doing it. The 3rd man had the grace to look sick. Was he helping you get me out of there? Was it Thella or Dushik that dropped? Her voice was low and urgent, but she sounded rational. I don't know who took Radis down, and I'm not going back to look. We'd better get out of this vicinity. If you won't call the dragon... Looking down at her, he saw that she had set her jaw resolutely, so he shrugged. He slung the pack over his shoulder and picked her up. At first, she seemed to weigh nothing in his arms, but gradually he tired. He had to rest several times. I'm trying to think light, she said once, and he patted her shoulder reassuringly. The glow died just as they reached the cave he had been looking for. He stumbled in, nearly dropping her. It was little more than a hollow where a large boulder had once lodged, but it was free of snakes and would do for shelter for the night. When he had shared his rations with her and made her take several long pulls at his spirit bottle, he got her to wrap up in the blanket. You get a good sleep, and it'll all seem better in the morning, he said, echoing his long-dead mother's advice. At least there'll be light, she said in a composed voice. Then she yawned, and very shortly he heard her breathing slow to a sleeping rhythm. Jayge was accustomed to night vigils, but he wished that a Dragonrider would land nearby whom he could shout to, or that he dared risk a fire without being sure if Thella had died down in that pit. And most earnestly he wished that Heth or Ramoth would hear him shouting at them with his mind. Aramina's cries roused him. She was thrashing about, sobbing, and she fought at first when he tried to quiet her. He had to wake her up with a rough shake, and then she collapsed against him, panting. See? There's the moon, he said, slewing about so she could see Belior setting. Her face was ghastly in the pale light, but he was relieved to see her taking deep breaths to calm herself. You're not in the pit. You're not in the pit. Kiron, he was there, chasing me. Only he suddenly turned into another man, much bigger, who turned into Thella. And then I woke up in the pit again, and the other voice I keep hearing, that had turned into a roar. It had been such a comfort to me, much more than just hearing dragons, even if I couldn't understand what it was saying to me. But it was there, just as lonely as I was, and wanting so much to be with someone. Only it wasn't comforting in my dream. It was screaming at me. He comforted her, murmuring soothing nothings and not arguing with her irrational words. He rocked her in his arms, and eventually she fell asleep again, twitching and moaning occasionally. Her movements served to wake him up when he dozed off, but eventually both slept quietly. In the morning he found her sitting cross-legged, gazing out at the rain that cascaded down like a waterfall over the cave mouth. She had built a little dam of earth and stones to keep the water from running into their shelter. Jayge, you must help me, she said when he hunkered down beside her. I cannot go back to either Hold or Wear. Where will you go? To Roatha? I heard Lord Jackson gave your father back his old place. She was shaking her head before he finished his sentence. They would be appalled. She gave a weary smile. Me hearing dragons embarrassed them enough. To think I would leave the Wear would crush them. Jayge nodded, since she seemed to expect some response of him. I shall go to the southern continent. I hear that there's lots of it no one's ever seen. And that the old-timers don't take their dragons out often, Jayge said with a sly grin. Exactly, she said with a gracious nod. Then her expression altered. Oh, please, Jayge, help me. The dragons say that they've found no one. Seeing his unspoken query, she explained,
I can hear them whether I want to answer them or not." She laid another pebble carefully where water threatened to spill over her little dam. She seemed so absorbed in her occupation that for a minute Jayge did not realize that she was adding slow tears of despair to the rainwater. "What do you want me to do?" Closing her eyes, she let out a relieved sigh and looked up at him, eyes still brimming with tears, but a wan smile on her mouth. "Would that lean, wicked-looking runner of yours carry two?" "He could, but there are plenty of others to buy around here. I'm a trader, after all." "And?" She pulled at the edge of his jacket, a rueful expression on her face. "I'll need something to wear. Dushik slit mine off me." An involuntary convulsion shook her, and he put a comforting arm about her shoulders until it passed. "I'm a trader, remember," he said again. "On rainy days they often hang clothes to air in the bathing rooms." She bit her lip, realizing that she had just suggested he steal for her. "Leave it to me." He dragged the pack over and sorted out the rest of the food. She refused to keep the spirits bottle, though he made her take a drink for its warmth. "You have to take back your jacket," she said. "I'll have the blanket to keep me warm. No one will question your losing a blanket, but shirt and jacket. And as soon as you leave here, I'm going to go out in that rain and get clean. Then you'll need the sweet sand." He found the little bag in his pack and gave it to her. "Don't stay out long. Thella could still be hanging around." Aramina had swathed herself in the blanket and was wriggling out of his jacket as he spoke. "I don't think so. It had to have been Dushik who charged Radis. Thella would have thrown a knife." Jayge grimaced at the acuteness of Aramina's observation. She was thinking clearly, so he would do exactly as she asked and get them out of Benton Hold, back to... Then he remembered the shipment of breeding pairs slated to go to the southern continent. Well now, he might just do a bit of real trading and see if it solved Aramina's problem. So long as he went, too. He had found her. He loved her. He would help her. The Wares and the Holds be damned. Hold and Ware could not provide her with safety. He could and would. Chapter 10. Southern Continent. Present Pass, 15-5-22 through 15-8-3. As Pimer entered Torik's private room, he shot a quick glance at the inner wall to his left and saw that the hold map was, as usual, covered. Since Pimer had contributed many of the latest entries, he was amused by the man's paranoid secrecy. Senator was sitting on the edge of his bench, agitatedly rubbing his swollen knuckles. Pimer could tell nothing from Torik's expression, which was a bad sign, especially when considering that he had returned from Big Lagoon to find the entire hold in a frenzy of indignation, outrage, and fright. Farley had chittered irrationally about dragons flaming her, then had disappeared. He had noticed that there were not many fire lizards about, but there had been no time to look into the matter, as he had been ordered to report to Torik immediately. "So, what have I done wrong this time?" Pimer asked brazenly. "Nothing, unless your conscience is heavy," Torik said edgily, and Pimer immediately altered his expression and manner to respectful attentiveness. "Why would all the Dragonriders leave?" the holder went on. "They've left?" Pimer wondered that Torik was not ecstatic. He glanced at Senator for confirmation, and the old harper flapped his fingers in a confusing sign that the boy could not interpret. When Tehran had died, Tekko had insisted that he was Ware leader, and the situation at Southern Ware had deteriorated rapidly. None of the other Bronze Riders had contested Tekko, but no one was happy with his irrational attitudes and demands. "There isn't a male dragon anywhere," Torik said, rubbing his chin on his fist. "Only Mardra's queen is Wared, and she's more dead than asleep." Torik was rarely without some course of action. Not always one that Senator, and sometimes Pimer, approved, but one generally guaranteed to protect Southern Hold. "There isn't Threadfall," he went on, not hiding his contempt for the Southern Dragonriders who so seldom stirred themselves to perform traditional duties. "So I can't think why all the males would just take off." "Nor I," Pimer agreed. His voice must have sounded a little too cheerful, for Torik gave him a long, measuring stare. Pimer waited patiently. Torik obviously had something in mind. "You like it here, don't you?" the holder finally asked. My first loyalty is to my craftmaster, Pimer replied, holding Torik's gaze. So far, Pimer had managed to retain his first allegiance, warped a trifle, but unsullied. Understood. Torik flicked his fingers in acceptance of Pimer's response. But my first loyalty is not to those sisters' mothers. Understood. Pimer grinned at the description of the old-timers, though the incestuous implications drew a gargled protest from Senator. And I'm sure you already know that you've got your southern holders behind you all the way, he added, thinking that was the reassurance Torik wanted. Of course I do, Torik flicked his fingers again, impatiently. What I need is to be distanced, officially, from whatever that lot is now up to. What could they be up to? There were not that many old-timers to be effective at anything. Both men and dragons were old, tired, and more pathetic than dangerous. Except Tekul. Lately, no hold woman was safe from that womanizer. If I knew, I wouldn't worry. I do so now, officially, in the presence of 2 journeyman harpers, disclaim any knowledge or part in any southern Dragonrider activity. Heard and witnessed, Senator said, and Pimer echoed the formal words. But I do think that you should inform the were leaders. They are, after all, the best ones to deal with other Dragonriders. They can't and they won't, Torik said, his voice grating angrily, interfere with the old-timers. They made that clear enough to me. At least Bendon keeps its word, Pimer muttered, aware of just how much latitude Torik had given himself after his discussion 2 turns before with the Bendon were leaders. When Torik gave him a cold and calculating stare, Pimer held up both hands in apology for his impudence. I could send Farley, if I can get my hands on her, with a warning to Tekellan that the old-timers have all vacated. You owe Bendon that. Torik considered, scowling and rattling his fingers on the work table. I did report those peculiar exercises they were doing a few days ago, popping in and out of between. It still makes no sense, but maybe the were can figure it out. Pimer realized that Torik would rather see the old-timers do something so dire and unforgivable that the northern wares would be forced to confront the problem they posed. Neither could have guessed what the old-timers were attempting until 3 days later. Abruptly, Nementh appeared in the sky over Southern, Ramoth following a second later, swooping across the hold clearing toward the were. Pimer was astonished enough to see the 2 great Bendon dragons, but when he realized that they were riderless, his heart began to pound with dread. Had some incredible disaster occurred in Bendon? What could possibly have caused Nementh and Ramoth to come here on their own? He raced for Torik's hold to find the holder and old senator outside, staring skyward in consternation. Why would dragons come here without their riders? Torik asked, his eyes never leaving the beasts as they wheeled above the were, heads down, eyes a brilliant orange. Those are too big to be old-timer beasts. It's Ramoth and Nementh, Pimer replied, his anxiety increasing as he noted the color of their eyes. What are they doing here? Torik's voice sounded slightly strained. I'm not sure I want to know, Pimer admitted, shading his eyes and hoping to see the dragon's eyes turning a less agitated shade. They're searching the were. What for? Senator asked in a fearful murmur. Suddenly, Ramoth flung her head up, uttering the most poignantly sorrowful cry Pimer had ever heard. Not the keen of mourning, but a weird and terrible anguished plaint. Despite the heat of the day, he shuddered, the flesh on his arms rising in chill bumps. Even Torik paled slightly, and Senator gave a moan. Nementh's deeper voice echoed his queen's in a discordant tone that increased the pathos of their call. Then, as abruptly as they had arrived, the 2 dragons disappeared. For a long moment, the holder and the 2 harpers remained motionless. Finally, Torik exhaled in gusty relief. Now, what was that all about, Pimer? Pimer shook his head. Whatever's happened, it's bad. Bloody old-timers! If they've compromised me... Torik shook his fist at the were. Oh! Senator's astonished exclamation brought their attention to the 9 bronzes that were sweeping in. One circled to land, while the others began a quartering search, their feet flicking the topmost foliage, making it look as if they were walking on the forest roof. That's Lyoth and Natan, Pimer said. He was relieved until he saw the bronze rider's dark expression as he dismounted and strode purposefully up to them. Then anxiety came flooding back.
Ramoth and Nementh were just here, riderless. What's happened? Ramoth's queen egg has been stolen from the hatching ground. Stolen? The word erupted from Torik's lips as he stared with utter disbelief at the bronze rider. Senator gasped and covered his eyes. Pimer swore. It is regrettable that we hesitated to inform you of their recent erratic behavior. Torik lifted both hands in mute apology. But who would have expected them to commit such a heinous crime against the wares? He sounded unusually subdued. How could they hope to? How could that help? Where could they hide? No, not here. He lifted his hands, fending off the mere hint of any complicity. Search! Search! He gestured expansively. Look everywhere! It is apparently a matter of every when, Natan said grimly. Pimer groaned, suddenly understanding the significance of the old-timers' latest exercises. They had been practicing going between times, a dangerous use of draconic abilities, even for the best of reasons, which Lessa's famous ride had been, but which stealing an egg was not. Torik looked inquiringly at Natan, expecting an explanation. Then he gave Pimer a hard and significant look. Torik has nothing to hide, Natan, Pimer said solemnly, recalling their recent interview and Torik's request. Senator and I give you our oath on that. Natan nodded gravely and returned to Lyoth, springing to take his place on the bronze's back. Torik and the two harpers watched until the dragons had swept beyond their line of sight, frantically inspecting the surrounding forest. What do we do now? Torik asked in a low voice. Hope, Pimer replied, wishing fervently that he had sent Farley when he could. Although who could have suspected those depraved fools to be mad enough to steal an egg from Ramoth? How could any strange dragons have got into the Bendon hatching ground? Ramoth rarely left it, and how could they have left the ground without being intercepted? The next few hours were exceedingly anxious. But just when Pimer had made himself ill with imagining the consequences, for the old-timers as well as for Southern Hold, Triss, Natan's brown fire lizard, appeared with a message on his leg for Pimer. He was also wearing an intricate neck design, an addition so recent that the paint still glistened. Unrolling the message as he ran, Pimer raced for Torik's office. It's all right, Torik. The egg's back. What? How? Let me see. Torik grabbed the note from Pimer's hands and, with unusual openness, muttered the tightly written words aloud. The egg has been returned. No one knows by what agency. Ramoth had left the clutch to eat. 3 bronzes appeared, and before the watch dragon realized their intent, they'd flown into the ground. Ramoth screamed, but the bronzes were away and between with the queen egg before she could act. As you will appreciate, Ramoth and Nementh suspected the old-timers and instantly overflew the southern weir without finding any trace. It was then obvious that the absconding dragons had gone between time to secure their theft. Before a disciplinary move could be made, the egg was returned. One moment it was not in the hatching ground, in the next breath it was there. However, it was taken somewhen for long enough to be quite hard, a condition that incenses the werewoman, for it confirms the elapse of considerable time. Where is not known. The old-timers are suspected, for what other were would steal what it can produce? Master Robinton urged caution and deliberation, even spoke out against a punitive search, and has been peremptorily dismissed from Bendon Ware, Natan. So, Torik said, leaning back in his chair. He tapped the message against his desk. So the old-timers have compromised only themselves. That is a relief. If you see it as one, Pimer murmured, and abruptly strode out of the hold. Torik could be as relieved as he wished, but Pimer was far from easy. The Master Harper exiled from Bendon? That was bloody awful. The more he thought of the consequences of such an estrangement, the more depressed he became. It had come so frighteningly near the worst catastrophe that could afflict Pern. Dragon fighting dragon. Those accursed old-timers. What consummate fools! Especially Tukull, who undoubtedly had instigated the senseless scheme. There would be retribution for their act, and Pimer devoutly hoped that the future of Southern Hold and Torik's ambitions had not been jeopardized. But he worried most of all about Master Robinton's anomalous situation. The old-timers returned late that afternoon. It was a small satisfaction to Peimer when Torek sent him to check, to note the utter dejection and the drained color of every single old-timer dragon. The dragons were too exhausted by their failure even to eat, and most of the riders were intent on getting very drunk. "That's nothing new," Torek replied when Peimer reported to him. "Shards! But I don't think there's much to choose between northern and southern Dragonriders." Torek went on, pacing the length of his workroom. He did not seem to notice that he was kicking furniture out of his way and knocking objects off tables with impatient sweeps of his hands. He had kept his temper during the day and was still wound tight as a screw. "But how could I have suspected they'd try something like stealing Ramoth's queen egg? Believe me, boy, Tekul and those randy riders of his did steal that egg. No question of it in my mind." Peimer nodded agreement, hoping Torek would just leave matters lie for a while. "I should have guessed that they'd be desperate for a queen to mate with those bronzes while there's enough energy in any of them to fly her. I'd say they waited too long. I don't know who did restore Ramoth's egg, but by Faranth, I'm grateful to him. It was close there today, boy, damned close. Those northern dragons could have charred everything, hold and wear." Another wide sweep of Torek's hand knocked records to the floor. "I don't like the old-timers, but not even I would want dragon to fight dragon." "Don't even think about it, Torek," Peimer said, and shivered. That possibility had been so frighteningly imminent. "For a little while there, I saw everything I've worked 20 turns to accomplish about to be ruined." Another sweep of Torek's arm knocked a glow basket from the wall bracket and spilled its contents over the records. Peimer grabbed them out of the way and closed the basket, stamping at the spillage. "I'm going to set a watch on those old-timers, Peimer. I'll have Senator draw up a roster. I can't let something else happen. I was hoping to have a few words with Thella." Peimer nearly choked at that bit of arrogance. "No, I guess this wasn't the time for it," the holder added with a rueful shake of his head. "That Master Harper of yours has good ideas. I'd like you to get in touch with him about this." Torek turned to look sharply at Peimer. The boy cleared his throat and scratched his head, avoiding Torek's eyes. He did not wish to mention Master Robinton's now tenuous influence on the Bend and Wear leaders. "I took a close look at the dragons, Torek, and honestly, I think time is on your side. Stealing the egg, and I agree with you that they did, even if Bendon couldn't prove it, took almost every ounce of strength they had. I think you're absolutely right that we should keep a discreet watch on them. It'd be easier if the fire lizards would go anywhere near the Wear, but Farley's still chattering about dragons flaming her. Have yours?" "I haven't had time for fire lizards today, with full-grown northern dragons breathing firestone stench in my face," Torek replied acidly. "So this time, we inform Bendon Wear the moment suspicious behavior starts," Peimer went on blithely, hoping to talk Torek out of any plans that included Master Robinton. "I want to tell you, Torek, I really admired the way you handled yourself with Natan." "Thank you," Torek said sarcastically. "You're welcome," Peimer snapped back in the same tone. Then he grinned smugly and remarked with calculated insolence, "You'd have been in far worse case if Senator and I hadn't stood your witness." At that reminder, Torek reacted, first with a hard stare, and then with a bellow of laughter. "Yes, you and old Senator did come across, and for that I am genuinely grateful, Journeyman Harper." "Indebted, in fact," Peimer suggested with a wry grin. "Now, another thing." Torek, the laugh had relaxed him a little, sat on the edge of his work table, arms folded across his chest, his right hand fiddling with the holder knot on his shoulder. "You've ridden dragons. Just how much do you think they saw?" Peimer snorted. "Shards, Torek. They were looking for a place an egg could harden, or for old-timer browns and bronzes. They wouldn't have noticed anything else in the state they were in. Well, Tabor might have, but you've been mighty careful where you've allowed all our new arrivals to site their holes." Peimer grinned slyly. "Hamion's mine would appear to be basically the same from the air. All the other adits look like the holes in the ground they are. The wharf and hold on Island River shouldn't be visible from the sky. Big Lagoon hold is large, that's true, and there'd have been fishing ships out in that direction." Peimer shrugged. "Maybe later, Tabor or Fënor, someone familiar with Southern, will ask some awkward questions." "I doubt it. The interdiction still holds. They came to retrieve the egg. It got back all by itself. They left." Peimer was beginning to suspect who might have returned the egg, but he had absolutely no evidence with which to prove it. "And we still have those bloody old-timers to deal with." But there was less force in the kick Torek gave the table leg. "They haven't hindered your plans all that much now, have they?" Peimer said drolly. "What they don't know won't hurt them. I'd bide my time, Torek." "You're with me, then?" "If today didn't prove that, I don't know what will," Peimer said, cocking his head to one side. He liked Torek, admired him, but he did not entirely trust him, which was fair. Torek did not completely trust Peimer, especially not too often in Shara's company. Peimer had noticed how Torek tried to keep them apart. The holder had just given Shara her long-sought permission to go on an adventurous trip south, beyond Hamian's mines. "So, if we're back to normal tomorrow, I'd like to see what's beyond that headland east of Island River. Maybe even get as far as the cove that Meneley found when they were storm-lost." He noticed the alertness in Torek's eyes. The holder had not liked that inadvertent excursion. He had always been suspicious of just how far Meneley and the Master Harper had gone, though he could never deny that they had been storm-driven, and that only Meneley's sea skills had kept the small boat afloat. "A dragon can't go between to a place he's never seen," Peimer reminded the Southerner. "Likewise, a man can't hold what he hasn't beheld. How about it, Torek?" Stupid led the way out of the brushland, pushing through the tangle with his sturdy front end, his hide too tough to be pierced by branch and thorn. From above, Farley was giving directions, and Peimer thrashed at the vegetation with the thick blade Hamian had forged for him. He came out on a beach that sloped down to the sea, a pale green expanse of water, ruffled with whitecaps from the onshore breeze. He sighed at the splendid view, then looked back the way he had come, at the thick trees waving their fronds and leaves. He took a red fruit from the pack on Stupid's back, nicked it expertly with his chopper, and sucked at the sweet, thirst-quenching flesh. Stupid complained. He chopped off a hunk and fed it to the little runner beast, who munched contentedly. But when Peimer turned to look down the narrow bay, he froze. He could not believe his eyes. He fumbled for the small distance viewer he had wheedled away from Master Rampezi, who had just received a more powerful device from Star Master Wanser. It had not done him much good with his nighttime stargazing, but it had been useful in surveying terrain. When he had focused it, there was no doubt that smoke was rising languidly from the chimney of a good-sized building high up on the riverbank. It was roofed, big, and had a wide porch, probably on all four sides, with steps leading up to it on the two sides visible to him. Other buildings, large and small, were positioned nearby, making it a sizable settlement. A small sloop was drawn up on the shore, although he could see the stumps of pilings jutting out into the river that might once have been a pier, and fishnets hung on a rack to dry. Colored fishnets. Even through the distance viewer, he could make out the yellows, greens, blues, and reds. "There isn't anyone in all this part of the world, Stupid. There just isn't. I haven't seen anyone in months. Torek certainly doesn't know." "Shipwreck?" Peimer searched his memory. There had been quite a few shipwrecks, and the number was growing. "That's what they are. Shipwrecked. And colored fishnets? Torek won't like this." A fair of fire lizards appeared overhead, but they did not fly low enough for him to get a close look. Farley joined them in the usual aerial dance. He had seen numerous fire lizard nests along the coast, even some unplundered golds, but Torek had definitely stated that there would be no more trade of eggs with the North. Farley swooped to his shoulder, wrapping her tail about his neck and chittering unintelligibly about men and lots of things piled on the beach. "Houses are not piles," Peimer stated firmly, but the incident with the northern dragons had taught him to pay attention to Farley's incomprehensible statements. For the last few days, she had been trying to tell him something that she had learned only recently. Eventually, it would all make sense to him, just as he had deciphered her comments about the Black Rock River, which they had had such trouble negotiating. He had not expected such an immense inland sea, with distant islands lost in the misty rain. Peimer's cautionary instinct had sharpened on the long and solitary eastward journey. and though he was eager to talk to someone besides himself, he was also strangely loath to initiate a meeting. Nevertheless, he proceeded down the long strand to the river's mouth, struggling up dunes and treading carefully through the salt grasses, prodding ahead of his feet with his snake stick. Stupid a pace behind him, Farley swooping up and back, flitting away and returning. There were people, she told him, but not the men, not the other men. It was almost time for the precipitous sunset of those parts when Pimer finally got close enough to see that some of the buildings were derelict, with plants growing out of the windows and through cracks in the roofs. Several were bigger than anything Torek had yet permitted to be built, and they tended to be more wide open to air and sun than anyone dared build in the north, though the facing material was beautifully fit stone. The roofs seemed to be sheer slabs, finger-thick. He remembered the exceedingly durable mine props that Hamian had found solidly in place after who knew how many turns. And there were people. He dropped down on the sand, getting a mouthful, when he saw a man walking from what had to be a beast hold toward the steps of the wide veranda. Canines, large ones to judge by their deep voices, began to bark somewhere behind the house. "Ara?" The man's call brought a woman out of the house, followed by a toddling child. There was a touching moment of embrace. Then the man scooped the child up and, with one arm around the woman, entered the house. "A family, stupid. There's a family living here, with a big house, lots of rooms, more than 3 people need. Why did they build it so big? Or are there others inside?" 4 fire lizards, 2 gold, a bronze, and a brown, suddenly came out of nowhere and hovered on wing above him before disappearing. Although Farley was not alarmed, Pimer was. "Oh ho, we've been spotted." "Well, fire lizard friends can't be all bad, can they, stupid? Let's go forth like brave men and get this over with." He got to his feet and approached the building, shouting at the top of his well-trained lungs, "Hello, the house!" "Let's hope there's enough dinner for 4, huh, stupid? Hello there!" There was glad astonishment and a warm, if shy, welcome from the shipwrecked couple, as well as an immediate invitation to share their meal, which was cooking over a most fascinating stove. The man, Jayge, tanned and well-muscled, was several turns older and taller by several hand-widths than the Harper. He had an open face, a nose slightly bent out of line from some brawl, light-colored eyes, and a steady gaze. He wore a sleeveless vest and short pants of roughly spun cotton, and around his lean hips was a fine leather belt from which hung a bone-handled knife. On his feet were rather ingenious sandals that protected toes and heels but were open across the foot. They looked much more comfortable and cooler than the heavy boots Pimer wore. Ara was younger, with an appealing face that looked both innocent and yet was oddly mature. At times she looked sad. Her black hair was braided down her back, but curls escaped the plait to frame her face. She wore a loose, sleeveless cotton dress, dyed a deep red and embroidered on scoop neck and hem. A narrow leather belt dyed a red to match her dress, and red leather sandals. She was utterly charming, and Pimer did not miss Jayge's proud and proprietary gaze. While Pimer ate his way through the best meal he had eaten since he had left Southern, he listened to Jayge and Ara tell of their adventures, occasionally throwing in a question or a comment to encourage them to add details. "We were hired at Karoon Beast Masterholt," Jayge told him, "about 30 months ago. We lost an accurate track of time in the storm and during our first days here. We were transporting some expensive breeding stock for Master Rampezi to be delivered to Holder Torek at the Southern Hold. Would you know him?" "I do. I remember how mad Rampezi was when he had to admit your ship must have gone down. You were lucky to survive." "We very nearly didn't," Jayge said, giving Ara a sideways glance and laying his arm across her shoulders, his expression tenderly amused. "Ara here insists that we were dragged to shore by ship-fish." "Quite likely," Pimer assured him, grinning at Jayge's surprise and Ara's triumphant cry. "Every master fisherman worth his knots will agree. Master Rampezi has told me of men falling overboard and being lifted up by shipfish. He's seen the phenomenon himself, and he's not given to Harper tales. That's why fishcraft haulers are so glad to see them escorting a ship out to sea. Means good luck. But the storm was incredibly powerful, Jayge objected. So are they, and quite at home in stormy seas. You're the only survivors? When Ara looked stricken, Jayge answered quickly. No, but one man was so badly hurt we never even learned his name. Festa and Skalak had broken leg and arm bones. I'd snapped my wrist and a few ribs, but Ara set us all and healed us straight. He twisted his left hand to prove the mend, smiling at Ara. We were quite a sight then, only 3 good arms and 4 legs among us, except for Ara, who nursed and fed us all. He shot his young wife a look of such tender pride that Pimer almost blushed. We were getting along fine here, even tamed some wild beasts. Ara's got a gift with animals. When first Festa, and then Skalak caught some kind of a fever. Terrible headaches. They went blind. He broke off, frowning at the memory. Firehead, probably, Pimer said, breaking the silence to relieve Ara's obvious distress at the memory. It has a high mortality rate if you don't know the cure. There is one? Ara's eyes widened. I tried everything I knew. I felt so helpless, and ever since I've been afraid. Don't fret yourself. Look. Pimer hauled his pack over and pulled out a small vial, which he handed to her. I've medicine here. Instructions on it, as you see. Just don't go near beaches stained yellow. It's at its worst in mid or late spring. And now that we know where you are, I'll see that Shara, she's had healer hall training, sends you a record of symptoms and treatment for some of the southern nasties. I hope we found most of them, Jayge said with a rueful grin, rubbing the scar on his forearm. Pimer recognized the blemish as an old needle-thorn infection. That's the hard way to learn what to avoid. I'd say you'd done pretty well here. Pimer was fascinated with the material of the house. We found all this, Jayge said, his gesture including the house and the buildings beyond. Found it? That's the hard way to learn what to avoid. I'd say you'd done pretty well here. Pimer was fascinated with the material of the house. We found all this, Jayge said, his gesture including the house and the buildings beyond. Found it? Jayge grinned, his teeth very white in his tanned face. He had curious, yellow-green eyes with flecks of dark in them and a one-sided smile that Pimer liked. Found the whole settlement. Mind you, it saved our lives. There were appalling storms for weeks after we were swept in here. He paused, hesitant. I didn't think anyone had been allowed to settle in the south, except at Southern Hold. This isn't part of Southern, is it? And we just didn't search far enough west? To be honest with you, Pimer hesitated only a moment, for Torek could not possibly expect to claim the entire south. No, this isn't Southern Hold. Seeing that his vehemence had surprised both Jayge and Ara, he smiled to reassure them. You're a long way from where you were supposed to land those beasts. A long way. Pimer decided it would also be a very long time before Torek discovered their existence. Hold hard to what you've got here, he added blithely, and looked admiringly around at the gracious proportions of the room in which they ate. With its wide windows louvered on the inside, it was unlike even freestanding hold rooms. The inside walls were not of the same stone as the outside, and were colored very cool green-blue. Jayge had fashioned sconces for candles Ara had made from berry wax, so the room was pleasantly lit. How big is this house you found? More than we need right now, Ara said, swatting at Jayge affectionately when he winked at Pimer. Though her figure was not yet distorted, the Harper had suspected she might be pregnant again. There was a luminous quality to her eyes and face that Shara had told him often enhanced the beauty of a gravid woman. 12 rooms, but some would be awfully small to house a whole family. We had to shovel out the sand in the front rooms. The walls were filthy. I was afraid we'd have to scrub them clean, but the dirt sort of slid off when we washed them. I haven't quite got the stains completely off, but now you can see what pretty colors they used. We fixed this roof with slabs taken from the other ones, Jayge said. I've never seen material like this before, and we shouldn't have been able to nail it, but Ara found a keg of nails that would penetrate and hold. After a moment's hesitation, Ara went on with an air of confession. The house is unusual, but the thick walls keep us cool in the heat of the day and warm enough on cold ones. We found the strangest-looking containers, most of them empty. Jayge laughs at me, but I know we'll find something to tell us who lived here before we did. I'd like to know when you do, Pimer said. Did you find those colored fishnets here? They both grinned, exchanging glances, and Jayge explained. "We found lots of empty nets stored in one corner of the largest building. It had neither porch nor windows, but it did have vents along the roof, so we figured it may have been a storehouse. Snakes and other insects had destroyed whatever was in the crates and barrels and those nets, but the material they were made of seems indestructible." "It'd have to be, to last any length of time here in the South," Peimer said casually, though he was more excited about the settlement than he dared express. The Harper should know about it. He wondered if he should send Farley with a message to Master Robinson, but decided that it could wait until morning. "So you fished and you stock?" "I'll have to introduce you to the dogs tomorrow," Era said. "We have them against snakes and big spotted cats." "You have them here, too?" Peimer asked eagerly. Shara had thought those cats a local sport. She would be interested to know that they inhabited other parts of the southern continent. "Enough so that we don't hunt without dogs," Jayge said, "and we carry spear or bow and arrow once we pass the clearings." "But there's wild rice," Era put in enthusiastically, "and all kinds of vegetables, even a grove of the oldest fellas trees I've ever seen." She waved to the east of the hold. "We've floods of wild wary and runner and herd beasts grazing in the river valley, a day's good run from here. Jayge is a good spearman." "And you've never missed with bow and arrow," Jayge said proudly. "And," Jayge grinned at Peimer, "we've a fair home brew." He went to a wall cupboard, fashioned out of one of the crates he had mentioned, and opened it to display 2 small barrels, their shape reminiscent of much larger ones Peimer had seen at the Bendon Master Vintners. "We've been experimenting," Jayge went on, pouring 3 cups and serving them, "and it's improving." Peimer sniffed and found its aroma odd, not as fruity as he had expected. He took a sip. "Ooh, that's great stuff!" His appreciation was genuine as he felt the shock of it coursing pleasantly through him. He raised his cup to the smiling Ara and Jayge in a toast. "To friends, near and far." "I think it'll improve with age," Jayge remarked with quiet satisfaction after he and Era had solemnly returned the toast. "But for a trader's brew, it's passable." "I could be prejudiced, or maybe I've just lost my palate, but Jayge, this is smooth to lip, mouth, and throat, and a tonic to blood and bone." They talked long into the crystal-clear, chilled early hours of the morning, until sheer fatigue slowed both question and answer. If Peimer had extracted from them an account of their establishment there, he had replied with eagerly received news of the North, expurgated, of course, and embellished when the incident deserved his Harper's touch. Peimer had introduced himself with rank, craft, and hold affiliation, and explained that his current task was to explore the coast. Jayge had responded that he was a trader by craft, and that Ara was from Igan. There was something that they were not revealing, Peimer was quick enough to realize, but then he had not told them the entire truth, either. Peimer remained with Jayge and Ara for longer than he should have. Not only did he admire their fortitude and industry, even Torek would consider them resourceful and diligent, but also he wanted time to delve into the mystery of the buildings there on the far edge of nowhere. In the oldest of the Harper Hall records there had been elusive fragments which Peimer, as Master Robinton's special apprentice, had been allowed to see. "When man came to Pern, he established a good hold in the south," one fragment had begun, only to conclude ambiguously, "but found it necessary to move north to Shield." Like Robinton, Peimer had always wondered why anyone would have left the beautiful and fertile southern continent and settled the far harsher north. But it must have happened. The discovery of the ancient mine had been evidence of that. And now, these incredible buildings. Peimer could not imagine how building materials could have lasted so long. It could only be more of those forgotten methods and lost secrets that Master Smith Fanderel had complained about so often, and which his craft hall was trying to revive. That first morning, with young Radis toddling when he could and carried when he tired, Jayge and Ara showed Peimer around what had clearly once been an extensive settlement. "We've torn down most of the creepers and shoveled out some of the blown sand," Jayge said, leading the way into a one-room building. The 2 big, rangy canines, the black one was Chink and the brindle, Geary, always preceded their masters into buildings and rooms, an exercise to which they had clearly been trained. A snap of fingers brought them back to heel or sit or stay. "We found this." Jayge pointed to a piece of enameled metal, a man's hand wide and 2 arms long, leaning against the inside wall. There's lettering on it, Pimer said, angling to one side to read it. P-A-R... I can't read the next one. D-I-S... Now the next. He hunkered down and fingered the metal. River is perfectly legible. He grinned at Ara, then tried to decipher the final word. Looks like... steak to me. We think the first word is paradise, Ara said shyly. Pimer glanced out the open door to the idyllic surroundings, peaceful, private, beautiful with blossom and fruit. I'd say that was a fair description, he said. I'm positive this was a teaching room, Ara went on in an embarrassed rush. We found these. She hefted Radis into his father's arms and beckoned Pimer to a corner where she lifted the cover of a box of the ubiquitous opaque material. She held up a short, fat record, neatly squared off like one of Lord Asganar's newly bound leaves. As Pimer turned it in his hand, its texture, despite the stains of age, was somehow soapy. The leaves fell open to clever illustrations so humorous that he smiled. He glanced at the words beneath them. Short sentences all, and the letters, while recognizable, were absurdly big and bold. Master Arnor would never have let Harper Hall apprentices waste so much space. He taught them to write in small but legible letters, so that more could be crammed onto each page of hide. Clearly a youngster's book, he agreed. But no teaching song I've ever read. I can't imagine what these were, Ara said, holding up some flat, rectangular objects, finger-length and fingernail thin. Even if they are numbered. And this. She drew out a second, slimmer lesson book. I don't know how much figuring a Harper has to do, Jayge said, but it's far beyond a trader's need. Pimer recognized the combinations as equations, far more complicated than those Wanzer had managed to drum into his head for use in figuring distances. He grinned, anticipating the expression on the smith's face when he opened that book. I know someone who might like to look at that, he said casually. Take it with you, Jayge replied. It's no good to us. Pimer shook his head regretfully. I'd be afraid to lose it in my travels. If it's lasted this long, it can wait here a while longer. Then he made a show of examining the box itself, which was made of more of that strange and durable material, without joins at its corners. Master Fanderel is going to drive himself crazy trying to duplicate this material. How far have you gone inland and along the coast? He asked Jayge. 3 days west and 2 east, Jayge shrugged. More coves and forests. Before he took sick, Scallick and I followed the river, 4 or 5 days, to where there's a deep bend in its course. We could see mountains in the distance, but the river valley was much the same as it is here. And no one else, Ara added. You're lucky I came. Pimer spread out his arms, smiling mischievously to lighten their somberness. On his second night, he brought out his reed flute and the multiple pipes he had made, copying Meneley's design to cheer his lonely evenings. Jayge and Ara were grateful to hear music, Jayge mumbling along in a raspy, light baritone, while Ara lilted in a clear, sweet soprano. He showed them both the rudiments of playing and made them pipes. Pimer made an outline of their holding, noting the positions of the restored house and each of the ruins. He knew exactly how far a man could walk the coast in a day, and marked out an appropriate border on each side of the river. An inland boundary would have to wait, but he mentioned Jayge's Bend. He witnessed the sketch and wrapped it apart from his other records to keep until he had a chance to discuss it with Master Robinson. If the Harper proved still too estranged from Bendon, then he would speak to Tegellan about Jayge and Ara. If necessary, he would stand witness for them with Torek and the were-leaders himself. He made Farley memorize the unique landmarks so that she could find her way back to the Paradise River hold. Observing that exercise, Ara and Jayge asked him about his fire lizard. They had impressed 8 between them, 2 queens, 3 bronzes, and 3 browns, but they had not trained them to any particular duties, apart from watching out for Radis's cry. So on the 4th day, Pimer helped them with the most basic training. They were amazed at how well the creatures responded. On the 5th morning, when Pimer went to the spacious beast hold to feed Stupid, he found Mir and Thella perched on Stupid's back. Mir had a message from Shara strapped to his bronze leg. They can even carry messages? Ara asked, surprised. Useful that way, though they have to know where they're going. Pimer's reply was somewhat distracted, for the message told him that Jackson was gravely ill with Firehead at the Master Harper's Cove.
How Shara knew where that was, Pimer could not guess. He himself had been hunting for that particular cove for the past 3 months. "I've got to leave. A friend needs me," he added. "Look, Farley now knows who you are and where you are. As soon as I can, I'll send you a message by her. When you've got it, just tell her to find Stupid, who isn't." He gave Jayge a friendly clout on the back, made bold to hug Ara, and tweaked Radis's chin, making the little fellow giggle. Then he started off in an easterly direction, wondering why Jayge did not come after him, demanding what he expected to find in that direction. Chapter 11. Southern Continent, present pass 15-8-28 through 15-10-15. Sanitor had never felt so ineffective, though since coming to Southern, Torek had given him a good deal of practice. The old harper fervently wished that Pimer was not somewhere tramping through the eastern wilds, that Shara, who was always clever at diverting her older brother, was not who knew where nursing Lord Jackson of Ruatha Hold. Only the previous day her bronze had arrived with a message reporting that she could not yet leave her patient. Torek had irritably demanded to know how long it took to recover from the disease. The current catastrophe added insult to Torek's list of aggravations. Tekul on Salth and Bazan on Ranulf were both missing from the southern weir. The remaining dragons, despite their frailty, were creating the most dreadful din, making everyone uneasy and certainly exacerbating the volatile southern holder. Furthermore, every fire lizard in the hold had streaked off just when Torek urgently needed one.
"How," Torek demanded, kicking at the furniture in his workroom, "can I get word to Bend and Ware when there isn't a fire lizard to send?"
"They never fly off like that for very long," Senator suggested hopefully.
"Well, they're gone now, and now is when I need to inform Bendon of this development. It may be critical. Surely you realize that."
With a savage scowl, Torek kicked the chair out of his way. He whirled on the elderly harper, pointing a thick forefinger at him.
"You must bear me witness in this. I had no means to send an urgent message, and that wretched journeyman is gone when I need him most. My hold may depend on informing Bendon. How, Senator, how?" Torek bellowed.
For one horrified second, Senator heard an echo of that shout. Only it was not precisely an echo of Torek's bellow. It was the sort of noise that lifted the hair on the back of the neck, the keening that Senator was all too familiar with. Dragons announcing the death of one of their kind.
"Who?"
Torek demanded of the walls at the top of his voice. He wheeled to Senator, then obviously remembered that the old harper was unable to run any errands, and charged from the chamber in search of an answer. Torek was halfway down the path between Hold and Ware when a bronze dragon, giving a consoling bugle, swooped in over his head to land before the Ware Hall. Torek did not recognize the rider when he stripped off helmet and flying gear and stood looking around him. The keening of the resident dragons, however, had dropped to a bearable moan, and the unfamiliar bronze changed his tone to something that sounded, even to Torek, like encouragement.
"Dragon Rider, I'm Torek of Southern. Which dragon died?"
The southerner strode across the clearing, taking the measure of the older man. Despite his fury and frustration, Torek found some reassurance in the confident manner in which the dragon rider awaited him.
"Dram, rider of Tiroth, formerly Ware leader of Ista. Falar has asked me to assume the leadership of Southern. Other young riders have volunteered to help and will arrive shortly."
"Who died?" Torek demanded again, impatience getting the better of courtesy.
"South. Ranulf is badly spent, but may recover. He and Bazan remain at Ista."
Dram spoke with such deep sorrow that Torek felt the tacit rebuke. "What happened?" he asked more politely. "We knew the bronzes were missing, but so," he added through clenched teeth, "was every fire lizard we could have sent to warn Bendon." Dram nodded acknowledgement of Torek's quandary.
Tekul and Bazan brought their bronzes to Calith's mating flight, which had been thrown open to decide the new Istan Ware leader. South burst his heart trying to fly the queen.
Dram paused, terribly distraught, then sighed heavily and continued without meeting Torek's eyes. Having nothing to lose by it, Tekul challenged Falar.
"Falar is dead?"
Torek was appalled, seeing all he had worked so hard to obtain lost through more of Tekul's stupidity. "No, the Bendon Ware leader was the stronger. He mourns Tekul's death as all dragon riders do."
Dram gave Torek such a challenging look that Torek nodded in a gesture that was close to apology. "I can't say I'm sorry Tikal is dead," Torek replied, though he was careful to speak with no heat. "Or South. They've both run mad and uncontrolled ever since Turan and Fidranth died." Torek had struggled to recall Turan's dragon's name, but he was rapidly realizing and hoping that Flar's appointment of a new were-leader heralded the changes he had so long sought, open commerce with the North, allowing his hold to expand as he had always planned. Just then, Mardra appeared, sobbing hysterically in a maudlin show of grief that disgusted Torek, who knew very well how often she had quarreled with Tikal. He excused himself, telling Dram that the were-leader had only to ask what he could do to assist him. "There will be other Dragonriders joining me here, both old-timers and those of this pass. You will see the were restored," Dram said with quiet confidence before he went to comfort Mardra. Torek walked slowly back to his hold, deep in thought about the implications of such a promise. Anything would be an improvement, just so long as it was not a hindrance. How was he to retrieve Shara? How was he to contact Pymer? He needed the quick wit and solid northern associations of that devious young man more than he had remotely appreciated. It was then that he noticed the return of the Hold's fire lizard population. But when his little queen tried to settle on his shoulder, chittering agitatedly about something, he was in no mood to heed her. The cove that Pymer had heard so much about from Meneley and Master Robinton was every bit as beautiful as they had said. A perfect, deep half-circle, with wide, sandy beaches sloping slightly upward to meet the lush forests, trees and shrubs a riot of colorful blossom and leaf. Ripe fruit was evident on a half-dozen trees, and he had seen no snakes, their absence due, no doubt, to the presence of Ruth, Jacksom's dragon. A rough building was set well back in the shade, a well-trodden path leading to it from the shore. The water, ranging from a pale green to the deeper blue of greater depths, was deceptively pellucid, and the gentlest of waves rolled over the sand. "So, Shara," he said, after the three had exchanged joyful greetings, "what is it that Mir, Thella, and Farley are trying to tell me? And where's Ruth?" "You'd better sit down, Pymer," Shara said gently. Pymer stood solidly on both feet, his expression belligerent. "I can hear it just as well standing." Shara and Jackson exchanged looks that spoke too loudly to Pymer of a well-developed understanding, and of something he was not going to like to hear. "Tikal and Bazan tried to fly the Istan Queen Caliph this morning," Jackson began. "South burst his heart. Tikal attacked Flar. Are you all right?" Pymer had sat down, very hard, his face ashen under the dark tan. "Flar's alive, unhurt," Shara cried, going to Pymer's side and slipping an arm about his shoulders. "Bazan and Ranilth will stay at Ista a while." "Daram is now southern were-leader," Jackson added. "Really?" Pymer's color returned, and mischief glittered briefly in his eyes. "Torek's going to love that. Another old-timer to deal with." "Daram's different," Jackson said encouragingly. "You'll see." "Well, that's not so bad. A change in the wind always helps." Pymer glanced at Shara to see if she had considered what the new development might mean to Torek's ambitions, but the distress on her face had not lessened. He turned back to Jackson. "And?" "Master Robinton has had a heart attack."
That arrogant, addle-pated, insufferably egotistical, altruistic know-it-all!
Pymer shouted, springing to his feet.
He thinks Pern won't manage without his meddling, without him knowing everything that happens in every hold and hall on the entire planet, north and south. He won't eat properly, he doesn't rest enough, and he won't let us help him, even though we could probably do the same job even better than he can, because we have more sense in our left toenails than he does.
He knew that Shara and Jackson were staring at him, but he could not stop.
He's wasteful of his strength. He never listens to anyone, even when we try to get him to see sense. He's got this wild idea that only he, the Master Harper of Pern, has any idea of the destiny of where, hold, and hall. Well, this serves him right. Maybe now he'll listen. Maybe now.
Tears came to Pymer's eyes, and he stared from one to the other, begging them to say that it was all some kind of hideous joke. Shara embraced him again, and Jackson awkwardly patted his shoulder. Above him, the fire lizards chirruped in far too happy a tone. Pimer had not wanted to understand Farley. He had not let himself understand her. "He's all right," Shara was saying over and over, and he could feel her tears on his cheek. "He'll be fine. Master Olddive's with him, and Lessa. Brecky's just gone. Ruth insisted on taking her. And you know that Master Robinson will have to recover if both the Master Healer and Brecky are attending him." Pimer felt Jacksom's hand on his shoulder, shaking him. "The dragons, Pimer. The dragons wouldn't let Master Robinson die." Jacksom spaced his words out so that their sense would penetrate the young Harper's shock and fear. "The dragons wouldn't let him die. He's going to live. He'll be fine. Really, Pimer, can't you hear how happy the fire lizards are?" Pimer only believed in Master Robinson's eventual recovery when the white dragon, Ruth, burst back into the clearing, his clarion bugle sending Stupid careening into the safety of the forest. Ruth was so eager to hearten Pimer that he ventured to nudge him gently with his white muzzle, a gesture of extreme affection, while the facets of his beautiful eyes whirled slowly with their reassuring green and blue. "You know that Ruth can't lie, Pimer," Jacksom said earnestly. "He says Master Robinson's resting easily, and he tells you that Brecky told him herself that he will recover. Mainly, he needs rest." Jacksom attempted a one-sided grin. "With every dragon on Pern watching him, he won't get away with any of his usual tricks." Pimer had to concede that point. Gradually, he began to relax and answer his friend's questions about his travels. He did not mention Jayge and Ara, though with Master Robinson ill, he would have to confide in someone else. Siebel was the one most likely to assume the mastery of the Harper Hall. He had long been trained to that onerous position. He would know all Master Robinson knew, and Pimer would have no hesitation about informing his craftmaster friend, once everything had settled down again. For the time being, the secret of Jayge and Ara's Paradise River hold was safe enough. In answer to Pimer's questions, Jacksom explained how he had found the cove. The young Dragonrider had first been to the cove when searching for Dram, who had stepped down from were leadership of Ista after the death of his longtime weremate, Thana, and disappeared. Later, delirious with the firehead fever he had contracted on his first visit, Jacksom had directed Ruth to bring him back to the cove. "It's a beautiful enough spot," Pimer agreed. "But you were out of your shell to come here to die." "I didn't know I was. In fact, neither Brecky nor Shara here told me just how sick I'd been until I was much better." He gave his healer an intense look that held more than simple gratitude. "And Torek just let you come?" Pimer demanded of Shara. "As a favor to the Bendon Ware leaders and Master Olddive, I think." She gave the journeyman Harper a wink, then sat up straighter and stuck her nose in the air. "I do have an exceptional record of nursing firehead victims through fever and blindness, you know." Pimer knew that, but he just did not like the idea of Shara and Jacksom together. Perhaps Torek saw it another way. An alliance with the Ruathan bloodline and a kinship with the Bendon Ware woman, Lessa, might prove invaluable to him. And there was something else niggling about in the back of Pimer's mind, especially as he noticed how many fire lizards, mainly wild ones with no hall or hold neck markings, engulfed Ruth wherever he went. And he could not ignore the brief flashes he was getting from Farley now that she was back in the White Dragon's presence. The more the young Harper twisted the matter around in his head, the more certain he became about how that stolen queen egg had gotten back to Bendon Ware hatching ground. But it was not something that he, for all his intimacy with Jacksom, could come right out and ask. By the time they had settled down to eat grilled fish and fruit on the beach that night, they had caught up on the main exchange of adventures and news. Pimer was unhappily sure of Jacksom's feelings toward Shara, and, knowing her as well as he did, he was dismally convinced that the attraction was mutual, even if neither of them knew it yet. Or maybe they did. But Pimer did not intend to make it easy for them. He would have to think of distractions. The next morning, Pimer told Jacksom that Stupid had eaten every non-poisonous blade he could find near the shelter, and that the runner flatly refused to emerge from the denser undergrowth when Ruth was around. "He's a bit puny from all the traveling we've done, Jacksom," Pimer said. "He needs feeding up." So Jacksom offered to fly him en route to the nearest meadow to collect fodder for Stupid. Pimer always enjoyed riding a dragonback. Riding Ruth, who was so much smaller than the full-sized fighting dragons, added a more immediate dimension to the experience, slightly scary, though he had every faith in the amazing white beast. If he had a dragon, he thought, he would have had a much easier time exploring. Or would he, having trod the ground and learned much that he had not appreciated of the shrubs, trees, and brilliant flowering plants? Flying straight on a dragon gave one other perceptions of vast and beautiful terrain. Ruth landed them neatly in the center of an expanse of waving grasses, dotted with wildflowers, and, rolling carefully over, stretched out wing and limb to bask in the sun. But when Jackson asked him to help harvest the grasses, he willingly set to with gusto. Jackson burst out laughing. "No, we are not feeding him up for you to eat." Affectionately, he lobbed a dirt ball at the lounging dragon. Later, as they watched Stupid munching happily away, they gazed at the giant mountain visible in the distance and discussed the possibility of trekking to the peak while Jackson waited out his convalescence. The trip would take 4 or 5 days on foot. Ruth could not carry all 3, and Jackson could not risk flying between so soon after his bout with Firehead. But that did not daunt Pimer, nor did he mind the fact that it would keep him close by Shara and Jackson for a time longer. Shara was amazed that Pimer had traveled so far with a runt of a runner beast and 1 fire lizard as his only companions. Over a midday meal, Pimer told them at some length how he utilized Farley's wings and Stupid's sturdiness to make them a team. That led into a discussion of how to interpret a fire lizard's sometimes incoherent imagery, and to theories about the wild fire lizard's adoration of Ruth. Until Jackson had fully recuperated from Firehead, the 3 of them might be forced to remain in the cove, but they were by no means out of touch. Ruth kept them current with news of the Master Harper's recovery, and Shara had another, more impatient note from her brother, which she showed to Pimer, but did not mention to Jackson. "If he really needed you, Shara, it'd be one thing," Pimer told her. "Firehead season's over. Tell him you're helping me with the mapping. Besides, if it is urgent, his new were-leader's one of the few who knows exactly where the cove is." In an absurd way, he was enjoying being a third wheel. Of course, maybe Torek doesn't want to ask that sort of a favor of Dram, and it's not long now, is it? Mindful of his own duty to Torek, he enlisted Jackson's aid in translating his travel notes into maps. Shara bleached werehide skins into usable form and concocted a good ink from local plants. They fished, they swam, they got to know the cove and the little streams feeding into it, and they explored the eastern horn of the cove until they came to a less passable, rock-strewn region. At meal-times, Pimer regaled them in his best Harper fashion with tales of hazards and unusual things he had seen. "Those big spotted felines, by the way," he told Shara, "are not local to Southern. I saw them all along my way." He tapped his elongated map. "Farley always warned me soon enough to avoid a direct encounter, and I've also seen some huge canines no cook would ever want to use as a spit-turner." As a further diversion, the 3 of them hiked westward to collect a queen fire lizard's clutch that Pimer had noticed on his way to the cove. The eggs of a queen fire lizard were much prized in the north, and both Jackson and Shara had been trying to find the clutch. So they carefully packed the eggs they found in baskets filled with hot sand and struck off, Pimer whacking away through the underbrush. But heat and unaccustomed exercise took their toll on Jackson's returning health. He was exhausted by the time they reached the cove, and Pimer was soberly repentant. He really had not meant to jeopardize the Ruathan's recovery. Magnanimously, he went so far as to admit that the trip had tired him, too, and he was going to go to bed as soon as it was dark. The maps could wait, and, clearly, so could the planned trip to the mountain. They were all awakened the next morning by Ruth's bugling announcement of the imminent arrival of Canth and Fënor from Bendon Ware, along with some dragons and riders. Immediately, Ruth's adoring circle of wild fire lizards disappeared. Only Mir, Thella, and Farley remained to greet their immense cousins. When Fënor told them why he and the other riders had come, Pimer had mixed reactions. He was delighted by the plans to build the Master Harper a convalescent home right there in the cove that he had found so beautiful and restful. But he did not like the idea of the incredible place becoming too well known. At least, not until he had had the chance to discuss Paradise River with someone. He could just imagine Torek's reaction to the wonderful surprise for the Master Harper. Shara seemed unperturbed, but then she was far more involved with Jackson than with her brother's aspirations. Up until the day of the Master Harper's arrival in the newly named Cove Hold, there was little peace there. Shara, disabusing Fëanor of the suitability of the plans he had brought, promptly drew new ones, designed for living in Southern, where it was more important to encourage breezes and mitigate the summer heat than to keep out cold or thread. Then, master craftsmen in every hall got wind of the project, and dragons arrived with men and material in such quantity that Pymer was overwhelmed. As he sought privacy in the dense forest, he knew that it might seem that he was deserting his friends. But there were more than enough hands to complete Master Robinton's new hold, and besides, so many dragons frightened stupid into a quivering wreck. No one, it turned out, expected either Siebel or Tagellin at Cove Hold, and Pymer had counted on one of them to appear. He debated sending a message by Farley to Siebel, but if Siebel had been named Master Harper, he would have more than enough problems to sort out. Also, Pymer would have to know exactly where Siebel was, or wear out poor Farley with betweening. In any case, he was reluctant to mention Jayge and Ara in writing. Siebel, in his quiet and understated way, was as astute and clear-eyed as his master, and had been in Southern often enough to have Toric's measure. And if Fëlar had replaced Dram as Southern wear-leader, maybe everything in the south had altered. Maybe that was why Toric had been ordering Shara to return. It looked as if for the time being the secret of Jayge and Ara would have to keep. Having listened to Fëanor talking rather proprietarily of that part of the south, it occurred to Pymer that the Dragonriders might have thoughts of taking hold there in the next interval, where they would not be dependent on the generosity of holds. Pymer knew how that dependence had vexed Lessa and Fëlar before the current pass had begun. Well, he was only the explorer, not the dispenser of the land. He and Jackson had made several copies of his journey map, one for himself, one for Toric, and a third to occupy the Master Harper on his long sea voyage to Cove Hold. He could no longer delay dispatching Toric's copy by Farley, and he would have to add some details. Admittedly, Toric had sent him no message to report back, nor a spare dragon rider to convey him, but he had come as far as he had at Toric's request, and until he had been officially recalled to the Harper Hall by Siebel, he was still an official member of Toric's hold. Pymer decided not to mention to Toric Shara's fondness. Who was he kidding? Shara's love for Jackson, so obviously reciprocated. He would certainly omit any details of the beautiful Paradise River, but he thought he ought to mention the existence of ancient ruins to someone and get that extraordinary record to the mastersmith. He wandered as far as the meadow where he and Jackson had cut grass and gazed long and hard at the distant mountain peak, so serenely symmetrical. And he slept surprisingly well those nights, with no repeats of the erupting volcano dream that had plagued him earlier. Farley no longer chittered excitedly at him about men and big objects in the sky. He had understood finally that she had not meant dragons. She also conveyed some vivid images of erupting volcanoes, and Pymer wondered who was dreaming whose dreams. Finally, on the 5th day, she interrupted his ruminations with an ecstatic message that the ship was very near the cove. He returned to find the new hall at Cove Hold completed, all the craftsmen and women already conveyed back to the north. Shara and Jackson were delighted to see him again, and showed him all that had been accomplished in his absence. "Shards, but this is magnificent," he said, wishing that he had not taken off like a scared wherry as he stared around at the spacious main hall where Master Robinton could entertain half a hold if he chose. He loved the Harper, and he knew that almost everyone on Pern did, for one reason or another, but to have so many skilled people express their respect and admiration in such a way brought a lump to Pymer's throat. "This is just magnificent," he repeated, and noticed the amused grins. He wandered about the hall, touching the carved chairs and the fine chests and tables. He said the same thing when Shara brought him into the corner study, with its incredible view of the sea and the eastern headland, the clever storage racks for records and musical instruments, and the impressive supply of Master Bendarek's leaves to write on. He admired the guest rooms, large enough to be comfortable, but small enough not to encourage too long a visit, and complimented Shara on the kitchen she had spent so much time organizing, with the special cupboards to store the Bendon wines that the master vintners had sent in extraordinary quantities. Yes, Pimer thought, brushing irritably at his brimming eyes, the master would find everything to his taste and convenience at Cove Hold, and live long and happily, safe there from all strife. The day that Master Robinson was expected, Pimer volunteered to oversee the roasting of the fresh wherry in the fire pit constructed in a convenient rock pile on the right-hand side of the cove's semicircle. Pimer had become obsessed by the idea that the harper might have dwindled the way Turan had, becoming aged and bowed overnight by his illness. He would hate to see his proud, vital master in such a state, but he had to see him with his own eyes. He had the best view of the westward reach of the cove while he tended the roast, and he was the first to see the 3 masts of Master Idarolan's finest ship, the Dawn Sister, with all sails set, keel showing as she raced along the clear green waters. He watched as she altered her course, sailors climbing her yardarms to furl sails, and as she smoothly slid in to dock at the fine pier that had been constructed to receive her and her special passenger. He watched as Lessa, Brecky, Master Fanderel, and Jackson assisted the harper down the bobbing gangplank, and he was relieved to see Master Robinson stride down the plank with his customary vitality. Watching Meneley follow him off the ship, Pimer felt oddly removed from all those old friends of his. He told himself that too many people could be stressful. He could wait, so he continued to baste a succulent wherry.
"Pimer!"
The familiar baritone sounded as firmly supported as ever, and that voice, ringing and clear, did much to restore him.
"Master?"
he called out in reply, startled by the familiar summons.
"Report, Pimer."
Duram, Siebel, and Natan, the young Fort Ware leader, came to the southern hold, asking to speak to Torek. Recently, there had been much coming and going of Dragonriders, bringing supplies and people, and generally working on Duram's promised restoration of the southern Ware. The newly augmented wings had begun to fly regular practice flights. The Ware Hall had been scrubbed and painted by the younger riders, and encroaching forest growth had been trimmed from individual wares. Duram had been exceedingly circumspect, but took entirely too much notice, Torek thought, of what went on in the hold. Far too much. To show united bloodkin, he had sent his fire lizards to Hamian at the mines, Kevalan in Central Hold, and Murda and her husband at Big Lagoon, telling them to return immediately. He had also sent a note to Shara, insisting on her return. Surely she could talk some dragon rider into conveying her back. Uncharacteristically, she had sent no reply, though the message had been removed from his little queen's leg. "We'd like to help you, Holder Torek," Duram said when Ramallah and Murda had offered them all claw, or the cool fruit drink that was particularly refreshing in southern. "Oh?" Torek cast his eyes quickly over each of the 3 men. Siebel, who had always been discreet and had helped him out on several occasions, was now Master Harper of Pern, and might very well hold views different from Robinson's. The harper's expression at the moment was pleasantly attentive. Natan had the same sort of energetic, inquiring look about him that Pimer had, and to Torek that could mean that the young dragon rider would be troublesome. What was a Fort Ware leader doing there, anyway? Duram cleared his throat, obviously finding it difficult to continue. "Help me in what way?" Torek asked testily. "Now that Master Harper Siebel has brought me up to date on the many abuses and incivilities you have suffered from the southern old-timers, and their rather conspicuous demands over and above the lawful tithe, I think there should be some changes." Torek merely nodded, aware that the Fort Ware leader and Siebel were watching him closely. We, in this bountiful place," Duram went on, "feel that the Ware should substantially reduce its requirements of you, especially in the matter of feeding our dragons. They actually prefer to hunt, and once we know where your livestock is pastured, we will avoid the area. We expect to have 5 wings, as well as—" Duram paused. "Those no longer able for active service." Torek accepted with a nod what Durham was implying, though he did not quite like the suggestion that Dragonriders would soon be overflying the land. Just how much did Dragonriders notice when they flew? They might not have seen much when they had searched for Ramoth's egg, but while hunting wild game? He found himself mulling over that problem as Durham continued. We have brought with us sufficient werefolk to handle all domestic duties, so those holders whom you have been good enough to attach to the were can return to their normal duties. Torek cleared his throat. He could appreciate Durham not wanting those slatternly drudges about a freshened ware. He did not want them about Southern, either, but there was an easy solution for that. Then Siebel held out a long cylinder, encased in a finely tooled leather sheath. Master Smith Fanderel wishes you to have this, he said with a slight smile. When Torek unwrapped it, he could not suppress his delight at being given a distance viewer of his own. Master Rampesi had managed to acquire a small one, but nothing so fine as this. He turned it over in his hands, putting it to his eye and reacting with a startled cry at the magnification of what he knew were minute fissures in the wall. You should be able to see the length and breadth of Southern Hold with that, Siebel said. That got Torek's complete attention. Master Fanderel doesn't waste his efforts, he said obliquely. Length and breadth of Southern Hold indeed. Yes, I also bear a message from Master Fanderel, Siebel went on smoothly. Metal is, as you know, in short supply in the north. You have been supplying the Smithcraft Hall with much-needed zinc, copper, and other ores, for which that is a token of gratitude. We've shipped what we could, Torek said carefully. It was one thing for the Dragonriders to hunt for meat in the hold. How much else were they expecting to find for themselves? I think arrangements can now be made for more regular commerce, Durham said, as compensation for what you've endured. Torek eyed him warily. A regular trade would be extremely beneficial for both North and South, Siebel continued, betraying no hint of his knowledge of Torek's already steady activities in that area. Torek eyed him warily. A regular trade would be extremely beneficial for both North and South, Siebel continued, betraying no hint of his knowledge of Torek's already steady activities in that area. And Master Smith Fanderel is certainly eager to have as much ore as you can ship to him. You, and quite likely your Smith-master brother, will have to advise him as to how much you can manage to supply. To this point, I think Natan has something to say. Please understand, Holder Torek, Natan began in a slightly rueful tone, that I was not at the time concerned with anything other than finding Ramoth's egg, but I noticed some mounds along that great inland lake that cannot be natural. I heard from someone, he said, jiggling his hand to indicate a faulty memory that Torek did not believe for an instant, that the new zinc and copper deposits you've been working might have been worked a long time ago. No, it was not compensation he was getting, Torek reflected. No matter how smoothly their ideas were presented, his full cooperation was expected. Those bloody old-timers and that wretched queen egg had done him more damage than he had supposed. But he could make certain not to lose so much as a finger-length of land he already held, or the riches above and below the soil. He also knew the place Natan must have seen. Shara had reported it to him the previous turn. He had marked the huge lake and the 3 rivers that flowed from it on his private map. He must be very careful. He must seem to cooperate while sending reliable men and women to hold what ought to be his. There's always been that rumor, he said skeptically. More than a rumor, Siebel said in that quiet, unemphasized voice of his. There are some ambiguous fragments among the Harper Hall records that indicate that the northern continent is the more recent settlement. Recent? Torek let out an incredulous guffaw. I believe you established a prosperous hold in ancient ruins on the western bank of Island River, Siebel said. I wouldn't call such old stonework recent. May I make it plain, Torek? Siebel said, leaning forward, his manner earnest and subtly ingratiating. No one contests your holding, but we would very much like to extend our knowledge about our ancestors. It becomes a matter of intense craft pride, you know. We're supposed to keep the records of Pern. He gestured again to the distance viewer Torek was fondling possessively. We can learn a lot from the past that will assist us in our future. "I wholeheartedly agree, Master Harper," Torek replied as earnestly as he could when he saw how little option he had. "Naturally, I'd be glad to convey you to that place I have in mind, Holder Torek," Natan said, with a boyish eagerness that Torek found puzzling. But he accepted the offer graciously. With so much to plan and to manage, he had been forced to let his kin do the explorations. Hurried trips to Big Lagoon or Central Hold and one sail down the island river had given him only a shallow glimpse of what he held. If he got on good terms with Natan, who knew what else he might see? Dragonriders had an unfair advantage over any holder. Quick, sure movement from place to place. What was it that rascally journeyman had quoted to him before he left? "A dragon can't go between to a place he's never seen. Likewise, a man can't hold what he hasn't beheld." He caressed the distance viewer again. He rose then, pretending a geniality he did not feel. "I've a fair map of the area we've managed over the turns to investigate afoot. It really is a relief to me to have a proper wear and good relations with my northern neighbors." The morning after his arrival, Master Robinson was up early, to the disgust of his young friends who had enjoyed the evening's festivities. Despite the restrictions imposed on him by Brekkie, Menely, and Shara, he was determined to extend their knowledge of the South in all directions. For that purpose, he convened a meeting of Jackson, Pimer, Shara, and Menely. The Harper's particular interest was in finding further evidence of the original inhabitants of the southern continent. He mentioned not only the ancient iron mine that Torek had found, but some unnatural formation that he himself had spotted with Natan. Pimer grinned, betting with himself that Torek did not know about that. Had it happened when Master Robinson had voyaged with Menely to Southern for personal talks with Torek? The Southern holder had gone to Bendon Ware shortly after, and returned very pleased with himself. Thinking of the houses at Paradise River, Pimer vowed that he would speak to the Master Harper on that point as soon as he could get him alone. Master Robinson's plans called for a dual attack, both ground and aerial. He was adamant and enthusiastic as he ordered them to begin, once Jackson had been pronounced fit by Master Oldive, who was due to arrive that afternoon. Pimer, because of his experience, would be in nominal charge, an arrangement to which Jackson had no objections. Jackson would fly Ruth ahead each day to settle a new camp and do an aerial survey, while the girls and Pimer followed on foot for more detailed examinations. The young people were quite content to fall in with his scheme, happy to do anything that would keep Master Robinson pleasantly occupied while his strength returned. Master Oldive, after examining the Harper, lectured them on how to help Robinson in his recuperation. Despite his enthusiasm, the Master Harper was still weak and vulnerable to another attack, so they promised to do all they could to protect him from himself. Jackson, however, was declared fully recovered. Despite the good intentions of his nurses, Master Robinson was full of projects, all of which he fully expected to see carried out. He was especially excited when Master Smith Fanderel and Master Wanzer arrived from the Telgar Smithcraft Hall with Wanzer's new distance viewer, the most recent product of the Starsmith's experimentation. It was a tube as long as Fanderel's arm and thick enough so that he needed 2 hands to surround it. Carefully encased in leather, it had a curious eyepiece set not on its end, where Pimer thought it ought to be, but on its side. Wanzer, in an explanation that explained very little to his rapt audience, told them that the distance viewer was designed somewhat along the same principles as the ancient instrument, found in one of the unused rooms of Bendon Ware, that made small things appear larger. That very night a viewing took place, the instrument mounted on a frame erected on a high point of the stony eastern tip of the cove. And what they learned in their first clear view of the Dawn Sisters made, in Pimer's eyes, the discovery of Paradise River insignificant. For those stars were no stars at all. They were man-made objects, and very likely they were artifacts of those mysterious southern ancestors. Perhaps they were even the actual vehicles that had brought those ancestors to Pern in the beginning. And when Pimer got his turn to gaze through the device, he felt his heart leap at the splendor he glimpsed. Chapter 12. Southern Continent, Present Pass, 15-10-19. Young Lord Jackson, with Pimer, Shara, and Menely, has found a vast settlement buried under volcanic ash and dirt, Durham announced excitedly. He had brought the news to Torek immediately, a sign of the growing mutual respect between Wereleader and Southern Holder. Torek hid his dismay as he read through the lengthy message that Durham had brought from Master Robinson. He had swallowed his chagrin the previous month when he learned that the cove had been claimed for the Master Harper. One small cove Torek could allow without regret, however beautiful the place was rumored to be. With the help of Pimer's maps and more eager Dragonrider assistance than he really wanted, he had made other advantageous discoveries. For the first time, he had been able to fly over a good deal of his own holding, and he could begin to appreciate how large the continent was. But it had also been made tacitly clear to him that he could not have it all. The latest discovery made clear that one small cove was the thin edge of a big wedge. He would have liked to digest the news without the presence of the new Master Harper, Siebel, but they had been trying to reach an understanding about which and how many new settlers Torek would permit in his hold. He was going to have to remind the Bendon Wereleaders of the promise made to him 2.5 turns before, and hold them to it. Aware that Siebel was watching his reactions, he expressed amazement at the new discovery. "I shall, of course, convey you there myself," Durham replied, looking more like an eager wereling than a seasoned leader. "I saw that mountain peak when I was in Cove Hold. I saw it, and never realized how significant it was." "When man came to Pern, he established a good hold in the south," Siebel murmured, his eyes shining almost reverently, "but found it necessary to move north to Shield." Torek snorted at such ambiguous nonsense, although he had to admit that the first part of the fragment did seem to be true. Had they held the entire south? "I'll get my flying gear, Durham." "Oh, no, not now, Torek," Durham said, grinning. "It's late in the night there now. I assure you, we shall leave here in an appropriate time to arrive when the interested persons have gathered tomorrow morning. But I've matters to organize, and so must you. I'm as eager to go as you, Holder, believe me." Durham's smile faded as he saw the concern on the Master Harper's face. "Siebel? I just don't like so much excitement for my master. He's not fully recovered." "He has Menely in constant attendance, as well as Shara," Durham assured him. "They won't let him tire himself." Siebel gave an uncharacteristic snort. "You don't know Master Robinson as I do, Durham. He'll wear himself out, puzzling through the whys and wherefores of this." "It'll do him good, Siebel," Durham replied. "Keep his mind occupied. Not that he would interfere with your mastering, but He changed word mid-thought. "An older man needs interests that involve him in life." "Don't worry, Siebel." "At least about your master's health," Torek said sardonically. "He's got both Menely and Shara, hasn't he?" Durham realized that his mention of Torek's sister had not been as circumspect as it might have been, just as he also remembered that Menely was Siebel's wife. "I'll leave you to the reading and collect you in 6 hours' time." "Isn't there a lad from Ruatha Hold in this new batch of dimwits?" Torek asked Siebel when Durham had left. He wanted to settle the latest arrivals immediately. "Yes." Siebel skimmed over the careful lists he had helped Torek make of abilities and ambitions. "Dorse. Comes with a good recommendation from Brand, steward of the Ruatha Hold. I don't remember him offhand." "I knew him from Ruatha," Siebel began, in a tone that Torek was coming to identify as discreet. "You can trust Brand's warranty. Says he does well if overseen." "Anyone does well overseen," Torek said in a derisive tone. "What I need is someone who can initiate and carry through." "There's a very competent man, Denal. Came here from Bowl on Lady Morella's recommendation. Brought many of his family with him. Crop pickers by occupation, but they've settled in here well and obey him implicitly." "Ah, Denal. Yes, I know the man you mean. Well then, give him a gaggle of these northern louts, have him take his kin with him to that new holding at Great Bay, and we'll see what he makes of it." "Send Dorse with him?" "Not yet. I've something else in mind for that lad." As the bronze Tiroth emerged from between just east of Two-Faced Mountain, the volcano dominating the plain on which the settlement had been discovered, Torek tugged at Durham's sleeve and inscribed circles with his gloved finger. He wanted a good look around. Clearly, he was not alone. 2 dragons were still airborne, and 4 more sat on the ground below, Ruth's white hide standing out among them. Groups of people were wandering aimlessly around, and Torek wondered just how many had been informed of the amazing discovery. A positive rain belt of fire lizards, soaring and diving, was exulting in a cascade of sound that Torek could hear even through his padded helmet as a swarm swooped in greeting to Tiroth. He bitterly resented the fact that the news had been spread with such a lavish hand. Southern had been his. It was enough that he had had to spend much of the past month delegating holdings to Northerners who would probably kill themselves with either enthusiasm in the heat or their ignorance of Southern dangers. He had been forced to recognize that the Southern continent was not his to dispose of. But was it really Bendon's, either? He shook his head. One man could only hold so much. Fax's depredations in the north had proven that. He had not made Fax's greatest mistake, controlling by fear. Greed, he knew, served as well for holdless men and women. But such speculations were useless at the moment, so he concentrated on the truly awe-inspiring panorama that spread below him as Tiroth circled slowly over an incredible sweep of meadow, broader and deeper than any expanse Torek had seen before. The mountain dominated the scene. Its eastern lip had blown out, and the 3 smaller volcanoes crouching on its southeastern flank had also erupted at some time. Lava had flowed down, south, toward the rolling plains. Was that what his fire lizards had been screaming about recently? Torek was rarely aware of his dreams, but lately he had recalled vivid ones, totally incomprehensible. A man should not be plagued by fire lizards in his sleep, yet there he was, circling over the very site that matched their mental images. He had no doubt that the plain at the foot of the volcanoes had once been inhabited. The morning sun threw outlines in bold relief. Such outlines could not have been the result of natural forces. The mounds, with straight lines setting them apart from one another, were formed in squares and rectangles. There was row upon row, square upon square of mounds, some large, some small. Those nearest the lava flow had collapsed, proving that not even the ancients had been impervious to the planet's restless internal forces. Rather stupid, Torek thought, to have built out in the open, totally vulnerable to threat and volcanic eruptions. Durham looked back at him with an unspoken query, and reluctantly Torek nodded. He was honed with eagerness to see what Bendon proposed to do about the discovery, and to see who else had gathered to view this wonder. Torek was not often impressed, but today he was awed. Tiroth deposited them on the plain, not far from the distinctive figure of Master-Smith Fanderel, towering above the diminutive Bendon werewoman. Torek strode toward them, nodding to Master Miner Necat, Master-Smith Fanderel, Fënor, and Natan. As he greeted Fëlar and Lessa, he glanced sharply over at the small knot of younger folk standing beyond, noticing that Meneley and Pimer acknowledged his presence. He decided the tall young man standing by Shara must be Jaxum, Ruathan Lord Holder, still a boy, much too young and insignificant for his sister. He would put a stop to that immediately, as soon as he was through dealing with Bendon's encroachment on his continent. He returned his attention to Fëlar. "Actually, Torek," Fëlar was saying, "it was young Jaxum who made this discovery, along with Meneley, Pimer, and your sister Shara." "And quite a discovery it is, too," Torek replied, seething inside. Smoothly, he steered the discussion to the question of the ruins themselves. Soon he found himself caught up in the excitement as, shovels and picks in hand, he joined the others in attacking the mounds. With its thick grass cover and dry, grayish soil, the ground was not easy to break, but Torek, working alongside Master-Smith Fanderel, soon made good headway. The southern holder was in excellent condition, but quickly found that he had to extend himself to keep up with the indefatigable and powerful craftmaster. Torek had heard about the man's energy. Now he believed it. He used the infrequent rests he permitted himself to observe the impudent young scut who had kept Shara away so long. Wareless lordling boy, he thought. A few scowls would send him scurrying. The next time he took a breather, he saw that Jaxum's runt of a white dragon and some of the fire lizards had joined in the digging. Dirt was being shifted at an amazing rate. He called his own fire lizards to him just as Ramoth, Bendon's proud queen, began to assist at the small mound that Lessa had chosen to excavate. Torek redoubled his efforts beside Fandarel. Lessa and Falar, each working at separate mounds, were the first to reap any results of their hard work, and everyone rushed to see. Torek followed the crowd, but he was confident that all the digging would prove to be wasted effort. All previous evidence suggested that the ancients would have stripped everything before they left their settlement behind. He took only one look into each dragon-dug trench. What he saw was the same rock-like substance that had been used in the mine building he had found, except that in Falar's an amber panel was set in the curve of the mound. Uninterested, he stood to one side while the others argued about what to do next. Finally, the master-smith took charge. They would unite their efforts and concentrate on Lessa's mound. Torek was disgusted that people he had admired should be so caught up by vain hopes. But he found that he, too, could not turn his back on the project, even supposing he was able to talk Duram into leaving. There was always the chance, despite all his previous disappointments, that there was something left behind, and he could not miss that. It would show him what to look for in the other mounds Shara and Hamian had discovered, the ones whose existence had not been reported to the world at large. Late in the day, a door was discovered, and amid much excitement the mound was entered. And, as luck, good or bad, Torek wondered, would have it, Torek was the one who found the strange spoon, made of a smooth, clear, and incredibly strong non-metal substance. Lessa was thrilled, and as they all enthusiastically trooped out to excavate another mound, Torek wished he had not encouraged them. Night had fallen before they quit for the day, and he could make his escape. When Lessa invited him to join them overnight at Cove Hold, he summoned up as much politeness as he could manage and declined, calling for Duram to give him a ride home. That night, Pimer composed a message for Jayge and Ara. With all the new wonders of the excavation to fully occupy the halls and wares, he was more sanguine about the couple's safety. If they had found the only remaining settlement of the ancients, he would have felt compelled to mention it, out of hall loyalty to Master Robinton. But there was plenty of time for that. He could wait until the excitement about Two-Faced Mountain died down. In his message, Pimer told Jayge briefly that a huge settlement of great antiquity had been found, and that he would try to visit them again soon. He sent Farley with a note. In the morning, she swooped to his shoulder, a brief message on the reverse side of his. "We are well, thank you." He just had time to thrust it into his pocket when Meneley appeared, wanting to know if he had seen either Jackson or Shara. Before he could frame an answer, Jackson and Ruth, accompanied by a multitude of fire lizards, burst into the air above the cove. The noise roused Master Robinton, who roared for silence. "I have found the ancients' flying machines," Jackson insisted, his eyes wide with wonder and excitement. "The fire lizards have been driving me and Ruth crazy with memories of the scene. As if they could have a memory that old. I had to see, to believe," he explained earnestly. "So Ruth and I dug down to the door into one of them. There are 3, did I mention that? Well, there are. They look like this." He grabbed a stick and, in the sand, sketched an irregular cylindrical design that had stubby wings and a straight-up section over the tail. He drew smaller rings at one end and outlined a long, oval door. "That's what Ruth and I found." At every sentence, there were choruses of approval from the fire lizards outside and inside Cove Hold, until Master Robinton once again begged for silence. By that time, both Meneley and Pimer had been bombarded with confirming images from their own fire lizards, vivid scenes of men and women coming down a ramp, interwoven with views of the cylinders gliding into land and taking off again. Everyone was thrilled at the idea of seeing the actual ships that had very likely brought their ancestors from the Dawn Sisters to Pern. Jackson's only disappointment was that Shara was not there to share in his glory. She had, he learned, been called back to Southern Hold to deal with some illness there. Fëanor arrived on Canth just after they had eaten, none too pleased to be rousted by Falar and sent out at such an early hour. But he changed his tune when he learned why Master Robinton had sent word to Bendon Ware. He was instantly ready to head right out to see the ancient ships.
When the harper insisted on going along, they all protested, but he refused to be left on his own again at Cove Hold. It would be inhumane, he said, to deprive him of witnessing such a historic moment. He promised not to dig, but he simply had to be there. So, despite their misgivings, they set off, Fëanor taking Robinton and Pymer on Canth, and Jackson taking Meneley, accompanied by an increasing storm of fire lizards that could only be silenced by Ruth. The excavation that followed yielded marvel after marvel, only beginning with the green button that, when pushed, caused the vehicle's door to open on its own. But for Pymer and Master Robinton, the most wonderful find was the maps, covering the walls of one of the rooms, showing both continents in their entirety. Thinking of his own arduous mapping expeditions, Pymer was awed by the extent and the detail. Briefly, he struggled with a dilemma of conflicting interests. He admired Torek and respected what he had achieved, but such a vast land was more than any one man had a right to hold. From now on, Pymer would take a harper's view. Torek did not expect Shara to appreciate what he was doing for her sake. He did not expect wife, sister, and both brothers to oppose him. "And what's wrong with Shara making such a good match?" Ramallah demanded, displaying an anger and force of will that astonished him. "With Ruatha? A table-sized hold in the north?" Torek dismissed it with a flick of his fingers. "Why, you could fit the place in one corner of my hold, and it'd rattle." "Ruatha is a powerful hold," Hamian said, his face expressionless, except for an angry tightening around the eyes. "Don't dismiss Jackson because he's young and rides a sport dragon. He's extremely intelligent." "Shara can do better for herself," Torek seethed. He was tired. After 2 days of digging and trying to keep up with that blasted Smith, he wanted a bath, a good meal, and a chance to go over the maps Pymer had sent him. He was determined to learn exactly where the incredible plateau was located. Flying between with Durham had given him no useful direction other than east. "Shara has done very well for herself," Murda said, raising her voice as if volume would impress their opinion on him. She did not bother to conceal her approval, and scowled fiercely at Torek. "How would you know?" Torek demanded. "You've never met him." "I have," Hamian said. "But that's not as important as the fact that Shara has chosen him. She's been too long complying with your demands and suppressing her own needs. I think she's done bloody well." "He's younger than she is." Ramallah shrugged. "A turn or two. I'm warning you, Torek. Her feelings for Jackson are genuine. She's old enough to know her own heart and married to suit herself." Any one of you, Torek exclaimed, shaking his fist at each in turn, "meddle in this, and you can leave. Leave!" With that, he dismissed them all, slumping into his chair and fuming over their reception of his decision. A man should be able to trust his own family. That was the basis of the blood relationship. Trust. Give her a few days back home, away from that gawky lordling and the glamorous atmosphere of Cove Hold, and she would see reason. Meanwhile, he would see she stayed at home. He sent a drudge in search of the Ruathan he had previously noticed. "Dors, do you know that Ruathan lordling well?" he asked when the young man arrived. Dors was surprised, and then guarded. "I gave you the warranty note from Brand, steward at Ruatha." "He said nothing to your discredit." Torek put an edge on his tone. "I repeat, did you know this young Jackson?" "We were milk brothers." "Then you'd know if he'd ever come to Southern on any errand." "Him? No." Dors was positive. "He was never let go anywhere without everyone knowing, afraid he'd lose himself or crease the hide of that precious white dragon of his." "I see." And Torek did. Milk brothers were rarely fond of each other, despite the popular myth. "You know that my sister Shara has returned." Very few in the hold would have failed to note that. "I want her to stay here, see no one, and neither receive nor send messages. Do I make myself understood?" "Perfectly, Lord Holder." That had a nice ring to it, Torek thought. Another important matter to be resolved. "Use Bridie as relief guard. He's in the same dormitory. He's got a good memory for faces and names. If the pair of you keep her safely here, I shall find a special hold for you later." "That's easily done, Lord Torek." Dors grinned. "I had a lot of practice keeping my eyes on people, if you know what I mean."
Torek dismissed him and, calling up his two queens, gave them particular instructions about Mir and Thella, Shara's fire lizards. Satisfied with his preparations, he then bathed, ate, and figured out which reliable, aspiring young holder he could spare to keep an eye on his interest at the plateau. If something useful was found in any of those abandoned buildings, he wanted full details. He had secured a magnificent hold, far richer and more extensive than even Telgar. Dorse had automatically accorded him the title that he should long before have been accorded, and it had sounded very pleasant indeed. While the Bendon were-leaders and the others were dazzled by the empty promises of that plateau, he must force the issue on the matter of rank and be confirmed by the conclave as Lord Holder of Southern. Maybe then Shara would appreciate how much he had achieved for them all and consent to his arrangements. She did need a husband and children. Why had Ramallah turned against him? Fatigue eroded his concentration. He rolled up on the floor in a spare fur he kept in his work chamber. When he returned to the plateau, he would warn off that boy, and that would be the end of it. The next day, when Tiroth and the other dragons deposited him and his holders on the mound, Torek looked first for Lessa, and found her standing with others at Nekat's mound door. Then he saw Jaxum with the harper, and changed direction. Let the harper know, he thought, and all Pern would. "Harper!" Torek came to a halt with a courteous nod to the old man, who looked surprisingly hale for one whom half Pern had had in his grave. "Holder Torek," the boy said casually over his shoulder. "Lord Jaxum," Torek replied in a drawl that made an insult of a title. Jaxum turned slowly. "Shara tells me that you do not favor an alliance with Ruatha." Torek smiled broadly. This was going to be entertaining. "No, lordling, I do not. She can do better than a table-sized hold in the north." He caught the harper's surprised look. Suddenly Lessa, a hint of steel in her eyes, appeared beside Jaxum. "What did I hear, Torek?" "Holder Torek has other plans for Shara," the boy said, more amused than aggrieved. "She can do better, it seems, than a table-sized hold like Ruatha." Torek would have given much to know who exactly had repeated his words to Shara. "I mean no offense to Ruatha," he said, catching the flicker of anger in Lessa's face, though her smile remained in place. "That would be most unwise, considering my pride in my bloodline and in the present holder of that title," the were-woman said. Torek did not like the casual tone of her voice. "Surely you might reconsider the matter, Torek," Robinson said, as affable as ever despite the warning in his eyes. "Such an alliance, so much desired by the two young people, would have considerable advantages, I think, aligning yourself with one of the most prestigious holds on Pern." "And be in favor with Bendon," Lessa added, smiling too sweetly. Torek absently rubbed the back of his neck, trying to keep his smile in place. He felt unaccountably light-headed. The next thing he knew, Lessa had put her arm through his and was escorting him to the privacy of her mound. "I thought we were here to dig up Pern's glorious past," he said, managing a good-natured laugh. His head still swam. "There's surely no time like the present," Lessa continued, "to discuss the future. Your future." Well, that was more like, Torek thought. Falar was there, beside Lessa, and the harper had followed them. The southern holder shook his head to clear it. "Yes, with so many ambitious, holdless men pouring into southern," Falar was saying, "we've been remiss in making certain you'll have the lands you want, Torek. I don't fancy blood feuds in the south. Unnecessary, too, when there's space enough for this generation and several more." Torek laughed. The man didn't realize just how much space there was in the south. He seized his opportunity. "And since there's so much space, why should I not be ambitious for my sister?" "You've more than one, and we're not talking of Jaxum and Shara just now," Lessa said with a hint of irritability. "Falar and I had intended to arrange a more formal occasion to set your holding, but there's Master Nekat wanting to formalize Minecraft affairs with you, and Lord Grogi is anxious that his two sons do not hold adjacent lands, and other questions have come up recently which require answers." "Answers?" Torek leaned against one wall of the cot and crossed his arms on his chest. One answer required is how much land any one man should hold in the south, Flar said, idly digging dirt from under his thumbnail. The light emphasis was not lost on Torek. And? Our original agreement was that I could hold all the land I had acquired by the time the old-timers had passed on. Which, in truth, they haven't, Robinson said. I shan't insist on waiting, Torek replied, nodding, since the original circumstances have altered. And since my hold is thoroughly disorganized by the indigent and hopeful lordlings and holdless men and women, as well as, I am reliably informed, by others who have eschewed our help and landed wherever their ships can be beached. All the more reason to be sure you are not deprived of one length of your just hold, Flar said. Far too agreeably, Torek thought. I know that you have sent out exploring teams. How far have they actually penetrated? With the help of Durham's Dragonriders, and Torek saw that Flar did not know of that agency, we have extended our knowledge of terrain to the foot of the western range. That was safe enough to admit. He had not said when he had extended that knowledge. That far. And, of course, Pimer reached the great desert bay to the west, the southerner went on determinedly. My dear Torek, how can you possibly hold all that? Torek knew the rights of holding as well as the were-leader did. I've small cot-holders with burgeoning families along most of the habitable shoreline and at strategic points in the interior. The men you sent me these past few turns proved most industrious. The were-leaders would have to accept the accomplished fact. I suspect they have pledged loyalty to you in return for your original generosity, Flar asked. Naturally. Lessa laughed. She was really a very sensual woman when she wanted to be, Torek realized. I thought when we met at Bendon that you were a shrewd and independent man. There's land, my dear were-woman, for any man who can hold it. I'd say then, Lessa went on, that you'll have more than enough to occupy you fully and to hold, from sea to western range to the great bay. Suddenly, Torek heard his fire lizard's warning. Shara was running away. He had to leave the plateau to get back to the hold. To the great bay in the west, yes, that is my hope. I do have maps in my hold, but if I've your leave... He had managed one stride to the door when the Bendon Queen bugled a warning. Another male voice chimed in, all but drowning his fire lizards out. Flar moved swiftly to block his way. It's already too late, Torek. And so it was. For when they all filed out to that all-too-provident meeting, Torek saw the white dragon landing, Shara and the young lordling on his back. Unsmiling and impotent, Torek watched them approach. Torek, Jackson said, you cannot contain Shara anywhere on Pern where Ruth and I cannot find her. Place and time are no barriers to Ruth. Shara and I can go anywhere, any when on Pern. One of Torek's fire lizard queens attempted to land on his shoulder. He ignored her piteous chirps and brushed her away. He hated disloyalty. Furthermore, Jackson went on, fire lizards obey Ruth, don't they, my friend? The white sport had followed his rider. Tell every fire lizard here on the plateau to go away. In an instant, the meadow was empty of the little creatures. Torek did not like the young upstart's demonstration. When the fire lizards returned, he allowed his little queen to land on his shoulder, but he never took his eyes from Jackson's. How did you know so much about Southern? I was told that you'd never been there. So that milk brother had lied. Torek half turned, looking across the meadow, wondering if Pimer had had a hand in this. That unwared lordling could not have snatched Shara back from Southern all by himself. He wouldn't have had the courage or the knowledge. Your informant erred, Jackson continued. Today is not the first time I've retrieved something from the Southern Ware which belongs to the North. He laid his arm possessively about Shara's shoulders. Torek felt his composure leave him. You! He thrust his arm out at Jackson, wanting to do many things at once, especially swat down that impudent excrescence. He was livid with the indignation of being under obligation to that lordling, that leggy, undeveloped boy. He wanted to rend Jackson limb from body, but little though the white dragon might be, he was bigger than Torek, stronger than any man, and both dam and sire were not far away. There was nothing Torek could do but swallow his humiliation. He could feel the blood suffusing his face, pumping through his extremities. Impossible as it was for him to believe, he was faced with the fact that the boy had dared to retrieve Shara, dared and done, and now faced him coolly. He had been in error to call the lad a coward. He had allowed himself to be swayed in his judgment by the jaundice of a milk brother. Young Jackson had acted like a proper lord, reclaiming the woman of his choice in spite of precautions.
You took the egg back. You and that... But the fire lizard's images were black.
I'd be stupid not to darken a white hide if I make a night pass, wouldn't I? Jackson asked scornfully.
I knew it wasn't one of Tehran's riders.
Torek was reduced to clenching and unclenching his fists as he struggled to regain his composure.
But for you to... Well, now...
He forced himself to smile, a trifle sourly as he looked from the Bendon Ware leaders to the Harper. Then he started to laugh, losing anger and frustration as he roared away the stress.
If you knew, lordling,
and this time it was a respectful title as he pointed his finger at Jackson,
the plans you ruined, the... How many people knew it was you?
He turned accusingly on the Dragonriders. Not many, the Harper answered, also glancing at the Ware leaders. I knew, Shara said, and so did Brecky. Jackson worried about that egg the whole time he was fevered. She gazed up at the boy, proudly. They made a handsome pair, Torek thought inconsequentially. Not that it matters now, Jackson said. What does matter is, do I now have your permission to marry Shara and make her Lady of Ruatha Hold? I don't see how I can stop you, Torek had to admit, sweeping his arm up in irritation. Indeed you couldn't, for Jackson's boast about Ruth's abilities is valid, Falar said. One must never underestimate a Dragonrider, Torek. Then he grinned, softening the implicit warning. Especially a northern Dragonrider. I shall bear that firmly in mind, Torek replied, letting chagrin color his voice. Indeed, he had become far too complacent about the distinction, especially in our present discussion. Before these impetuous youngsters interrupted us, we were discussing the extent of my hold, were we not? He turned his back on his sister and her lordling, and gestured to the others to return to their temporary hall. Chapter 13. Southern Continent, Near-at Hold, Present Pass, 15-10-23. 2 days after Jackson had triumphantly returned to Cove Hold with Shara, and Torek had concluded his holding agreement with the Bendon Ware leaders, contingent on confirmation by the Lord Holder Conclave, Pimer managed to find an opportunity to tell Master Robinson about Jayge and Ara.
Another ancient settlement, restored and lived in?
Astonished, Master Robinson leaned back in his great chair. Zare, asleep on his desk in the sun, woke up, blinking.
Bring me the relevant map.
He tossed Pimer the key that unlocked the drawer in which his secret documents were kept. Master Scrivener Arnor had had his most discreet and accurate journeyman make 3 copies of all the maps found on the walls of the flying ship, after which access to the ship had been restricted to Master Fanderel's most trusted mastersmiths. How kind of you, Pimer, to save something to amuse me, just when it was beginning to be humdrum again, Robinson went on. After Pimer had shown him the location of Paradise River, the Harper pored over the map a long time, murmuring to himself and occasionally grimacing. Well accustomed to his master's ways, Pimer filled Robinson's goblet with wine and put it by his right hand. Pimer had been officially reassigned by the new Master Harper Siebel as journeyman to Cove Hold. He did not bother asking the new Master Harper if Torek had refused to have him back, or if Master Robinson had specifically requested him. What mattered to Pimer was that he was back with Master Robinson, where, despite the old man's wistful complaints, things were never dull. Especially since, having been given a clean bill of health by Master Oldive, the Harper had great plans for further exploration. "A vast and marvelous land, Pimer," Robinson said, taking a sip of his wine. "And when one thinks of the plight of the holdless in Iginlow Caverns, those terrible rock cells in Tillich and High Reaches..." He sighed. "I think..." He broke off with a dismissive wave of his hand. "I let them talk me into retiring too soon, is what I think." Pimer laughed. "You're no more retired than I am, Master Robinson, merely looking for a different kind of mischief to get into. Let Siebel cope with the Lord Holders, craft masters, and ware leaders. I rather thought you liked delving into the mounds." The Harper's gesture was testy.
"If they'd find anything. Fanderel and Wanzer have the best part of what has been discovered so far, and are happy as gorged werelings with those totally undecipherable star maps. The few empty bottles, albeit made of a very curious substance, and broken mechanical parts simply do not stimulate my imagination.
I want to know so much more than what the ancients threw away or left behind as too bulky to dismantle. I want to know their style of living, what they used, ate, wore, why they moved north, where they came from originally, how they got here, apart from using the Dawn Sisters as vehicles. That really must have been a staggering voyage. I want to reconstruct landing and just how much was left there at, what did you call it? Paradise River? You'd best judge yourself, Pimer said, at last getting his suggestion in edgewise. The journeyman was certain that once the Harper had met the resourceful and thoroughly likable Jayge and Ara, he would sponsor them, certainly against any claims Torek might make against them. They've a stoutly built and pleasant house. They've tamed wild stock and made do with what they could find and put to use. As you can see, they're far away from Southern's boundary. Journeyman and master shared a smile, and then Pimer ventured a question. What, may your humble journeyman ask, is going to determine who holds what and where from now on? Master Robinson eyed his journeyman closely. A very good question, humble journeyman Pimer. He winked. But not my problem. I'll believe that when watchwares fly. Seriously, I've been provided with this magnificent residence. The Harper's eyes sparkled. Sufficiently far away from stress and strain to preserve me. I cannot offend the many who built it for my use by leaving it, even if I could talk a Dragonrider into taking me north now and then. He frowned. Lessa took too narrow an interpretation of Old Dive's advice. He sighed and, glancing out his window at the turquoise sea, smiled with resignation. And I am nominally in charge of excavations above. Then he said, more briskly, Of course, if were-leaders or lord-holders care to ask my opinion. He sighed and, glancing out his window at the turquoise sea, smiled with resignation. And I am nominally in charge of excavations above. Then he said, more briskly, Of course, if were-leaders or lord-holders care to ask my opinion, he ignored Pimer's derisive snort, I would remind them of the long-standing tradition of autonomy. Haul, hold, and wear their own masters, except when the safety of our world is at stake. There's been a lot of traditions lying about in shards these days, Pimer remarked dryly. To be sure, but some will long past their usefulness. Who decides that? Necessity. Does necessity decide who gets to hold what, where? Pimer asked acerbically. Privately, he felt that Torek had been granted far too much by the Benden were-leaders, even if, at that time, Lessa had also been bargaining for Jacksum's happiness with Shara. He had the feeling that Master Robinson agreed with him on that score. Ah, we're back to your young friends again, are we? That's where we started. And no more diversions, Master Robinson. I'm asking you for your opinion on this matter. And with you in charge of excavations and other ancient puzzles, I feel you should meet Jayge and Ara and see what they've found. Quite right. The Harper drained his wine, rolled up the map, and stood. As well, Lessa assigned old Paratan to Cove Hold. He's discreet and willing enough if I don't ask him to do too much, he said, as he reached for his riding gear. Why do you call it Paradise River? You'll see, Pimer replied. Jayge was hauling in his net when he saw the dragon in the sky. It came gliding in from the east. He watched it in awe for all of a minute as astonishment and then anxiety made him relax his grip on the full, heavy net. As it slid from his grasp, he recovered enough sense to snap a buoy on the last strand so he could retrieve the valuable net later. In another moment, he had hoisted the skiff's sail, seen the fresh offshore breeze fill it, and wondered if he could possibly beat the dragon to the shore. Maybe, just maybe, Aramina was still asleep. He knew she only heard dragons when she was awake, and he had left both his wife and the boy fast asleep when he had crept out to catch the dawn run of fish. If he could just warn her. While she heard fire lizards, they both did, and had laughed about their recent astonishing images, she generally found their meaningless chitter more amusing than disturbing. The green dragon, an old beast to judge by her whitened muzzle and the puckering wing scars, carried 3 people. She appeared to be taking her time about landing, circling slowly down. It even seemed as if she had timed her landing with Jayge's arrival at the strand. Just as Jayge hauled up the rudder board, one of the passengers dismounted and came running down to the beach, unlatching his helmet. Pimer! Jayge, I brought the Master Harper. Paratan kindly conveyed us on Poranth. Pimer spoke quickly, smiling to reassure Jayge about the unexpected visitors. It's all right. It's going to be all right for you and Ara, he added, lending a hand to help Jayge pull the little skiff above the high tide mark on the sand. Movement on the veranda of the house attracted Jayge's attention, and he caught just a glimpse of Ara collapsing in a faint. "Ara!" he cried, and without even a nod in the direction of the two older men, he pelted up to the house and Ara's unconscious body. Hearing a dragon after all those years must have given her a terrible fright. He had laid her on her bed, and Pimer was offering her a cup of Jayge's brew by the time the Harper and the Dragonrider had joined them in the house. Radis, bawling with fright at the sight of the strange faces, turned rigid in Pimer's arms when the journeyman attempted to comfort him. Then he abruptly stopped his squalling. Pimer caught the direction of his look and saw Master Robinson making such absurd grimaces that the baby was too fascinated to howl, his tear-filled eyes fixed on the Harper. When Ara regained consciousness, she stared white-faced at the visitors. Jayge felt her relax only a fraction, and somehow the pressure of her fingers on his arm suggested to him that she knew neither of them. "Ara," he told her in urgent reassurance, "Paratan's Poranth has brought Pimer and Master Robinson. They mean us to have what we've got here. It'll be our hold, our own hold." Ara kept staring at the men, who were attempting by their manner and smiles to reassure her. "I can appreciate the shock, dear lady, to be confronted with visitors so unexpectedly," Master Robinson said. "But today was really the first opportunity I've had to come." "Ara, it's all right," Jayge reassured her, stroking her hair and patting her fingers where they clutched frantically at his vest. "Jayge," she said in a low, constricted voice. "I didn't hear her." "You didn't?" Jayge thought to keep his voice low. "You didn't?" he repeated with more confidence. "Then why did you faint?" "Because I didn't." In that pained reply, Aramina managed to convey her conflicting emotions to Jayge. He pulled her into his arms, rocking her gently and murmuring over and over that it was all right. It did not matter if she did not hear dragons anymore. She had no need to, and she must not be afraid. No one would censure her. She must relax and compose herself. Such a shock was not good for the baby. "Here, this'll help," Pimer said, again offering the cup of fermented drink. "Believe me, Aramina, I know how it can be when you don't see anyone else for turns and suddenly you've got callers." At the use of his wife's full name, Jayge looked up in wary surprise. "I recognized you from a sketch that was circulated after your disappearance," the Master Harper explained kindly. He was jouncing Radis on his knee, and the toddler was gurgling with delight. "My dear child," he went on when Aramina had recovered sufficiently, "it will be the best of all possible news that you are alive and so well here in this fine southern hold. We all thought you dead at the marauders' hands." There was a hint of rebuke in the glance he gave Jayge, but none in his voice for Aramina. "I've had more surprises these past few weeks than ever in my lifetime. It's going to take me turns to absorb it all." "Master Robinson is very interested in ancient ruins, Jayge," Ara, Pimer said, "and I think yours have more to offer than the empty ones up on the plateau." Still amusing the baby, Master Robinson went on eagerly. "Pimer mentioned that you have found and are using articles of obvious antiquity besides this most unusual dwelling. I saw the nets, boxes, and kegs, and I am amazed. The plateau settlement will take us turns to dig out, and so far we found no more than a spoon, while you—" He gestured with his free hand to the various items he could see in the main room, and included the dwelling itself. "We haven't been able to do much," Ara said modestly, her courage restored. "Once we had the house finished—" She broke off apologetically and looked anxiously at Jayge. He was sitting beside her, one arm lightly around her shoulders, the other hand clasping hers. "You've done marvels, my dear," Robinson corrected her firmly. "A skiff? Fishing? We saw the animal pens in your garden, the undergrowth you've cleared." "Haven't you been troubled by threadfall?" Paratan asked anxiously, speaking for the first time. "We stay out of it," Jayge replied with a wry grin, then smiled apologetically at the startled Dragonrider. "I'm of trader blood and survived the first Telgar fall, so I'm used to being holdless."
We never know just how our lives take shape, do we? Master Robinson remarked, smiling with great good humor. Jayge offered their guests claw and slices of fresh fruit and bread Aramina had baked the previous day. She apologized for the texture, saying that she had not quite worked out the right grinding stones. Then she insisted on joining the Harper and the Green Rider on a tour of the other buildings on the riverbanks. Radis was persuaded to leave Master Robinson and go with his father and Pimer to salvage the nets and any fish they still contained. Impressive. Truly impressive, Robinson kept saying as they moved from one place to the next, touching a wall, checking a door's closure, scuffing his boots on the floor. Paratan said little, but his eyes were round, and he kept shaking his head in wonder, regarding Aramina with some awe. Quite an extensive place. There must have been at least 100 people living here, working the fields, fishing, and... He waved his hand distractedly, doing whatever else they did to create such durable materials. When they reached the shed that was being used as a beast hold, he leaned against the rail, another remnant of the ancients' manufacture. "And you say you tamed all these animals yourselves?" He smiled at her as a little queen swooped gracefully to land on her shoulder. "Do you hear what they say?" He spoke kindly, but Aramina flushed and ducked her head in momentary embarrassment. "They talk a lot of nonsense," she said, so disparagingly that the Harper sensed that recent fire lizard conversations might have distressed her. "They are very good, minding Radis when we both have to be out of the hold, and Pimer showed us that they can be far more useful than we thought." She slid open a high, wide door in the biggest of the buildings. "This is where we found most of the useful stuff," she told them, just as Jayge and Pimer rejoined them. With a brief apology, Pratan wandered back to his green, who was basking on the sand. "What we need," the Harper said, planting his fists on his belt, "is an accurate rendering of the settlement." He looked around the dim storehouse, at the pile of nets and the tumble of crates and barrels. "Where each building is, the state of it, a list, if you wouldn't mind, of the items you've made use of, what's left. I think I must send for Pershar. He finds it tedious to draw straight rows of empty buildings." "Pershar?" Jayge exclaimed. "You've met him?" Robinson was surprised. "I was one of those who assaulted Thella's mountain base," Jayge replied with a bark of laughter. "I know him. I didn't know that you did." "Of course I did. I prevailed on him to use his talents for the Harper Hall, and so I'd been informed of many of the thefts and the ingenious ways in which they were carried out long before Asganar and Lared realized what was happening. Would you mind Pershar coming here for a few days on my behalf?" Jayge hesitated, caught Ara's nod, and agreed. "A very clever man, and brave. Likes a bit of challenge now and then, but he's as discreet as they come." The Harper smiled reassuringly at Ara. "I think some company would do you both the world of good. You can be on your own too long." Pimer noticed the sly glance directed at him and snorted. "My Zare," Master Robinson said, indicating the bronze fire lizard that had landed on his shoulder only moments before, "could also take a message to your parents at Ruatha Hold if you'd like, Aramina. In fact, he's quite capable of carrying several, you know," he added, looking inquiringly at Jayge. "Master Robinson," Jayge began in a rush, and then hesitated, looking helplessly at Aramina. She put her arm around his waist. "Yes?" "What are we?" And when the Harper regarded him in surprise, he elaborated. "Trespassers, or what?" He gestured to the other buildings and the rich fields beyond. "Pimer says this isn't anybody's hold?" His voice lifted questioningly, and his eyes held an eloquent appeal. Just as Pimer had hoped, the Master Harper had taken a liking to the couple. He beamed at them. "In my opinion," he said, shooting his journeyman a stern look, "you have undeniably established a secure and productive hold here. In my opinion, Holder Jayge, Lady Aramina, you may now do as you see fit. You have 2 Harper witnesses here to properly attest to your claim. We'll even wake Pratan up," he offered, gesturing to the beach where the old green and his rider were dozing in the sun, "and ride a sweep of what should be included in this Paradise River hold." "Paradise River Hold?" Jayge asked. "That's what I've been calling it," Pimer explained, a bit sheepishly. "It's a perfect name, Jayge," Ara put in. "Or should it be called Lilcamp Hold?" she added non-committally. I think, Jayge said, taking her hands in his and looking deeply into her eyes, that naming it Lilcamp Hold just because we got shipwrecked here would be presumptuous. I think out of gratitude we ought to use the name the ancients had for it. Oh, Jayge, I do too. She threw her arms about his neck and kissed him. Is becoming a holder as simple as this, Master Robinson? Jayge asked, his face a bit red under his tan. In the south it will be, the harper announced firmly. I shall, of course, submit this matter to the Bendon Ware leaders, who should be consulted, but you have demonstrated your ability to hold on your own, and according to traditional methods, he gave Pimer a stern glance as the journeyman guffawed, that has always been the rule. Then if you don't mind, sir, if a message could be sent, could it be more than just that we're alive? Jayge's face was eager, all trace of patient resignation erased. There's so much more that could be done with more hands, if that's allowed. It's your hold, the harper said, and Pimer thought his tone defiant. The journeyman wondered just what the new Lord Toric's reaction would be. Jayge was looking across the river with a proprietary smile, re-examining buildings and the lush forestry crowding against them. Aramina whispered to him, and he looked down at her, giving her shoulders a squeeze. I'd like to send for some of my bloodkin, Jayge said. Always a good idea to have them share your good fortune, the harper said approvingly. Although the harper would have been happy to sift through the contents of the storehouse, Pimer, with some assistance from Jayge and Ara, urged him to come back to the cool house and compose the messages. Zaire was dispatched to Ruatha Hold with reassurances to Barla and Dowell, while Farley went to the harper at Igenhold, who would locate the Lilcamp Amhold train and deliver Jayge's missive. I've asked my Aunt Temma and Nazer if they'd be willing to join us, Jayge said tentatively as he finished writing. Only, how will they get here? I'm still not sure where we are. Paradise River Hold, Pimer replied irrepressibly. The southern continent is much more extensive than we originally believed, Robinson said, after a reproving glance at his journeyman. Master Idarolin is still sailing eastward and updating me by means of his second mate's fire lizard. I believe that Master Rampisi is continuing westward past the Great Bay. In the meantime, I think we might prevail on Puratan to convey your kin here, if they're willing to come, and wouldn't overload Poranth. Would Temma and Nazer object to flying between on a dragon? His eyes twinkled. Nothing phases Temma or Nazer, Jayge replied with conviction. After a refreshing lunch, Pimer suggested firmly that perhaps the time had come for Aramina to give the harper a full account of the past 2 years, while he and Jayge figured out boundaries for Paradise River Hold. A fine thing when a harper has to teach a trader to bargain, Pimer said, mildly scoffing, though he found Jayge's reluctance a refreshing change from Toric's rampant greed. Jayge had to be reminded of Radis's and any future children's needs, as well as the requirements of Temma and Nazer if they joined him. You told me how far you and Skalak had walked, west, east, and south. Well, we'll just make those your boundaries. I'm good at figuring out how far one can travel in a day over what kind of terrain. This'll be a good spread, and still won't take that much of a bite out of the continent. When the heat of the day had passed, Puratan was quite willing to take harper and holder on an aerial sweep. Bright red stakes of the ancients' durable manufacture were taken from the storehouse and pounded into the ground. Trees were distinctively cut, and distances confirmed. Pimer marked 2 maps, properly witnessed them with Master Robinson and Puratan, and left one with Jayge. The Master Harper assured the young couple that he would personally speak to the Ware leaders and the conclave on their behalf at an imminent meeting. Please, come back whenever you can, Master Robinson, Rider Puratan, Aramina told them as they escorted them to Green Poranth. Next time it won't be such a shock not to hear the dragon coming. Master Robinson took her hands in his, smiling kindly down at her. Do you regret that you no longer hear dragons? No. Aramina shook her head violently. Her smile was more wistful than sad. It's better this way. Listening to the fire lizards is quite enough, thank you. Have you any idea why I should stop hearing them? She asked shyly. No, the harper replied honestly. It's an unusual enough ability. Only Brekke and Lessa can hear other riders' dragons, and then only with conscious effort. It could have something to do with moving from girlhood to womanhood. I'll ask Lessa. She will not chide you, my dear, he added, when Aramina's hands clenched nervously in his. I'll see to that. When the dragon took off and suddenly disappeared, the baby in Jayge's arms was startled into crying, looking wide-eyed at his mother for reassurance. "They'll be back, lovey. Now it's time for you to be in bed." "Are you truly glad you don't hear dragons anymore, Ara?" Jayge asked much later, after they had lain in bed for long hours discussing their plans for Paradise River Hold. He raised himself on his elbow to see her face in the moonlight flooding in through the window. "When I was a little girl, I loved to hear them talking. They didn't know I was listening." Her mouth curved in a little smile. "I could pretend to have conversations with them. It was exciting to know where they were going or where they'd been, and desperately saddening when I knew who had been injured. But I used to pretend, and this used to be terribly important to me, that they knew who Aramina was." The smile disappeared. "Mother was always very strict with us. Even when my father was working at Karoon Beast Hold, she wouldn't let me play with many of the Cothold children, and we weren't allowed in the main hold. When we were forced to live in Low Caverns, Mother got even stricter. We weren't allowed to play with anyone. So the dragons became even more important to me. They were freedom. They were safety. They were so marvelous. And when the hunters started taking me with them, my hearing dragons was my way of getting a larger share of what was available in Low Caverns." She was suddenly silent, and Jayge knew she was remembering the trouble that her ability to hear dragons had caused. Gently, to remind her he was there, he began to stroke her hair. "It was a wonderful gift for a child to have," she murmured. "But I grew up, and the gift became dangerous. Then you found me." She began to fondle him, as she often did when she wished them to make love. He held her closely for a long moment, trembling with the gift that Aramina gave to him. Pershar was more than willing to go to Paradise River. "Anything to get me away from Master Arnar's precise journeyman. I detest having to measure everything before I draw it. My eye is quite keen, you know. It will be nice to have something other than squares and rectangles to draw. Did the ancients have no imaginations at all?" "Rather a lot," Robinson replied. "They got here, you know." He pointed downward, meaning Pern. "Oh, yes, rather." Pershar was hauling watercolored scenes of things other than straight lines out of his carry sack. "Where's this?" Pimer asked, nicking one out of the pile and holding it up. "That hill?" Pershar craned his neck. "Oh, that's down by the grid that Fandarel's young men are trying to pry out of the ground." Master Robinson turned the drawing so that he could see it. "I don't think that's a real hill," he mused. "Of course it is. Trees, bushes, quite irregular. Nothing like the others. Too tall for their one-level buildings and sort of—" He paused, his eye arrested suddenly by what the Harpers had seen. "You know, it just could be." He made gestures indicating several levels with his hands. "Well, don't dig it all up until I get back, will you?" After Pershar was handed over to Pratan to be conveyed to Paradise River, Master Robinson propped the sketch up on his desk and stared at it. Pimer picked up a charcoal and, thriftily using a corner of a scrap leaf, did some alterations. More than one level, huh?" Robinson murmured. "It's sort of halfway down the grid strip the flying ships used," Pimer said. "We could go have a look," the Master Harper suggested. "I'd like to find something myself. Wouldn't you?" "Not if I have to dig it out by myself," Pimer replied. "Would I ask you to do something I wouldn't do?" Master Robinson demanded, wide-eyed with an innocence that appeared remarkably genuine. "Frequently. Fortunately, there are enough willing hands up at the plateau, so I'll see that I have help." Pratan returned from Paradise River later that afternoon, apologizing for taking so long on a simple errand. "Rather a lot going on down at your paradise now," he told the Harpers as they left Cove Hold for the beach to rouse Poranth. The old green tended to doze off whenever she was not moving. "He's got Tema, Nazer, and their youngster, and the young holder traded some of those things he's got stored for Master Garm to sail some holdless craftsmen down. There's talk now of setting up a sea hold. Told him to get in touch with craft holds. They've usually got a few journeymen that'd like to change around for the experience. Place is bustling now. Nice to see." Fortunately, Poranth was of the opinion that it did not matter where she did her dozing, and conveyed them to the plateau. As she circled lazily for a landing, Pimer noted that the work was progressing systematically. Minor Craftmaster Esselin was in charge of the excavations, using the larger building Falar had discovered as storage for the artifacts so far uncovered, and Lessa's building as an on-site office. Several more in her section had been dug out and were being used as living quarters for the diggers and rodmen. At least one building in each immediately adjacent section had been cleared enough to permit inspection. Master Robinson and Pimer found Master Esselin in his office and begged the loan of several workers. Bridie, Torik's ubiquitous representative, hurried in to hear what was going on.
"The hill, you say?" Master Esselin said, consulting his map. "Which hill? What hill? There's no hill down on my list for excavating. I really can't divert men from my schedule to dig out a hill."
"Which hill?" Bridie asked. He and Master Esselin had an uneasy truce. Bridie, blessed with an unusually sharp and copious memory, could remember such details as how many teams to excavate which shaped mound, how much water and how many meals they needed, and exactly where what had been found in which building. He knew which craft hall and hold had sent men and supplies, and how many hours they had worked. He was useful, and he was a nuisance. Silently, Master Robinson unrolled Pershar's sketch and presented it to them.
"That hill?"
Master Esselin was clearly not impressed by its potential.
"It's not even on the list."
But he looked inquiringly at Bridie.
"A few sample rod holes, including the walk to and from the site," Bridie said in the flat voice of the slightly deaf. "It would take about an hour."
He shrugged, waiting for Esselin's decision.
"It's a hunch,"
Master Robinson said. He spoke with so much winning confidence that Bridie gave him a sharp glance.
2 rodmen for an hour,
Master Esselin conceded, and, according Master Robinson a respectful bow, left his office to give the necessary orders.
"I should think, Master Robinson, that those flying ships would have a priority,"
Bridie said, as he followed the 2 harpers, the rodmen resignedly plodding after them.
"Well, they are clearly Master Fanderel's responsibility," Master Robinson said,
dismissing Bridie's implicit and repeated argument.
"He is so ingenious. These rods he designed especially for excavation work, for example, make it possible to tell, with a few strokes of the hammer, the depths of earth above a mound. I understand that he's trying to develop a more efficient way of digging, a revolving, scooping apparatus."
Pimer admired the way the harper handled Bridie. The man's persistence annoyed the journeyman. A person could not go anywhere on the plateau without him popping up and asking questions.
"I really don't see why you would want to bother with this,"
Bridie said as they came down the slope to the site in question. He was a man who sweated hard and wore a band on his forehead to keep the moisture from spilling over his brows into his eyes. He was perspiring freely and uncomfortably. Pimer wondered why he did not get himself one of the grass hats that some enterprising craftsman had been weaving as head protection.
"An hour," Master Esselin said,
Bridie reminded them, as if he had a timekeeper in his head.
"I'm sure we're keeping you from other duties, Bridie."
"Look there, Pimer!" The harper pointed to the south, where Smithcraft Hall journeymen were trying to dig up a section of the massive grid that the ancients had laid. Something glinted brightly in the sun.
"They do seem to have raised something,"
Pimer remarked, quick to catch the harper's intention. Bridie, his attention caught by the sight of men wrestling with crowbars and shouting, trotted off to investigate. Free of Bridie's unwelcome presence at last, the harpers neared their destination and scrutinized it carefully.
"I think Pershar's right about levels,"
Robinson said, taking off his hat and mopping his brow. They walked all around it, then stood off a ways and inspected it, the rodmen waiting patiently.
"I'd say 3 levels, Pimer remarked judiciously. "A central tower on a wider base. The lip of the south wall has fallen in, which makes that side look like a natural slope."
"How convenient," Master Robinson said, grinning mischievously at his journeyman.
"Then let us try the other end, which hasn't collapsed and is out of Bridie's sight."
He gestured to the rodmen.
"The ancients were rather big on windows. We'd best try here, where a corner might be."
Pimer held the point of the rod at shoulder height while the hammerman tapped. The rod went in 2 handspans before they all heard the thunk as it met resistance.
"Could be a rock,"
the hammerman said with the shrug of experience.
"Try it a little higher."
Soon they had made a series of vertical thrusts, each meeting resistance within a finger joint of the others.
"If you ask me, you've got a wall in there," the hammerer said. "Want to try for a window? Or do you want us to get some diggers down here? We're rodmen, you know."
"I certainly appreciate that," Master Robinson assured him. "Now, In your experience, where would a window be situated? That is, if indeed we've struck a wall.
Oh, you have, Master. And I'd say, if this is your ordinary sort of place, there'd be a window here.
The man measured off 10 handspans and, resting his fist on the place, turned for the Harper's approval.
That is, of course, if this is your ordinary sort of place.
Clearly, you don't think it's ordinary, Master Robinson ventured.
Not being so far away from all the rest of 'em, I'd say it isn't.
Ours near up, the rodman, who had not spoken before, said. Continual work on the plateau had burned his skin a deep brown. Humor an old man, and drive the rod in, Robinson said, gesturing with uncharacteristic impatience. The rod was set, and the fourth blow sunk it to its head.
Got a hollow in there, the hammerman said, as the rodman struggled to pry the probe out. Not a window. You crash in, windows can hear it. Sorry about that.
Time's up, the other said, and, settling the rod to his shoulder, began to hike back up to the main settlement.
Want I should ask Master Esselin to send you some diggers?
The hammerer asked helpfully, wiping the inside of his grass hat with a colorful kerchief.
We've hit a hollow, haven't we?
The Master Harper said dispiritedly.
Well, it was just a hunch.
He sighed heavily, leaning back against a tree and fanning himself with his hat.
Lots of people got hunches in this place, the man replied. Breeds 'em, you might say. Good day to you, Master Harper, journeyman.
He resettled his own hat and followed in the other's footsteps. I want to widen that hole, Pimer, Master Robinson said when he was sure the men were out of earshot. See what you can find. They took the hammer with them. There's plenty of branches and rocks, the Harper said, beginning to search. Pimer found a sturdy stick and began to pound around the rod hole. The Harper kept ducking around the side of the hill to be sure that the men were still trudging back to Master Esselin's and that Bridie was occupied with the smith's men. Then, becoming impatient, Pimer held the branch firmly and made a run at the wall. The branch knocked a substantial hole in the dirt and took Pimer off his feet. He brushed himself off and peered inside.
It's hollow all right, Master, and dark.
Good. Zare, come over here and be useful. Pimer, call Farley to help. They're better diggers than anyone Esselin has. Yes, but that'll leave a hole for Bridie to see. Let's worry about that when the time comes. My hunch is stronger than ever. This place breeds 'em, you know, Pimer muttered, but Zare and Farley busily began to dig. Easy, easy, he cried, as clods of grass and dirt flew out in all directions.
Can you see anything yet, Pimer? Master Robinson asked from his post. Give us time.
Pimer could feel the sweat running down his back under the loose shirt he wore. I should get a sweatband like Bridie's, he thought, if the Harper plans more of this sort of activity. When the opening was large enough for entry, Pimer peered through.
Not enough light to see much, but this is definitely man-made. Shall I send Farley for a candle?
Do, please. The Harper's voice was full of pained entreaty. How big is the hole?
Not big enough.
Pimer paused long enough to retrieve his thick branch before he renewed his efforts alongside Zare, battering the soil into the hollow in preference to removing it. By the time Farley had returned with a candle in each claw, Pimer had an opening large enough to crawl through. The two fire lizards, upside down on claw holes at the top of the hole, peered in. Their inquiring chirps echoed. Then Zare pushed off, and Farley followed him, their chittering reassuring Pimer as he struggled to strike a sulfur stick ablaze and light a candle. Anything? Anything? The Master Harper fairly jiggled with impatience, anxious to succeed without Bridie's interference. Give me a chance! As the journeyman extended the candle inside, the flame bent and nearly went out before it straightened and illuminated the interior. I'm going in.
I'm coming too. You'll never make it. Well,
don't bring in half the hill with you. Pimer grabbed Master Robinson's arm to steady him. They both heard the crunch of something under their feet. Adjusting their candle's light, they saw the shimmer of glass shards littering the floor. The Harper towed a clear space and hunkered down to touch the floor. This is some kind of cement, I think. Not as smooth a job as in others. As he rose, both candles flickered. Air's fresher in here than it usually is in long enclosed places, he remarked. That collapsed side may account for that. We should have looked on the side of the hill for fissures, Pimer remarked.
And let Bridie come bouncing up with something to tell Torek?
The harper snorted and began to look around now that his eyes were accustomed to the dim light. Holding his candle high, Pimer took a few steps to his left, then uttered a suppressed yipe of discovery. "Your hunch pays off, Master," he said, striding to the wall. Candlelight illuminated a group of dusty rectangles pinned there. Maps? With a reverent touch, Pimer brushed aside the accumulation of grit and ash to reveal a transparent coating that had protected its treasure for unknown turns. Maps! "What did they use?" Master Robinson whispered, softly brushing dust from another. "By the first egg!" He turned with incredulous disbelief to his journeyman. "Not just outlines this time, but names. Landing. They call the plateau Landing. How original. Monaco Bay, Cardiff. The biggest volcano is Garbin. It's all here, Pimer. Even Paradise River." Pimer had been following the coastline with his index finger, making a zigzagging trail in the dust as he moved it eastward. "Sadrid, Malay River, Boca, and would you look at this? They hadn't got as far as Southern." Zare and Farley, flitting back from their own explorations, recalled them from their wonder. "Quickly, Pimer, see if you can pry the nails up. We mustn't let Brighty find these." Robinson had his belt knife out and was working on one of the larger maps. The nails popped easily out. "Roll them up. We'll give them to Zare and Farley to convey for us. Quickly, take a strip off your shirt tail to tie them. It would be premature indeed for Torek to discover what a relatively small portion of Southern he has actually acquired. Then, we've got to see if there's anything else important on this site. Brighty was way off up at the other end, wasn't he? Yes, but he'll have seen the Rodmen leaving without us. He's a suspicious sort." "I'm amazed that he's allowed here," Pimer said, tying up his 3 maps. "Better the rogue you know," the harper said. "Zare, take this to Cove Hold. Quickly now." Zare clutched the tube, as long as the span of one wing, settled it to a balance between his claws, and promptly disappeared. Pimer gave Farley her burden and instructions, and she followed the bronze. Distantly, the harpers heard someone calling them. "Let's see what's to be seen," Master Robinson said in an unnecessary whisper, and moved to the door, still half ajar. "What if there's more that should be hidden?" Pimer asked, but he followed. "If there is, I'll think of something." They were in a corridor, with doors opening onto it. Quick glances inside each discovered nothing more promising than the usual discarded bits and pieces. At the end of the corridor there was a hall, filled with the debris of what must have been stairs before the collapse of the southern wall and seeping water had destroyed that end of the building. They both heard the unmistakable soft noises of tunnel snakes retreating. "Do you think snakes breed in here like hunches, Pimer?" The harper held his candle high, craning his neck to see up the stairwell. "How unusual. So much of what they built seems indestructible. Maybe this was a temporary building, something to do with the flying ships." "I wonder what's up there," the harper said, gesturing for Pimer to add his light. They saw glimpses of white root tendrils and the glisten of wet walls, but nothing informative. "Master Robinson!" The strident shout made the harper wince. "Let's put a brave face on our disappointment, Pimer." As they retraced their steps, Pimer noticed a square placard on the door of the room by which they had entered the corridor. It came off easily. He held up his candle to see the usual bold letters, as bright as the day they had been first inscribed. Brighty came stumbling into the room. "Are you all right? Did you find anything?" "Snakes for the main part," Pimer replied glumly. "And this?" He held up the sign, which read, "Out to Lunch." The Bendon and Fort Ware leaders, Lord Holders Jackson and Lightall, and Masters Fanderel, Wanzer, and Siebel met at Cove Hold to view the new maps. A damp cloth had cleaned away the dust and grit, and Master Fanderel was in awe of the clear film that had protected the surfaces. Some of the numerals that had been printed on the covering had apparently faded, though Pimer's careful washing had not blurred others. There were 2 maps of the southern continent, each with different legends on them. The largest one was inscribed with the ancient names and showed clearly defined areas. A second showed the terrain in great detail, including hill and plain contours and river and ocean depths. The third and smallest continental map, the labels done in minute lettering, had superscriptions of numerals below each name. The 4th map was of Landing itself, with each of the squares named and other sections marked INF, HOSP, WRHSE, VET, AGRI, MECH, and SLED-REP. A fifth plate, which Pimer and Natan suggested could represent the area to the south of the grid, indicated underground caves. The last one showed several sites, one clearly labeled Monaco Bay, another the pointed peninsula just east of Cove Hold, and the third Paradise River. The wide strand along the sea on both sides was covered with figures in orange, yellow, red, blue, and green. "Ah, yes, Paradise River," Master Robinson said in a fond voice, and then cleared his throat. Pimer closed his eyes and held his breath. He was at the meeting only because he had been with the Harper when the maps had been found. "Lovely place. Pimer, we really must trace that river to its source." "Oh?" Lessa said, looking up from the maps to give her old friend a long look. "You are supposed to be taking it easy, Robinson." A worried frown creased her forehead. "Well, it's really not that far away, as you can see for yourself," Robinson replied, sounding slightly annoyed as he used finger and thumb to measure the distance between Cove Hold and Paradise River. "And I am also supposed to be supervising excavations and artifacts." "The excavations at the plateau," Lessa stated, eyeing the Harper suspiciously. "It was Pimer who found these fascinating ruins on his way here," Robinson replied, looking abused. "Inhabited." "Inhabited?" everyone echoed. "Inhabited?" Lessa asked pointedly, her eyes wide. "Only a pair of shipwrecked northerners and their baby son," Pimer began, and saw from the gleam in the Harper's eye that he had made a good beginning. He glowered back before he returned Lessa's inquiring stare. He was not certain why he was to become the culprit in the matter. He looked across the table at Jackson, who shrugged helplessly. Lighthall merely watched, his face unreadable. "A resourceful couple. They've survived 2 turns or more." "These illegal sailings," Lessa began, scowling and sitting back in her chair. She crossed her arms, emphasizing her dislike of such adventuring. "Not at all," Pimer replied. "They were on an authorized voyage from Karoon Beasthold, bringing Lord Torek, some breeding pairs. 5 people survived the storm, but injuries killed 1 before they found out his name, and 2 died of firehead the following spring." "And?" Lessa's foot tapped, but Pimer noticed a gleam of interest in Falar's eyes and a sympathetic grin on Natan's face. Fanderel listened, one eye on the ambiguous chart before him, while Wanzer could be heard tutting happily to himself, his nose a scant fingertip from the map he was assiduously studying. "They repaired some dilapidated buildings they found on the riverbanks, and have done pretty well for themselves, I think," Pimer continued. "Knocked together a little skiff, tamed some runner beasts, planted a garden." Jackson leaned forward on the table, keenly interested. "Paradise River?" Lessa closed her eyes and uncrossed her arms to throw them up in an exasperated gesture of surrender. "And you like them, Robinson, and want them to hold?" "Well, someone will have to, Lessa," Robinson said, looking abashed. "If you ask my opinion—" He glanced at Lighthall and Jackson for support. "I haven't." Lessa glared at Jackson and Lighthall in a clear order not to encourage the Master Harper. "I think too much is being made of permission to come here," Robinson went on, ignoring her sarcasm. "Master Itarolan has, it is true, issued warnings that all shipmasters must report southern landings to him. But just look at the breadth of land here. This big map," he rapped his knuckles on the largest continental map, "shows us just how much inhabitable land there is." "And no wares," Flar put in sardonically. Robinson waved that aside. "The land here protects itself." "Durham's worrying himself to the bone over the plateau and Cove Hold as it is," Lighthall said, speaking for the first time. "The young Lilcamps have been careful to shelter both themselves and their beasts," Robinson went on, "in buildings they've restored from ancient remains." "What kind of remains?" "These." From a cabinet behind him, Robinson produced a sheaf of sketches. Pimer recognized Pershar's work. The Harper skidded each sheet down over the map, casually describing the scene. The beach, as seen from the veranda of the house. The house, it has 12 rooms, as seen from the eastern strand, with Jayge's boat. Another view of the harbor with the fish netting. Jayge cobbled up nets from material he found in one of the storehouses. This is the storehouse. You can just make out the beast hold. Ah, this is looking south from the veranda. And another of the western bank and some of the ruins. This charming little fellow playing in the sand is young Radis. By the clever order in which Robinson was presenting the pictures, Pimer guessed his intention. "This is Jayge, son of the traders Lilkamp Amhold. Quite a reliable train. He plans to bring over some of his bloodkin. And this is his wife." "Aramina!" Lessa snatched up that sketch before it could settle to the table. Flar gave an exclamation of surprise and looked over her shoulder, a startled expression on his face. "Robinson, you have some explaining to do." Seeing that Lessa had gone quite pale under her weather-tanned skin, Pimer quickly poured out a cup of wine for her. She took it absently, her narrowed eyes on the harper. "Do calm yourself, my dear," Robinson said. "I've been trying to think of a way of breaking this good news, but there have been so many demands on your time and energy, and so much has been happening over the last few months. You've known Aramina was alive for months?" No, only a few days, in fact. Pimer met them months ago, before he got to Cove Hold. The very day that Baranth flew Caliph, Jackson put in when the harper faltered. Glancing sharply at Pimer, the young Ruathan Lord Holder added, "A lot happened that day, too." "Pimer wouldn't have known about Aramina, my dear Lessa. He wasn't even north during that period. But she confided in me, if you'll listen." Lessa was quite willing to hear everything that Aramina had told the harper, though she was furious that Bendon had been allowed to believe the girl dead. The heat in her eyes suggested that her first meeting with Jayge and Aramina might include some recriminations. "She no longer hears dragons," the harper said gently when the retelling was done. Lessa sat very still, except for her fingers which tapped out an uneven rhythm on the armrests of her chair. She looked up at Flar, then across to Natan. Her gaze flicked from Jackson to Lightall's expressionless face and rested on Fanderel, who looked back at her without concern. "And she is happy with this Jayge?" the werewoman asked. "One fine son already, and another baby due." When Lessa discounted that as a measure of contentment, the harper continued, "He's a resourceful and provident man." "Jayge adores her," Pimer said with a broad grin, "and I've seen the way she looks at him. They could do with some company, though." As neatly as the harper could have done it himself, Pimer suggested the possibility of what had already been accomplished. "It's been pretty lonely, even for Paradise." "How big is Paradise?" Lessa asked. There was noticeable relief as she appeared to relent. Pimer and Natan both reached to pull the appropriate chart in front of Lessa. "Not as much as this is marked, certainly," Pimer said, tapping the squared-off section. The site actually extended much farther east and west. The map went as far as the bend in the river that Jayge had mentioned. "A rough estimate," Lessa suggested, a half-smile turning up the left-hand side of her mouth. She knew very well that Pimer could provide a reasonably accurate one. The master harper handed over his copy of the witnessed hold map. "Here." "Does this establish a precedent, old friend?" Lightall asked quietly. "A rough estimate," Lessa suggested, a half-smile turning up the left-hand side of her mouth. She knew very well that Pimer could provide a reasonably accurate one. The master harper handed over his copy of the witnessed hold map. "Here." "Does this establish a precedent, old friend?" Lightall asked quietly. "A better one, I feel, than the method Torek employed." He held up his hand to ward off Lessa's rebuke. "Different circumstances now obtain. But very soon now, you were-leaders, craftmasters, and lord-holders must decide which precedent to follow, Torek's or Jayge's. In my opinion, a man ought to be able to hold what he has proved." Master Wanzor's rather squeaky voice broke the silence that followed Master Robinton's quiet challenge. "Did they have dragons, then?" "Why?" Realizing that she had spoken more curtly than she had meant to, Lessa softened her bluntness with a smile. Wanzor blinked at her. "Because I don't see how the ancients got about such vast holdings. There are no tracks or trails listed. The coastline or river situations would be easy enough to reach, but this Cardiff isn't near a river and not very close at all to landing. I suppose the mining facilities marked here at Drakees Lake used to be one of the rivers, but that isn't specified, or a seaport marked. I really don't understand how they kept in touch unless they had dragons." "Or other flying ships?" Jackson asked. "More efficient sailing vessels?" Natan suggested. We have found many broken parts that were beautifully crafted, Master Fanderel said, but not a single complete motor or engine or other mechanical device that requires such pieces. Not in the oldest of the records in my hall. We have found 3 immense disabled vehicles that the fire lizards inform us once were airborne. I do not think their design would be efficient over short distances. Too awkward and heavy. The tubes in the rear suggest that their motion was upward. He tilted his hand and massive forearm in demonstration. They must have had other vehicles. This is so exasperating, Lessa exclaimed, scowling. We cannot do everything at once. You may be reasonably safe from threatfall in the south, but every wing is vital in keeping the north and all its people protected. We just can't move everyone south. Once everyone moved north, Robinson said, beaming at her, to shield. Until the grubs spread themselves to protect the land, Falar added, laying one reassuring hand on her shoulder. While the wares protected hold and haul, Ntan put in. We have such a lot to learn about this world, Robinson said quite happily. There are answers somewhere, Master Fanderel sighed heavily. I would be content with just a few. I would be content with one, Falar said, looking out the window to the moonlit scene. Jackson nodded in sympathy. So, the Paradise River hold is confirmed to Jayge and Aramina Lilcamp? The harper asked with sudden briskness. It is the much better precedent to follow, Lightoll agreed. I shall, if you wish, suggest this at the next conclave. That's going to be a full meeting, Falar said wryly, but he nodded. Why is it that what is forbidden, the harper said drolly, is all the more exciting? You can take it from one who knows, Piper made bold to add, that the southern continent has a way of making or breaking you. Just what is it doing to you, Master Robinson? Lessa asked in her sweetest and most dangerous voice. But she smiled, and the smile was genuine. The news of a second hold gradually filtered to the north, to be commented on by lord holders and craft hall masters. There were those who delighted in Jayge's elevation, and some who found his new eminence distasteful for a variety of reasons. Torek was one such, but he slowly overcame chagrin and resentment. In the north, a gaunt, scar-faced woman swore savagely when she heard, kicking her saddle across the narrow interior of her cave-dwelling, throwing about her other belongings and damaging the breakable without relief to her fury and bitter disappointment. When her temper had abated sufficiently for her to think clearly, she sat down by the ashes of her fire and the spilled kettle that had contained her evening meal, and began to plot. Jayge and Aramina! How had he found the girl? Surely Dushik would have been on guard. She had had cause to doubt Radis's loyalty ever since she had killed Giron, who had become a useless handicap in their desperate flight from her hold. Radis had openly opposed her plan to abduct Aramina, and then, suddenly, he had acquiesced, a reversal she had not trusted. But once down that pit, the girl had been as good as dead. How had that wretched little trader man rescued her? Her mind seethed over that now indisputable fact. Aramina had been rescued, and was alive and well in the south, enjoying prestige and comfort, while she, Thella, had nearly died from a noxious and debilitating infection that had left her scarred. Had either Dushik or Radis reached the appointed meeting place, she would have fared much better. As it was, it had been weeks before she had recovered from the fever. Weak and unable to focus her mind on new plans, Thella had drifted, carefully avoiding holes until she found herself a secluded valley in Nerat, where quantities of food easily gathered had somewhat restored her to health. She had been appalled at the scarring on her face, and the wisps that were all that was left of her once luxuriant hair. All Thella's misfortunes could be traced back to that whelp spawned by an insignificant trader who had prevented her from finding a miserable girl who could have made life so much more predictable. Periodically, she had comforted herself with the torments Aramina would have suffered before succumbing to terror and starvation in that dark and slimy pit. She still had to settle accounts with the trader, and she thought long and pleasantly about how she would wreak her revenge on Jayge and the entire Lilcamp train. To do so, she would have to recover full strength, and though the time it took to do so became another cause to resent Jayge, Thella achieved it. A deep tan reduced the shock of her facial scars, and her hair was reasonably thick again by the time she saddled her runner to take up her task. She replenished her empty pouch with marks after a fortunate evening encounter with a farmer journeyman. She appropriated his clothing once he no longer needed it. Before his demise, he had genially brought her up to date on nearly a full turn's news. His enthusiasm for the opening of the southern continent almost made her abandon her initial plans to go south and stake out in the tropical wilderness the holding which had so long been denied her. As she knew the Lil Camp Armhold train initiated its sweeps from Igan, she took herself back to the low caverns. To her satisfaction, she learned that, while Borgold Amhold had given up trading, the Lil Camp folk were still traveling. She began to make plans, first revisiting all her old caves to see which were still undiscovered and usable, and she began recruiting. At first, she was not too successful. The stories about her had made many people wary of flouting the authority of hold and wear, so although the population of the low cavern had changed sufficiently that most of those who might recognize her were gone, and those that remained were confused by her altered appearance, she found few willing accomplices. But once she had heard of Paradise River Hold, her energies were redirected and galvanized. Jayge and Aramina would live only as long as it took her to recruit sufficient men, acquire a ship, and sail south. Chapter 14. Southern Continent. Present Pass, 15 through 17. Over the next 2 turns, Pimer had reason to recall Lessa's comment, or had it been a challenge, to Master Robinton. There were changes of all kinds, but that was only natural, though some were rather spectacular, such as Menely, Shara, and Brecci all having sons on the same day. According to Sylvina, Menely gave birth to Robsy between one note and the next. Shara had slightly more difficulty producing Gerald, and Nemeki arrived 2 weeks before he was due, just before midnight, Bendenware time. Robinton and Lytol, deciding that they were the spiritual grandfathers of Menely's and Shara's sons, drank to their health, and that of Brecci's second boy, with sufficient wine to have drowned all 3. And there were other changes. Pimer's prediction that southern hazards would sort out aspiring holders proved correct. As tales from discouraged immigrants circulated north, the wave of northerners venturing south lost its impetus. Pimer knew that Master Robinton had had a hand in that through Master Siebel's offices. The southern continent was having an effect on the Harper, fascinating him as it had Pimer with its lush beauty and incredible bounty, and the allure of the mystery still locked in the ruins of another time. During the first turn, Master Rampesi and Master Idarolan finally sighted each other halfway around the world from Cave Hold. To mark the historic occasion, the 2 captains hammered a stout red stake into a hillside above the bay, and the festivities lasted well into the early dawn hours. There was a good deal of friendly banter over which ship had sailed the farthest, but as Dawn's sister was clearly the bigger, faster vessel, Master Rampesi finally gave way to his craftmaster. Then they continued their explorations of the southern shores, one heading eastward and the other westward, back to their ports of origin. Both shipmasters' reports, delivered to the conclave of ware leaders, lord holders, and craftmasters, indicated a varied terrain, including precipitous cliffs and arid desert with sparse and unattractive vegetation, but also a reassuringly large portion of inhabitable lands. That information considerably reduced the friction that was developing over titular possession of choice areas. The ware leaders were implacable on the point that northern lord holders, already well established, should not look to the south for their own benefit. Pimer was proud of and impressed by Master Robinton's continued insistence on small holdings. Paradise River Hold, rather than Southern, was constantly cited as the acceptable precedent. The ware leaders, besieged by petitioners, finally conceded that point, adding the provision that no one already in possession of a hold could expect to be granted one in the south. With greatly increased supplies of all raw materials available from the south, craftmasters increased their numbers of apprentices, and more walked the tables as journeymen to support broader holder requirements. With no need any longer to limit mating flights to keep the dragon population down to that which the existing wares could accommodate, there were soon sufficient werelings to populate a new ware in the thick forest between Landing and Monaco. Degallan, rider of Bronze Monarth, was appointed as ware leader to the 8th ware, designated as Eastern until a suitable name could be agreed upon. Gellan found his new position no sinecure, since he had to deal both with older dragons and riders unable to fly full falls, and werelings sent to 8th for a season to perfect their fighting skills before being added to northern wings. Southern Dragonriders turned out to be useful after all, despite the land's defenses, in the form of those amazing grubs against thread. After a storm of nasty tangles ripped through some of the dense forests, Were-leader Gellan increased sweep riders, and even Lord Torek, once he had seen the damage done by a series of tangles, lost his complacence and organized ground crews. A nearby Were, with an old friend as Were-leader, provided Pymer and his master with any number of willing beasts to help them explore, far more extensively than perhaps Bendon might realize. To their delight, they found more ruins along the river that flowed on Mount Garben's western flank, and Master Robinson knew of suitable folk to move into those old holdings, ostensibly for on-site excavations. Ram passed his leadership on to Kavan, whose Heth surprised complacent older bronze riders by flying Adria's Beljeth in her mating flight. Ram retired to Cove Hold, where he was well received by Master Robinson and Lighthall, the retired Lord Warder of Ruatha Hold. The fears that another Torek, or worse yet, a second Fax, might emerge began to recede as more and more small holds were established along the coast and rivers. The sheer size of the southern continent and the difficulty of communications, solving that problem was a major priority of the Smithcraft Hall, served as inhibiting factors. There were regular passages back and forth between the continents, both by sail and by dragon. The harbor facilities at Monaco Bay were still functional, though the dwelling at the point had been battered into ruins by storms. The harbor was superb, and several master fishermen vied with each other for Master Idarolan's permission to take hold there. Paradise River Hold was thriving. It had its own sea hold, mastered by Elemi, formerly of Half Circle Sea Hold, who had command of 2 small coastal skiffs and 1 deep-water vessel. During those turns, excavations continued at the plateau, though the work became somewhat slow and desultory during the long stretches during which little or nothing was found. Whenever minor finds were uncovered, interest would be temporarily revived, and Master Robinson would seize that renewal of energy to get other sites dug up, clinging to his belief that somewhere in the ruins would be the answers to his questions about the Dawn Sisters and the origin of their ancestors. The maps had only whetted his appetite. Meanwhile, Master Fanderel had assembled an astounding array of mechanical pieces, including the shell of what he insisted had to be one of the Ancients' small flying ships. The starboard side had been badly dented, the durable material fractured, stained, and mottled with tiny cracks. The stripped hull raised more questions than it answered, but encouraged the hopes of those who thought that a complete vessel might be found abandoned at one of the ancient sites. To assist in the tagging and cataloging at Cove Hold, Menely and Brecke sent a variety of young people, serving informal apprenticeships. Pymer suspected his friends of matchmaking, but there was no doubt that the girls were useful, and, Pymer conceded, decorative. They seemed to enjoy Duram's occasional teasing, and were understanding of Lighthall's quiet introspection. Still, none of them caught Pymer's fancy, especially since they had a tendency to moon over Master Robinson. For the additional residents at Cove Hold, small private cots had been constructed, though most evenings everyone met for their meal in the main hall. A large area adjacent to Duram's cot was cleared for Perroth's wear. A second guest house was constructed when the facilities in Cove Hall were constantly strained. Then an archive hall, Lighthall's domain, was added as repository for the mass of records, sketches, charts, maps, ruin diagrams, and artifact samples. Soon an annex was required to allow space for the craftswomen determined to piece together some of the splinters and shards. Wanzer's large distance viewer was housed on the eastern point, where he continued his observations of the Dawn Sisters, the baleful red star, and those other celestial bodies which, with the help of the Ancients' star maps, he managed to identify. And still the excavation of landing continued. Fanderel's mound, the last of the original choices to be excavated, had added to the frustration. He had been correct that the heat of the volcano had kept the building from being cleared by the ancient refugees, but whatever had been in it had been so badly damaged, or, in some cases, completely destroyed, that it was impossible to identify. A flurry of further digging in that sector proved unenlightening. The buildings thus found seemed to have been used as beast holes. That raised the questions of how so many beasts could have been accommodated in the Dawn Sisters, how many people had made the voyage, how far they had come, and how long had landing been inhabited. The fire lizard's peculiarly tenacious memory evidently contained only unusual occasions. The initial landing, the volcanic eruption, and the far more recent incident of the retrieval of Ramoth's stolen egg, when dragons had actually flamed at fire lizards. It was still not common knowledge that Jackson and Ruth had stolen back the egg for the North. All most people knew was that the miraculous return of the egg had made it unnecessary for the northern dragon wings to exact retribution from southern old-timers, and prevented the worst catastrophe anyone could imagine: dragon fighting dragon. There was a certain contentment on both sides of the sea now that the southern continent had been opened up, leaving those interested in the ancients free to pursue the puzzles posed by the excavations. One rainy week, the frustration level of those kept hold-bound at the cove was particularly high, and even Pimer, racking his brain, could not come up with a diversion. "It may well be, Robinson," Lytol suggested, "that we shall never know the answers." "Now that I won't accept." The Harper propelled himself out of his chair, pausing the tiniest bit as his joints prevented a smooth rising. "Bloody rain always seizes me up." He straightened his back, stood on one leg to jiggle the other, then repeated the process with his right leg. "What was I going to do?" "Pace with frustration," Pimer said, looking up from the object he was studying under an enlarging glass. "I'll join you. There is no way this thing was useful." He flicked the rectangular board away from him. "Beads and wires and tiny joins." "Decorative?" Durham asked. "Unlikely. It's more of the same sort of thing we found in the forward portion of the flying ship." "What was I going to do?" Robinson demanded of no one in particular, one hand on his forehead, the other propped at his belt. "And I've got enough wine." "I was talking about generations," Lytol patiently cued him. "You wouldn't accept the delay?" "Ah, yes. Thank you." Robinson went over to the map stand that stood across one window. He leafed through the charts until he found the one he wanted, and then pulled it up to hook it to the top of the frame. "Has anyone done anything about these?" He indicated the symbols in red, blue, and green, positioned like miniature flags between the landing strip and the far southern edge of the settlement. Pimer swiveled in his chair to look. "No, sir. There doesn't seem to be anything there now." "But caves were discovered in that general area, weren't they?" "Yes, caves that had obviously been adapted for use as living quarters," Pimer admitted. "Probably for greens, since the dragon couches were very small." What if the caves here," Robinson said excitedly, tapping the flags, "had concealed entrances?" "Master, haven't we found enough junk?" Pimer's sweeping gesture took in the entire Cove Hold complex. "But no answers." Robinson shook his head. "There have to be some answers so that we can understand more than what we've gleaned from fire lizards." Roused from his sleep on the back of Robinson's chair, Zaire chirped in reassurance. "And that's enough from you, impudence with wings. As I've said before, people who could execute the wonders we have seen would have kept records." "They did, and they're the dust in the back corridors of Fort Hold and Bend and Ware," Pimer broke in, "and we're none the wiser." "They can't have kept so few copies," the Harper insisted. "And we have the maps as examples of the durability of their materials, so where are the rest?" "There were lapses in record-keeping," Lytol agreed solemnly. "We now know there must have been a terrible fire in one portion of Fort Hold's lowest level. We are also agreed that plague decimated Hall, Hold, and Ware on 3 separate occasions. We may never learn our history." He seemed as resigned to that possibility as the Harper was resistant to it. "So, when the rain decides to stop," Pimer asked on a long-suffering note, "do you want me to take some rodmen and find those caves for you?" When the next day brought a clearing of the heavy rains, Pimer sent Farley to Eastern Ware for a dragon to convey himself and the Harper to the plateau. Veline, a young bronze rider, arrived and duly transported them. Once at the plateau, the Harper requested Veline and Clarinath to circle over the site. So often an aerial search produced visual clues not apparent on the surface. Carefully scrutinizing the terrain below, neither Pimer nor Robinson noticed the absence of fire lizards. but as the wide circling brought them to face north, they could not fail to notice the map building, which had been completely unearthed, visibly tremble and slowly, almost majestically, collapse. Then people were erupting from the plateau buildings in panic.
"Clarinath says the ground isn't steady," Valine exclaimed.
"Earthshake?" Pimer suggested.
"Can we land?" Valine asked.
"I don't see why not," the Harper said. "There's nothing out here to fall on us. Pity about the hill. Perhaps we shouldn't have uncovered it." "Perhaps you should have let Master Esselin shore up the weak section," Pimer replied. "Shall we land?" Valine was dubious, and Clarinath was swinging his head anxiously, peering down at the unreliable surface. "Is it still rocking?" "How can we tell up here?" Pimer demanded. "Tell Clarinath the Harper says it all right to land." "I'm glad you're so certain about it," the Harper said, his expression reflecting his qualms. "But I feel we ought to proceed first to Plateau and see if all is well." The rest of that day was spent in establishing that there had been little damage, with the exception of the old hill at the plateau. The earthshake had been more noticeable at Monaco Bay and Eastern Wear, but had been the merest shiver at Cove Hold, noticed only because of the disappearance of the fire lizards. Masters Necat and Fanderel were sent for. Pimer thought it a waste of their valuable time, since it was his experience that shakes were common in the south, to look into the phenomenon and figure out what precautions could be taken for the future. Earthshakes were exceedingly rare in the north, and no one knew what to expect. "It's really rather simple," Pimer muttered to the girl who was passing around soup and claw. "The next time all the fire lizards flick off in a storm, you can expect another shake." "Are you certain of your facts?" she asked skeptically. "Yes, on the basis of personal observation," Pimer replied, not certain if he liked being challenged so quickly. Then he noticed the twinkle in her eye. She was not unattractive, with a mop of very curly black hair, gray eyes, and a fine long nose. He always noticed noses, since he regretted his own snub of a nose. "I've been in the south nearly 10 turns, and that shock was nothing." "I've been here 10 days, and I found that shock unsettling, journeyman." "I don't recognize your colors," she added, nodding at his shoulder knots. He winked at her and assumed an arrogant pose. "Cove Hold!" He was extremely proud to be one of a half-dozen entitled to wear those colors. His reply brought the gratifying reaction he had expected. "Then you're journeyman to Master Robinson? Pimer? My grandfather mentions you frequently. I'm Jancis, Telgar Smithcraft Hall journeywoman." He made a disparaging sound. "You don't look like any Smithcrafter I've ever seen." A dimple flashed in her right cheek when she smiled. "That's exactly what my grandfather says," she said, snapping her fingers. "And who might your grandfather be?" Pimer asked obediently. Her smile had a touch of mischief as she turned with her tray to serve others. "Fanderel." "Hey, Jancis, come back!" Pimer shot to his feet, spilling soup over his hands. Pimer," the Harper said, appearing before him to catch his arm and thwart his pursuit. "When you've finished eating, what's the matter with you?" "Fanderel has a granddaughter?" The Master Harper blinked and then focused a kindly gaze on his journeyman. "He has several that I know of, and 4 sons." "He has a granddaughter here?" "Ah, I see. Well, when you've finished eating... Now, what was it I wanted you to do?" The Harper placed his fingers on his forehead, frowning in concentration. "Sorry, Master Robinson." Pimer was sincerely contrite. He knew that the Harper hated his lapses of memory. Master Oldeye had explained that they were a natural part of the aging process, but Pimer found such reminders of his master's mortality distinctly unsettling. "Ah!" the Harper exclaimed, remembering. "I wanted to get back to Cove Hold. Zare has gone off with a multitude of other bronzes, chasing some queen, and I've really had quite enough excitement today. Would you, in the light of your new acquaintanceship, care to accompany me?" Pimer did not, but he went. 2 could play a disappearing game, he thought wryly. The next morning, a fire lizard brought an urgent message for the Harper from Master Esselin. "Well, it seems that between the rains and the earthshake, an interesting subsidence has occurred, and it looks as if an entrance to those caves has been revealed," Robinson said cheerfully. "I think we'd better ask Valine to come as soon as possible." He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. A large depression in the ground, along with a substantial fracture of the surface, had been noticed early that morning by the ever-observant Bridie. Master Esselin had assembled a crew at the site, but no one had been permitted to descend into the cavern until Master Robinson arrived. In preparation, Esselin had tested the safety of the fissure's edge and found it solid enough. Glows had been collected, and a sturdy ladder lowered and settled firmly on the cave floor. When Robinson arrived, he found Bridie in a sweat, arguing vehemently with Master Esselin, who was guarding the ladder with his own body. "I'm in charge of the plateau," the harper said, sweeping both Bridie and Esselin out of the way when he realized that the contention was about who should take the dangerous step of entering first. "But I'm more agile than you, Master," Pimer said. "I go first." He slipped onto the ladder and was down the rung so fast that the harper had no time to argue the point. Someone began lowering glow baskets on ropes to illuminate his way. Not wasting a moment, Master Robinson eagerly followed him down, then Esselin, and then Bridie after him. "This is amazing!" the harper exclaimed as Pimer helped him over the broken earth where the ceiling had collapsed. They seemed to be in a narrow aisle. Pimer held a glow basket above his head and turned slowly around. Within the circles of light cast by the glow baskets was an astonishing clutter of crates, boxes, and transparently wrapped items, some heaped haphazardly and some more neatly stacked along the irregular walls of the cavern. The cavern had a vaulted ceiling and seemed to be one of several interconnecting chambers. All four explorers peered around in a daze of wonder. "All these turns they've been here, waiting for their rightful owners to reclaim them," the harper murmured, almost reverently touching one finger to a crate. He stepped carefully over a box to peer into the shadows beyond the light. An immense storehouse of artifacts. "I'd say they'd been in a hurry," Bridie remarked, "if you compare the relative order of things along the walls to the disorder here. Ah, and this seems to be a doorway." He gave the door panels a couple of stout blows, but he could not find any latches or handles with which to open it. "Boots," Pimer said, picking up a pair and brushing the dirt off the transparent envelope that had protected them. He tried to pinch the film, but it resisted. "Feels like the same stuff that coated the maps." His low voice was awed. "All sizes of boots, sturdy ones. They don't look like leather." Master Robinson was on his knees, trying to figure out how to open a crate that seemed to be sealed tight. "What does this say?" he asked, pointing to lines of differing widths and shadings on one corner of the lid. "I don't know," Pimer replied, "but I do know how to open it." There had been identical crates at Paradise River Hold. He took hold of two metal flaps centered on the short sides, pulled them sharply to fold down, and the lid came free. "Sheets!" Master Esselin shrieked, the noise echoing through the tunnels beyond them. "Sheets of the ancient's material! Master Robinson, just look! Sheets of it!" Master Robinson lifted out a flattish, transparent envelope, a handspan wide and 2 long and 2 fingers thick. "Shirts?" "Sure looks like it to me," Pimer said, briefly shining his glow over it, and moved on to search for something less prosaic. Later, when they had recovered from the initial excitement, Master Robinson suggested that records be made of the contents of the storehouse, listing at least those objects that were easily identifiable. Nothing must be removed from its protective covering, he said. The Bendon ware leaders and the mastersmith would have to be informed, and perhaps the master weaver, since clothing was his craft. "And Master Harper Siebel," Pimer added teasingly. Yes, of course, and Lord Holder Torek," Bridie put in, indignant at having to remind them. "Oh, this is truly amazing," Master Robinson said. "A major discovery, untouched for who knows how long." And then his face fell. "Well, maybe they stored away duplicate records here, too," Pimer said encouragingly. He took the harper's arm and gently pushed him down to a large green crate. "It's going to take a long time to sift through this lot." "I don't think we should touch anything more," Bridie said nervously, "until everyone has gathered here." No, you're quite right. They should all see it as we just have," the harper agreed, his expression slightly dazed. Pimer scurried up the ladder, popping his head out of the hole and surprising those trying to peer down. "Jancis," he called, looking impatiently around. The throng parted as she came up to him. "Get some wine or claw for the harper, please." She nodded and dashed off, returning moments later with someone's belt flask. Pimer gave her a thankful grin and slid down the ladder to revive the harper. "What do you mean, Denol and his kin have taken possession of the island?" "What I said, Lord Torek," Master Garm replied unhappily. "He and all his kin have crossed the channel to the island and plan to hold it themselves.
Dinall says that you've got more than enough for one man, and the island can easily be an independent, autonomous hold. Independent? Autonomous?
Master Garm had had occasion to remark to Master Idarolan that Lord Torek had mellowed over the past few turns since he had achieved his ambition. Clearly, that tempering did not extend deeply enough to accept mutiny calmly.
That's the message, Lord Torek. And those left at Great Bay Hold are the most shiftless, indolent lot I've ever seen.
Garm did not hide his disgust.
That is not allowed, Torek exclaimed heatedly. I agree, sir. So I sailed directly back here. No sense leaving good supplies for those lazy lugs. I knew you'd want to take appropriate action. Indeed I do, Master Garm, and you will reprovision your ship immediately for an afternoon sailing.
Torek stalked to the magnificently embellished map of his holding, which now took up one whole wall of his workroom.
As you say, sir.
Garm knuckled his brows and exited hastily.
Doors! Ramallah! Kevlan!
Torek's roar echoed down the corridor after Master Garm. Dorse and Kevlon arrived at a run to find the Lord Holder writing a note, his fury evident in the bold, hurried letters scrawled across the narrow sheet.
That ingrate Dinall has mutinied on the Great Bay and is claiming my island as an independent, autonomous holding, he told them. This is what comes of assigning lands to any rag, tag, or scum. I am informing the Bendon Ware leaders of the course I intend to take, and I expect their cooperation.
Torek, Kevlon said, you can't expect Dragonriders to take punitive action against people.
No, of course not. But this Dinall will soon see that he cannot maintain his position on my island.
Ramallah entered the room. A message just in from Bridie at the plateau, Torek.
I don't have time for him right now, Ramallah.
I think you'd better, Torek. They've discovered storage caves full of ancient...
Ramallah!
Torek snapped, frowning irritably at his wife.
I have present concerns. That wretched crop picker from South Bowl has occupied my island and intends to make it his. The Ware leaders will be at the plateau, Torek. You could combine...
In that case, I shall send this message to them there.
Ramallah!
Torek thumped the table with his fist.
This is far more important than any scraps and shards left behind by the ancients. This is an errant challenge of my authority as Lord Holder and cannot be permitted to continue.
He turned to Dorse. I want all the single men aboard the Bay Lady by midday with suitable supplies of weapons, including those barbed spears we've been using against the big felines. Then, waving Dorse out, he rolled up the two messages, which he handed to Ramallah.
Give these to Bridie's fire lizard and send it back to him. Kevlon, you remain here in Southern to manage things. I can trust you.
Torek gave his brother a warm embrace, and then returned to study the map, focusing on the threatened island. Never had Torek expected to be challenged in his own hold, and by a jumped-up drudge of a crop picker. He would pick him over, so he would.
Dinall, you say? The Master Harper exclaimed. A crop picker from South Bowl?
There was such amusement in his voice that Pershar, who was busily sketching the scene around the collapsed cave roof, looked up in surprise. Bridie gave him a quelling stare.
My remarks were addressed to Master Robinson, he said haughtily, gesturing with his free hand for the artist to go back to his business.
He handed Torek's message to the Harper.
Well, that's a facer for Lord Torek, to be sure, Pershar went on, ignoring Bridie.
The Harper grinned.
I don't think Lord Torek will be over-faced, however. A man of his infinite resourcefulness will soon put matters right, and the diversion at this particular moment in time is fortuitous.
Yes, Pershar replied, a speculative gleam in his eye. You may be right at that. He resumed his deft, quick lines, a broad smile on his face.
But Master Robinson, Bridie went on, mopping the sweat running down his temples, Lord Torek has to be here. Not when matters of hold importance come up abruptly.
Robinson turned to Pimer, who had listened with great interest, especially since Bridie was so patently distressed.
Ah, here comes Bendon, the Harper added, pointing skyward. I'll see that the Ware leader gets his message from Torek.
He nipped the other roll from Bridie's hand before the man could protest, then walked across the well-trampled field to greet F'lar and Lessa. More ladders had been lowered, and a quantity of glow baskets placed below to enable the Ware leaders and craftmasters to explore easily. A number of people were already doing just that, and the Master Harper and the Ware leaders joined them. It was then that Pimer noticed Jancis coming down.
Hi there, he said. We're not supposed to go off on our own, so how about I go with you?
He helped her down the last step. "I'm here officially," she said with a grin. She opened her shoulder bag to show him a board and writing materials. "To measure and diagram the corridors before you get completely lost." She handed him a folding measuring stick. "You just got seconded to help." Pimer did not mind in the least. "The door's back this way," he said. "I think that would be a good starting point." He cupped his hand under her elbow and guided her in the right direction. While she was diligent about measurements, both took time to peek into crates and examine a variety of the stores. "Mainly things that they either had plenty of or didn't immediately need," Jancis remarked, looking through a large case of encrusted soup ladles and jumping back as one disintegrated in her hand. "You always need boots," Pimer replied, "and they're in an excellent state of preservation. I make this chamber 20 paces by 15. They had moved some distance from the original chamber, through interconnecting caves, some of which showed evidence of having been reshaped and squared off. "How could they manage to shear through solid rock like a carver through roast wherry?" Jancis asked, running one hand over an archway. "You're the smith, you tell me." She laughed. "Even Grandfa can't figure that one out." "You haven't actually worked metal, have you?" Pimer finally blurted out, unable to contain himself any longer. She was not a fragile-looking girl, but neither did she have the bulging muscles of most male smiths he knew. "Yes, the craft hall required me to, but not the heavy stuff," she answered absently, more intent on measuring the archway than on his questions. She gave him the measurements. "There's a lot more to smithing than working hot metal or glass. I know the principles of my craft, or I'd not have walked the tables." She cocked her head at him, the dimple appearing with her grin. "Can you craft every instrument a harper plays?" "I know the principles," Pimer said with a laugh, and then held up the glow basket to see into the next chamber. "What have we here?" "Furniture?" Jancis added her glows to his, and the dark shadows took on form, light shining off smooth metal legs. "Chairs, certainly, tables, all of metal or that other stuff they used so much of." She was running knowledgeable hands down legs and across surfaces. "Hey, drawers!" Pimer exclaimed, wrestling with a tear down one side of a desk. "Look!" He held up a handful of thin cylinders with pointed ends. "Writing sticks? And these?" He held up clips and then a transparent stick, a nail thick, a finger wide, and more than a handspan long, both edges covered with fine lines and numerals. What standards were they measuring by? He gave her the stick, and she turned it over and over. "Handy enough, since you can see through it," she remarked, and then put it in her shoulder bag, making a notation on her diagram. "Grandfa will want to see it. What else have you found?" "More of those useless thin plaques of theirs. If all the drawers are full of the—" He stopped complaining as he opened the deepest drawer and saw the neat arrangement of hanging files. He removed one. "Lists and lists on that film of theirs, and color-coded. Orange, green, blue, red, brown. Numbers and letters that don't mean a thing to me." He passed the file to her and picked up another one. "All red and all crossed out. Records my master wants and records I can now give him. For all the good it does." "Aren't there these sorts of bandings, numerals, and letters on those crates?" Jancis asked. Pimer groaned, thinking of the piles of crates and boxes and cartons they had seen. "I have no wish to cross-check. Couldn't they have left anything in plain language for us? What upsets Grandfa," Jancis went on, exploring more of the accessible drawers, "is that we've lost so much of their knowledge over the hundreds of turns. He calls that criminal." "Not just inefficient?" Pimer grinned, hoping no unexpected summons would interrupt them, and that somehow he could get her mind off their main reason for being here. Jancis had just opened the wide, shallow drawer in the center of the desk and removed some very thin, loose sheets of the same durable material on which the maps had been printed. She peered at the letters across the top. EVACUA. Funny shape to these letters. Ah, evacuation plan. More numbers. She folded the top sheet back and gasped. A plan of the plateau, with names and... hospital, warehouse, vet, lab, admin, IVUS. They have everything named as to function. She turned to him, her eyes glowing as she passed the sheets to him. "I think this is an important document, Pimer." "I think you're right. But let's see what else we can find." The furniture was packed so carefully that in the end they were able to reach only a few more drawers without unstacking things, and there was no space for that.
Not all the drawers were as full as the one Peimer had first opened, but each contained interesting detritus in the form of brief notes, more obscure lists, and the thin, rectangular plaques that appeared to have no obvious function. Jancis made the final discovery, an oblong of black material with raised buttons, 12 bearing numbers and 4 arithmetic signs, all flanked and topped by buttons that they both agreed that her grandfather should see. Most of the furniture was in remarkably good condition, as the cave complex was dry and the material impervious to penetration by tunnel snakes, though expectoral evidence of those creatures marked the surfaces. "Poor, hungry critters," Jancis said in mock sympathy. "All this for centuries, and not one thing edible." Or long since consumed, Peimer noticed that their glow baskets were getting dim. "How long have we been down here?" "Long enough for me to get hungry," she replied, her dimples showing. They had already started on their way back to the entrance when they heard their names echoing down the corridors. When they got back to the entrance, they found Master Esselin halfway down one ladder in an urgent discussion with Villar, who was a few rungs up another, peering more at the sky than at the man he was talking to. "Ah, Peimer, there's a squall bearing down on us," Master Robinson said. His eyes twinkled as he acknowledged Jancis's presence. "Esselin is certain we'll all drown along with our treasures." "Well, we won't," Lessa said, chuckling. "Dragons have many unlikely uses." A little baffled, Jancis looked sideways at Peimer. "Ramoth and Nementh both?" the journeyman asked the were-woman, craning his neck to look up the fissure. He could not see any storm clouds from that limited range. "Their combined wings will overlap quite nicely," Lessa said. "It's Esselin who thinks it's beneath Benden's dignity. Just as well he wasn't there to see Ramoth and Nementh digging out the mounds that day. Esselin, do send us down something to eat while we wait out the squall," she added, raising her voice as the master miner disappeared up the ladder. The light dimmed abruptly as 2 great dragon pinions spread over the hole. Villar, Lessa, and Robinson looked smugly satisfied. "I've never appreciated dragon wings quite so much before," Jancis remarked softly to Peimer. "No, I mean it. Look at the delicate veining. So fine a membrane, and yet so incredibly strong. A rather magnificent design, you know." Lessa took the few steps across the aisle that separated them and smiled at Jancis. "According to Master Robinson, some of the very old records suggest that the dragons were indeed designed," she remarked, settling herself on the crate beside the younger woman. "Not cousins to the fire lizards?" Jancis asked. "Oh, they admit that," Lessa said with a shrug. "Though how they know," she added, her expression fondly doting, "is beyond me." "About something to eat, Lessa," Peimer said. "I think we'd better not wait on Master Esselin's assistance. If Ramoth and Nementh can shelter us, then Farley and Zaire can feed us." He gave Lessa a sideways grin that bordered on a challenge. He held up his hand, and Farley abruptly appeared, squeaking with surprise at finding herself so close to the were-woman, and nearly dropping the basket she carried in her talons. "If you will pardon the impudence, were-woman." He rose, relieved Farley of her burden, and with a gesture sent her off again. "Well, it's something to start with at any rate," he said after he had examined the contents. "She's coming back with more." "You are irrepressible," Lessa exclaimed, but her laugh was gay, and she was quite willing to share the sandwiches that the fire lizard had brought. With Zaire supplying the Harper and Villar, the group stranded in the cavern was able to make quite a satisfactory meal, while rain pelted in a torrential downpour on shielding dragon wings. "Well, and what did you discover on your search, Jancis?" Peimer, Robinson asked. "Famine or feast, Master Robinson," Peimer replied. He held out the file, flipping the pages until he came to the one with the map. "This seems to indicate which buildings were used for what." Master Robinson took the file, bending closer to the nearest glow basket to read it. "Famine or feast, Master Robinson," Peimer replied. He held out the file, flipping the pages until he came to the one with the map. "This seems to indicate which buildings were used for what." Master Robinson took the file, bending closer to the nearest glow basket to read it. "This is marvelous, Peimer. Marvelous. Just look, Lessa. Each square is named. And hospital. That was an old name for a healer's hall. Administration, no doubt. Ah, and that one hasn't been excavated yet. Marvelous. What else, Peimer?" The master's expression was eager.
Not until you tell me what you found, Pimer replied. Gloves, Falar said, holding up 3 wrapped pairs. Different weights for different jobs, evidently. I think they'd be cold to fly in, but we'll let the experts decide. We could clothe the werefolk in what I found, Lessa added. She even found boots her size, Falar said, grinning at his diminutive weremate. I can't imagine why they left such necessities as clothing behind, Lessa commented. And I, Master Robinson said, still clutching the file, found pots and pans of immense size, and more spoons, forks, and knives than you'd need at a gather. I also found immense wheels, small wheels, medium wheels, and crates of tools. Master Fanderel has already absconded with a selection of their implements. Some were well smeared with a protective oil or grease. He's fearful that sudden exposure to the air might cause them to become friable and dissolve or something. He winked at Jancis. The rain was still pounding down. If we could locate the original entry, Falar remarked, glancing up at the shielding dragon wings, it would be wise to cover that hole over completely. Fine thing it would be to have all this mystifying and unusual stuff survive earthshake, eruption, and the centuries only to ignominiously drown. That certainly can't be allowed to happen, Master Robinson agreed. It wouldn't be efficient, Jancis murmured in Pimer's ear. And you're incorrigible, Lessa said, her keen hearing having picked up that soft remark. Your grandfather has probably already solved that minor problem. He's eager to use some of the building materials Master Esselin discovered. You weren't here when they hauled some of the slabs up to the surface. I think every master smith on Pern will be congregating here. And, by any chance, do you have some spare sheets I might use, Jancis? She went on, briskly rubbing crumbs from her fingers and jerkin. The girl nodded. Excellent, because I feel that a strict list should be made of things removed from here, though what we found were certainly not one of a kind. The quantity of things all of a kind are amazing. Amazing what they left behind here, Falar said wonderingly. They must have intended to return. A thoughtful silence followed his remark. They have, the Master Robinson said gently. They have returned in us, their descendants. Chapter 15, Southern Continent, Present Pass, 17. Due to Jancis's excellent measurements, the original entrance to the cavern was found the next day, dug out and shored up, and the fissure closed using, at Master Fanderel's insistence, one of the sheets of the ancient's translucent material. It's efficient, Jancis told Pimer, her eyes dancing with merriment, because it provides a certain amount of light. It's strange, really, she added, tilting her head in a manner that Pimer found exceedingly endearing, to think that here, she gestured toward the unearthed mounds, they seem to encourage light in their dwellings, and then they go carve out cliffs to live in and hide away from it. Baffling indeed. It seems such a drastic change to make, Pimer said. Is it possible that they didn't know about thread when they first landed? He had not even mentioned that idea yet to Master Robinson. And thread sent them scurrying north to caves? Well, there are more caves in the north. Mind you, he said, qualifying that statement, there's a good-sized complex at Southern Hold, and this rambling one here, and I've only been along the coast, so there could be hundreds inland. Yes, but you've been to most of the ancient sites, haven't you? And you mentioned that they built above the ground, in freestanding buildings. She gave him a measuring look, and then shyly added, I really would like to see one of those sites. That can be easily arranged, Pimer said, trying not to read into the wistful request more than a professional curiosity. They had been together almost constantly for the last 10 days, either as assistants to Master Robinson and Master Fanderel, or on their own, itemizing the contents of some of the smaller, well-packed chambers. Master Fanderel had ordered several crates of machine parts to be transferred to a warehouse where he and other mechanically oriented masters and journeymen were attempting to make sense out of such quixotic wealth. Pimer and Jancis, meanwhile, were attempting to match banding, color, and numerals on the crates and cartons to those on the lists Pimer had found in the desk that first day. They had been eating lunch when Jancis made her innocent comment. Pimer called Farley to him and wrote a message to Valine, Clarinath's rider at Eastern Wear. I do envy you, Farley, Jancis said when the little queen had disappeared on her errand. How come you don't have a fire lizard? Me? She was astonished by the question.
She also had a smudge on her cheek and another on her forehead, and Pimer wondered if he should tell her. She was neat in her habits and motions, but he kind of liked to see her disheveled. It made her seem more approachable. Not likely. With every craftmaster and senior journeyman ahead of me in the list, I'll be waiting a long time. Unless you know of a nest around here? He gave her a long look, suppressing the laughter that threatened to fracture his solemn regard. He knew very well that she had spoken artlessly, but that did not keep Pimer from daring. Nest hunting is the preoccupation of every rodman and digger, but you'd make a good fire lizard friend. Jancis's eyes went wide, and then her expression changed. I think you're teasing me. No, really, I'm not. After all, I've got a queen. You mean Farley's clutched? Frequently. And then Pimer was forced to admit the embarrassing aspect of that. Trouble is, I don't know where. Why not? Jancis asked, surprised. Well, you see, queens instinctively return to their original clutching place and choose a free site nearby. Only I don't know where that was. But you impressed her when she hatched? Surely... Laughing, Pimer waved his hand to halt her comments. That's another long story. But basically, I don't know where she was clutched, and she can't seem to give me directions beyond sand dunes and heat. Just then, Farley returned, flying into the chamber and chittering agitatedly about things in her way. But the message she bore was affirmative. We're taking the afternoon off, Janny. We deserve it, Pimer said firmly. We'll ruin our eyes trying to match up all this banding. So we'll go visit a restored ancient's ruin at Paradise River Hold. You'll like Jayge and Ara. I told you about them being shipwrecked and all. Her answering expression was inscrutable, but she smiled before she gathered up their work materials. This is official, isn't it? Valine asked Pimer, glancing at Jancis when the two presented themselves to the bronze rider. Sure is, Pimer assured him airily, helping Jancis to mount Clarinath. Got to cross-check carton markings on the ones left at Paradise River. It's one of those boring things that's got to be done, and Jancis and me got chosen. He climbed on behind the girl, well pleased with himself. It would be perfectly legitimate for him to put his arms about her during flight. Jancis gave him a speaking look and a grin for his outrageous invention, and then gasped, grabbing his arms as Clarinath launched himself skyward. This isn't your first time a dragonback, is it? Pimer asked, his lips close to her ear. Tendrils of her curly hair escaped from her helmet and tickled his nose. She shook her head, but her grip on his arms did not relax, so he knew that she could not have ridden often. Then they went between, and her fingers tightened spasmodically. The next moment they were above the clean, sandy stretch, Clarinath gliding in to land on the riverbank a few lengths from the hold. The heat was considerably greater there than on the relatively higher, cooler plateau. Fleetingly, Pimer wondered why Alimi had a ship anchored that far to the west of Paradise River. Then Farley came streaking in over Clarinath's shoulder and, bugling in her silvery voice, joined the stream of welcoming resident fire lizards who all swooped into the hold. Look, I don't know how long this will take, Valine, Pimer began, hurriedly unbuckling helmet and jacket as the heat enveloped them and helping Jancis remove hers. I've got to hunt Clarinath, Valine said. That's how come I could get off sweep riding to bring you. Would you ask Jayge where's the best place to go for wild runners? Pimer dismounted and helped Jancis down just as Jayge came onto the veranda to see who had arrived. Pimer hurried over to the dark, shady expanse of the porch, introduced Jancis to Jayge, and asked where Clarinath could hunt. Tell him to go on down the river, about 20 minutes straight. He'll catch him browsing close to the water this time of day, Jayge suggested, adding that Valine should return to the hold to bathe the bronze and join them in the evening meal while Clarinath digested his. You're crazy, Pimer, coming down here before the heat's passed, Jayge said, yawning hugely. He turned to Jancis. Want something cool to drink? Thank you, Holder Jayge, Jancis said, giving Pimer a sly glance. But we ate just before we left the plateau, and we really must check the coding on the cartons in your storeroom, if we may. Pimer was stripping down to the loose vest he wore under his shirt. Jancis seemed unaffected by the heat, which irritated him, but then Smiths were used to warmth. Now, Jancis, I only said that... That's true enough, Pimer, Jancis went on equably, but it was a clever notion, and I think we should check it out.
You two do as you wish, Jayge said, grinning as he looked from one to the other. But I'm going back to my hammock and wait till the afternoon shower cools us off. Anyone with any sense stays out of the hot, he muttered as he went. Now, Jancis, Pimer began, using his shirt to mop his forehead. It can't take that long to look, she said, peering around the veranda at the empty rocking chairs and baby swing. She started down the neat, shell-lined path toward the other buildings, and Pimer, cursing under his breath, followed her. Are all these occupied now? She asked when they were halfway to the storehouse. As far as I know, he answered grumpily. He knew she was teasing him and that he should not react. And then he began to wonder why she was doing it. He had believed that she liked him and even enjoyed working with him. Why was she being perverse? Was it a character flaw? Jayge and Ara invited some bloodkin to join them from the north, he went on, attempting a more cheerful, if resigned, attitude. And then mentally suggested her brother, Alini, who's master fisherman here, and there's a glass master now because there are some really fine white sands, and, well, Paradise River was gradually repaired and occupied. Here we are. The high-ceilinged building was cool, with what breeze there was entering at the ventilating slats at the top. Empty crates and cartons were still piled neatly in one corner, but there were more that had been put to use and were stacked close to the entrance. Jancis made a small, disapproving sound. Why not use them? Pimer asked. They weren't full. They were all Jayge and Ara had when they were shipwrecked. Besides, I think the ancients would like to see them in use again. A lot of people are second-guessing what the ancients would and would not like, Jancis said. Including your grandfa, Pimer reminded her. You didn't object to him using the sheet to cover the fissure. She gave him a quelling look. Master Fanderel had his reasons. So did Jayge and Ara. Why ignore useful things, Pimer asked. It's one thing if they contain artifacts, but otherwise they are being useful, efficient. He threw in that word more out of pique than as a humorous reference. They're not being desecrated or misused. They're not inviolable. They're certainly durable. Then you believe we should use the shirts and boots and other materials in that cavern? Jancis turned on him, her eyes flashing and her jaw set in a determined line. If they fit, why not? Because it's profane, that's what. Profane? To wear a shirt because it's a shirt and was made to cover nakedness? Boots because they're boots and made for walking? I don't understand you. It's a misuse of historical relics. Besides the building slab, Master Fanderel's using some of those drills, sharpest steel he's ever seen. Grandfa is not wasting them. These aren't being wasted either, Pimer declared. He raised his hands up high in frustration, then brought them down smartly to his sides. Go read the bloody carton labels. That's what you came down here to do. I'm going back to the hold. Jayge is right about the heat of the day. It affects some people's thinking. Farley accompanied him, chittering questions at him which he could not have answered even if he had understood them. When he got back to the wide veranda, he went to the clay pitcher that hung at the shady corner and poured himself several long, cool drinks. Then he strung up one of the hammocks and tried to figure out why he and Jancis were quarreling. The canine's excited barking roused him from a light doze. Then Farley swooped, tugging at his sleeveless vest to emphasize her urgent little squeaks. Huh? What's the matter? Easy, Farley, you scratch. But the instancy of her alarm was inescapable. He blinked sleep from his eyes and made an awkward attempt to jump out of the hammock. It swung out from under him, and he landed with an ignominious thump on the porch floor. The resident fire lizards were swarming into the house through window and door, chittering with great agitation. Pimer could hear Jayge's drowsy protest. Outside, the pitch of the canine's alarm went up several notches to a frenzy, a commotion that further agitated the fire lizards. Just as Pimer was getting to his feet, he saw furtive movements on the beach front, and the last of his torpor abated. Small wonder the canines were hysterical. Pimer had relied on Farley and Stupid too long to argue with animal instincts, or to wonder why anyone was creeping up on Paradise River Hold. At the sound of a strangled cry from the line of fishers' cots farther up the beach, he unsheathed his hefty jungle blade, crept to the porch railing, and peered cautiously out. There, more movement. It looked as if a number of people were spreading out to surround the hold, and more invaders seemed to be crawling down to the other holes. He heard Jayge muttering irritably at the interruption to his nap. Silently, Pimer crept to the hammock, reaching up to release first one end from its wall hook and then the other. Maybe he could use it as a second weapon. Dragging the hammock with him, he scooted around the corner of the porch and climbed in through the side window, anxiously scanning the walls for possible weapons. "Jayge," he called softly, seeing the holder sleepily stumbling down the corridor. "Huh?" Still groggy, Jayge just stared at him. "Grab something. You've got invaders." "Don't be silly," Jayge said in a normal voice. Then his fire lizards came swooping into the room, squeaking in their panic. "Huh?" Outside, the canine's racket took on a new note, almost jubilant. Someone had had the wit to loose them from their pen. Galvanized, Jayge yanked 2 kitchen knives from their rack, just as they heard a sudden shout from the beach. "Ara! Get the children and run!" he roared, bounding forward with Pimer to meet the enemy outside. It proved an embarrassingly short defense. 6 sunburnt, tattered men, brandishing swords, pikes, and long daggers, rushed Pimer and Jayge at the base of the short porch steps. Pimer slashed with his knife and thrashed about with the hammock, which was soon cut to shreds despite the clumsiness of the attackers. Curses and shrieks told him that Jayge was making full use of his knives. Someone was yelling orders in a strident voice, screaming with impatience at the attackers' ineptitude and demanding results. A concerted rush by the attackers pushed both Pimer and Jayge awkwardly against the steps. Pimer heard someone behind him, but before he could react, he felt the crashing blow on his head and slid into oblivion. Jayge came to, face down in sand, head pounding fiercely, ribs and right shoulder aching, aware of the burn of sand-filled cuts all over him. He quickly discovered that he could not shift and ease his discomfort. He was trussed up like a wherry on a spit. He was about to spit out a mouthful of sand when he heard a groan, then a thud, and finally a smug chuckle. "Back to sleep, Harper," a harsh-voiced woman said. "And that's how to deal with jumped-up holders, lads. It also prevents them from getting any assistance from those fire lizards, or anyone else. Now," her voice went from cajolery to sheer venom, "I want the woman and her brats. Without them, this whole effort is worthless." Inadvertently, Jayge stiffened, straining against his bonds. Thella! He had never believed his own words when he had reassured Aramina over and over that the woman must have perished or been apprehended. Of late, when their formal acquisition of the Paradise River hold had meant that their names would be circulated, he had had twinges of anxiety. If Thella lived, would she hear? Would she care? Would she act? Common sense made that seem unlikely, but common sense was not a likely virtue in someone as vindictive as Thella. Fortunately, Ara had managed to escape with the children. Also, he was relieved to recall that Veline was due back to collect Pimer and Jancis. A dragon in the sky could be quite a deterrent to the type of holdless men that would fall in with a renegade like Thella. How long had he been unconscious? The heat was still oppressive, so he might have been out just long enough, he thought sourly, to be trussed up so thoroughly. "I thought it was him you wanted to kill," someone complained indignantly. "Killing's easy. I want him to suffer, as he's made me suffer for the past 2 turns, but that can be best accomplished by forcing him to watch what I've planned for her. And you, imbecilic dolts, let her get away from you." Jayge heard the sound of startled grunts. "What kick us? We did our best," someone complained. "You never said nothing about canines. Vicious they was. Couldn't get past them. Fangs a hand long, great brutes as big as herd beasts. There was 6 of you with swords and spears, more than enough to take a drudge slut. Are these all tied up now? And the women in the fisher holds? All right then, now we go after her. She can't go far with small kids. She may be holed up in those big ruins. If she took to the forest, that underbrush is so thick she'll have to have left some sort of a trail even tunnel turds like you could find. I want her and those children. She'll wish she'd never been born before I'm through with them. And her." "Now, look, Thella," the spokesman protested. "You didn't say nothing about savaging anybody. I don't hold with..." There was a loud and sickening gasp, and then a silence more telling than any words. "I trust that answers any question?" Thella challenged, her voice edged despite a mockingly light tone. "Blurs, your leg may be sliced, but you've 2 good arms. Take this club, and when anyone so much as twitches, you clout 'em good, just behind the ear. Got it? If I find that one of them has moved so much as a muscle when I get back, I'll hamstring you. You, pick up that rope. You, the nets to wrap our guests up in. You others, grab some of those spears. Those should do for the canines. Now, follow me." Jayge tried to figure out how many men Thella had with her. He knew that he had sunk the longer knife in someone's belly and blooded some of the others who had pressed in on him. Pimer had made good use of that jungle blade of his before he had been overcome. He heard the grate and grind of sand underfoot and cracked his eyes a bare fraction to count 4 sets of feet going past him, flicking sand in his face. Thella's voice went off to his right, down past Temma's and Shwaki's holds and toward the warehouse. Jancis? Had it been she who had loosed the canines? More sand spattered across his face. He was aware of a fetid odor, blood, stale sweat, and fish oils, and something looming over him. He almost winced as a club prodded him experimentally. This Bluers took his duty seriously. In the distance, Jayge could hear Thella directing the search of the ruins. Let her. Aramina would have made for the woods, and most likely headed for the great fellas trees that stood in a grove beyond the first thickets. If Ara could hide in one of the great densely leaved trees, and keep the children quiet, Thella could be searching a long time. Long enough, he hoped, for him to somehow free himself and overcome the one guard. Bluers had stopped moving, but Jayge could hear sounds that suggested that the man was evidently settling himself on the veranda's steps. He strained against painfully tight bonds and pumped up his chest, despite sore ribs, to try to loosen the ropes binding his arms to his sides. His wrists were secured behind his back, and his ankles were so constricted that he could barely feel his feet. Grimly he twisted his wrists, seeking any slack in the ropes, while he listened to Thella banging about in the warehouse, looking for any sign of the fugitives. As he carefully worked his wrists, he became conscious of other silences. There were no canine sounds, not a single whine, bark, or growl. The beasts could all have been killed, but reviewing the comments he had overheard, Jayge thought that some had survived to protect Aramina. Most conspicuous was the absence of fire lizards. His were not as well trained as Pimer's, but they too had been present during the fight, diving at the invaders, scratching and biting. With Bluers on guard, he could not risk calling to them. Besides, Pimer was the only person they knew how to go to with messages. Where was Pimer's Farley? The harper claimed that his queen showed more initiative than most. Was she off, trying to rouse help? If only Bluers could be gotten out of the way, perhaps Jayge could get his fire lizards to bite through the cords around him. Where was Farley likely to go for help? To Veline and Clarinath? Brief hope encouraged Jayge. The sight of Veline and his bronze might be enough to send Bluers scarpering off, if only to warn Thella. Once Jayge was free, he would settle Thella for once and for all. He was consumed with the desire to feel his sword slide into her belly, to hear that arrogant voice beg for mercy. A comforting thought, but it brought no slack to his bindings. The constriction was slowly taking all feeling from his fingers. His dry throat began to tickle, but he dared not cough. He pushed the sand from his mouth, holding on to a small shell, which he sucked to encourage salivation. Someone beside him groaned and stirred in the sand, Bluer club. How many such blows could a skull absorb without permanent damage, Jayge wondered desperately. He heard some distant shouting and crashing, and still no canine growls. Thella had a huge area to search. If Ara could manage to keep the children quiet... There was another thunk of club against flesh. Something heavy and damp fell across Jayge's back, forcing a gasp from him. "Easy," a quiet voice cautioned. "Beline?" "Kavan." The bronze rider was already sawing at Jayge's bonds. Aramina yelled. A good knack to rediscover at a moment of crisis. Heth responded. "I can see why. Did Thella leave only the one guard?" "Yes. She took the rest off to hunt Aramina and the children. I don't know how many she has. Kavan, I don't need to remind you how dangerous Thella is." "No, you don't." Kavan cut the final strand and turned Jayge over. As blood rushed into starved tissues, Jayge gasped and writhed with pain. Kavan massaged his limbs to help encourage circulation. "Easy now. It'll be a while before Thella realizes her quarry is well away." He helped Jayge to his feet. "Stamp your feet." Then he projected his voice cautiously toward the hold. "It's all right, Mina. Get some of that rotgut Jayge makes. He needs it, and so will the others." "You rescued Ara?" Jayge reeled more from relief than physical weakness. Kavan steadied him, eyes twinkling. "Plucked her out of the trees this time. Her, Jancis, and the 2 children. Had to leave the canines behind." He began tying up the gagged and unconscious Bloors. Jayge shook his head at the Dragonriders' levity. "Look, Kavan, ask Hef to contact Ramoth and Nementh. They'll want to know—" Jayge's stiff, thick hands refused to close on the dagger in Bloor's belt. "I expect they will, but as Bendon Ware's fighting Threadfall, Hef can't bespeak them yet." "Then call up your own Ware." Kavan gave him a long, measuring look. "You know I can't do that, Jayge." "I don't understand you, Kavan. I thought you were our friend, and now, when we really need your help—" "I've already done more than I should," Kavan said, a trace of impatience in his tone as he began to cut Thella loose. Jayge had no chance to argue with him, for at that moment Aramina came running down the steps and into his arms. The skin full of spirits banged against his sore ribs. His embrace was perfunctory, as he was still seething at Kavan's unwillingness to help more. Then he saw Jancis carrying Janara on one arm while Radis clutched her skirt, and he had to reassure the children as well. "Jancis, that was quick thinking to free the canines then," he said fervently. "Seemed the logical thing to do," she said, shrugging off his praise. Placing Janara on the ground, she knelt by Pimer, who was pallid under his deep tan. "Awful woman! Isn't she the one Telgar and Lemos were hunting so earnestly? Well, drink up and then hand the wineskin to me, will you, Jayge? I don't like Pimer's color." Jayge obeyed, and found that a long swig of the strong spirits proved to be a powerful restorative. "Temma could use some as well," Kavan said, helping the groggy woman to a sitting position. Aramina gently began to rub the older woman's red and swollen wrists and ankles. The 2 children, still subdued by their experiences, stood close together, wide-eyed, watching the adults. "Free Shwaki, Jayge," Kavan suggested, ignoring the furious look Jayge shot him as he cut Nazir's bonds. "If only you'd send for a wing, Kavan, or even a few more riders. Much as I would like to, I can't compromise the Weir, Jayge, not without Bendon's permission," Kavan said impassively. "It could be constituted as direct interference in hold management. You have to rescue yourself from Thella." "He's right, Jayge," Jancis said, briskly massaging Pimer's bruised arms and wrists. "But you—" "Heth heard Aramina, and he rousted me out of the Werehold in only my pants." Kavan shuddered involuntarily. "We came out of between, right over her head. There wasn't much else I could do except pick her out of that tree." He gave an exasperated snort. "I'll take knocks enough for that later, but Heth didn't ask. Maybe Falar will permit the lapse on those grounds. A rider rarely wins an argument with his dragon." "But you had to save Aramina and my children." "And so I did." Kavan's patience was wearing a little thin, and he frowned at the irate holder. "I would again, even if I knew the circumstances beforehand. The rest, my friend, is now up to you. There's another couple of hours before I can contact the Bendon Ware leaders, and I don't think Thella's going to be barging around in your orchard that long. Pass me that wineskin. Shwaki looks like he needs a long pull." "There are 5 of us," Jayge began, forcing his anger with the bronze rider out of his mind and trying to organize a strategy. 7, Jancis said firmly. "I don't know how many Thella has with her." "Well, she's lost a few," Jancis said helpfully, pointing to 5 bodies laid out to one side of the porch. 6 came at us," Temma said hoarsely, shaking her hands to increase the blood flow. "I managed a couple of good blows, and I know Nazir knifed 1 in the chest." 3 attacked me, and I got 1, but I don't think I killed him," Shwaki said. "Are all the canines dead, Ara?" Jayge asked. They would attack anything on command. "Only 1. The rest are up the tree," Aramina said with a brief grin. "Jancis heaved, and I pulled. They're perched out of sight, I hope, and on a stay command. I was going to organize the fire lizards, but then Heth appeared, and they all departed." From the woods, the shouts of the frustrated searchers could be plainly heard, with a louder female voice exhorting them to climb up into the trees if they could not check from the ground. "Was Farley among the fire lizards?" Pimer asked weakly, a healthier color gradually reducing his pallor. "I didn't see her," Jancis replied. "She probably went for help once I was knocked out." "To the Master Harper?" Kavan asked. "I suppose." Alini and the fishermen would be nearer to hand, Aramina said, shielding her eyes to peer out at the sea reach. Would she have the wit to go to them?
Finding them and getting them back here in time are two separate matters, said Shwaki, who did not think that much of fire lizard abilities. And where are Alini's womenfolk? Tied up in their holds, Jayge said, gesturing toward the cots farther up the riverbank. Ara, you and Jancis take the children and go free them. If, by any miracle, Thella left the skiffs intact, I want everyone to pile into them and sail out into the bay until Alini returns. Aramina bristled. I'm not running away again, Jayge Lilcamp. I think you'd make it a lot easier for Jayge if you were out of Thella's range, Kavan said firmly. You and the children. Let him deal with her. It's going to come to that one way or another, you know. And with that, the bronze dragon rider looked Jayge squarely in the eyes. And long overdue, Jayge said savagely. Go on, Aramina. She won't find me such an easy mark this time. Or any of us, Shwaki said fiercely, his eyes bright with anger. He had been searching among the weapons piled on the porch. He found his own sword and passed Pimer his broad jungle blade. You, me, Tema, Nazer, and Pimer, if he's got his wits back. He grinned when Pimer cursed him roundly. We can cause a lot of damage against such an undisciplined bag of scum with no need to compromise the Dragon Rider. Dragon Riders, he corrected himself, pointing one of the hunting spears downriver, where a second dragon was lazily gliding in to land. The newcomer settled on the beach not far from Heth. Then his eyes whirled from placid green to agitated orange, and he emitted a startled bleat. Heth just brought Clarinath up to date, Kavan said with a wry grin. Valine was scrambling down his dragon's side and came racing toward them, his expression anxious. Is it true? You've been attacked, Jayge? By whom? It's outrageous. This sort of thing can't be permitted. Permission is never the issue, Kavan said grimly. And our hands are tied in such matters. Oh, yes, that's true. You're right, Valine said, belatedly recalling Ware strictures. A frantic fire lizard erupted into the air above Pimer's head and then wrapped herself around his neck, threatening to strangle him with relief. Hold it, Farley, hold it! I can't understand you, Pimer exclaimed, protecting his face from her lickings and unwinding her tail from his neck. Once again, more slowly. Ah, really? Weren't you a clever one? Pimer managed to grin as he explained. She found Alini, and he's just beyond the point. He sent her to see what's happened. Jancis, you got anything to write on? And what do I tell him, Jayge? Alini had 6 crew. That gives us 12. Shwaki looked pleased. We can't wait, Jayge said. We'll have to rely on surprise and luck. They won't expect canines to come out of a tree, Aramina suggested. Jayge pawed through the weapons, searching for a dagger. Solemnly, Kavan handed him his own blade. They're heading into the grove now, Shwaki said, cocking his head at the sounds of men crashing through the undergrowth. We can sneak after 'em, pick 'em off one by one. He flexed his sword arm, grinning in anticipation. Jayge caught Aramina's hands as she hefted a fishing spear. Oh no, my love. You will take yourself and our children as far away from here as possible. Do you understand me? There's no time to argue the point. You're going. And Heth and I will make sure she does, Kavan said unexpectedly, taking Aramina by the arm. That much I can do. She hesitated one brief moment, then acquiesced, her shoulders drooping. Just don't let her slip away again, Jayge. I don't ever want to be faced with this again. Pimer dispatched Farley with the message to Alini. Shwaki fortified himself with one more pull from the wineskin, settled the fishing spears to his shoulders, and looked attentively to Jayge. They were all armed now, bristling with assorted weapons, their manner determined. Under the worried gaze of Aline, the Paradise River holders jogged east, slipping past the thickets that bordered the holes. The tree in which Aramina and Jancis had taken refuge with the 2 children was in the approximate center of the grove that Thella was currently searching. The ancient Felis trees, their massive trunks larger than 3 men could span with fingers touching, spread densely leaved branches to form a large, dimly lit park. Air vines looped in intricate patterns, further obscuring any sun that tried to penetrate the luxuriant foliage. A thick, deep mulch covered the ground and aided the soundless advance of Jayge and the others as they slipped from the shadows of one wide-boled trunk to another. Hey! Over here! I saw the branches move, someone called. Over here!
Jayge swore under his breath, praying that the canines would not break until he and the others got close enough to make use of that diversion. Thella's men, he counted 15, closed in on the tree. Then Thella swaggered forward. Even in the dim light, Jayge realized that the woman who had caused him and Aramina so much pain and anguish had altered considerably since their first encounter on the trail. Though better clothed than her ragtag minions, she was as gaunt, and her close-cropped hair framed a face made ugly by scar-pox and privations. "Aramina!" She peered up into the branches, and her call was brightly wheedling. "We know you're up there. Your man and all your other friends are tied up tight and out of their senses. This time," Thella's throaty laugh was malicious, "you haven't any handy dragons to help you." Jayge edged closer, hefting the spear in his hand, marking a burly man as target, but he was not close enough for a killing throw yet. He checked the others. Pimer and Jancis were on his left. Shwaki on his right crouched low and darted forward, Tema and Nazer moving like shadows beyond him. They would all have to get closer. If each disabled one man, there were still 9 to contend with. Though maybe now that the renegades were confident of their quarry, they would relax their guard and lower their blades. He gestured to catch Shwaki's eye and pantomimed his instructions. The man nodded. "You, Obert, Birsan, Glay," Thella said. "Gather up some of those loose branches. I don't know how well Fellis burns, but we'll soon find out, won't we?" She laughed nastily. "It's one way to get someone out of a tree, isn't it, men? I can just see the flames crackling, climbing quickly up this hairy bark, thick smoke roiling up, choking the brats, making them lose hold and fall to their deaths. Is that what you want, Aramina?" Thella's jocularity ended. "Come down out of there, now! Save your babes from suffocating!" The 3 men she named had set aside their weapons and begun to gather kindling. The others continued to peer up into the tree, circling it, oblivious to the holder's stealthy advance. A 4th man began to kick the dry ground cover into a pile against the trunk and knelt to start a blaze. Suddenly, he collapsed across the pile of brush, the flickering flame extinguished by his body. "What the?" someone else declared. "Hey, there's a knife in Birsan's back!" "Attack!" Jayge yelled and sprang from behind his tree. He launched his spear at the back of the burly man and swerved to one side to throw one of his daggers at the nearest wood-gatherer. A dagger whistled past his ear to thunk into the Fellis trunk behind him. "Attack!" he repeated, hoping the canines would respond. The upper branches began to shake, and then the canines sprang from above. Jayge heard their snarling challenges as he raced toward Thella. The din of screams, curses, growls, and the clang of metal against metal filled the air. She was waiting for him, blatantly ignoring the pleas for help from the man on the ground a scant stride away, struggling to keep the canine from tearing out his throat. Jayge saw the arrogant smile on her face, and then her raised arm. As her hand snapped forward, he flung himself sideways and heard the thrown blade whir through the air where he had been standing to hammer into the tree that guarded his back. She flipped a 3rd dagger into her left hand and, grinning balefully at him, drew her sword. Jayge watched the curved sword and the straight dagger as he edged closer, wishing for another spear and the greater range it would have given him. His own sword scraped from its scabbard, and he twisted it to make the sound as loud and threatening as he could. Thella was not impressed. "So," she said, "it seems I was foolish to leave just one guard. How did you escape? I tied you up myself, little traitor man." She was circling slowly, and the point of her sword dabbed out like a feline's paw, chiming against Jayge's blade, testing his wrist. "Is all the strength back in your arm?" The blades chimed again, and Jayge's sword wavered offline as the impact thumped his jangling sinews. Thella grinned more widely still. "It seems not. Even so, I should have followed my own advice and chopped off your hands, but those oafs let your woman escape." "That's been your problem all along, Thella. Things get out of your hands. Maybe weapons, too." Jayge wondered why she was circling that way. Looking for an escape route? Maybe her touted ability with a sword was all bluff, too. "This is your final mistake, Thella, because this is where it ends. You won't slip away from me, not this time, not here, not now." The slow circling broke as he thrust forward suddenly, violently. But the blades met with a clash and a grinding sound like huge murderous scissors as Thella's defensive sweep became a parry and riposte that licked her sword's steel tongue straight at his face. Jayge broke ground with a barely balanced backward leap and heard her laughing at him. There was blood on his cheek from a slice he had not even felt, not until the wet heat dribbled from his chin and the sting of the cut ran from his eye to the corner of his mouth. "I wouldn't be too sure of that, little holdling," Thella said with a sneer. "First blood's mine. Only heart's blood counts." He slammed his sword's edge against her knuckle guard, hoping for a flinch, for the weapon to twist in her grip, maybe even for it to fly from her hand. Jayge had no such luck. She let the stroke glissade and expend its force along the sweep of her own blade. And then the dagger in her left fist jabbed at his face, his throat, his belly, 3 flickers of bright metal that reminded him where her true skill lay. Jayge smashed the dagger point sideways with the guard of his sword, feeling it pluck at his clothing as it came close, far too close. But he refused to make the break Thella had hoped for, and instead forced her back, until she slammed hard against the immovable trunk of a fellas. Her widened eyes told him that she had not expected to be trapped that way, and Jayge anticipated her attempt to beat her way free with a series of savage cuts. He met them, and blocked them every one, and forced her hard back against the tree again. "And it's your heart's blood that will spill today!" His point flicked through her guard and left a long rip down her left arm. The dagger went flying. "That's for Armald!" He came at her again, feinting at her weakened arm and then closing, Kavan's knife in play now for all that its lack of a guard might cost Jayge fingers. Their swords ran together at the hilts, a tangle of sharpened metal held crisscrossed by main force as Jayge's dagger pulled to gash her right arm. "That's for Borgold's best team!" Another swift feint led her blade far off its defensive line, swept further by the knife in his left hand as the sword in his right raked across her exposed midriff. "And that was for Radis." "Radis?" Her voice was trembling, from surprise as much as from pain. "What was Radis to you?" "My uncle, Thella, my uncle!" Jayge backed off, seeing the pallor in her pocked face as shock changed to despair. The rage in him abated briefly, and he charged it again to do what was necessary and end it all. "Is it necessary, Jayge? Is it really?" The voice in his head and in his memory belonged to Radis, but the voice in his ears belonged to Aramina. "Enough, Jayge, or you'll be no better than she is." For all his surprise at hearing his wife when she should have been safely away, Jayge did not let his gaze waver from Thella's face. But hers, startled, went over his left shoulder, and her face contorted with loathing. Eyes blazing, she lunged in a savage, futile attack at the girl who had eluded her. Jayge was in the way. Thrusting as hard as he could, he felt the appalling jolt along blade and hand and arm as his curved sword went into Thella's flesh, its edge grating against one rib as the point punched through to her hating heart. Stolidly, he wrenched the sword free. Thella's sword spun from her hand, thudded deep into the dirt at Aramina's feet, and stuck there, swaying. With a little sigh, she dropped to her knees, one hand against her breast as if to stem the flow of shocking red that seeped through her fingers, and then she crumpled to the ground, unmoving. The deep hush that settled once again over the fellow's tree grove was punctuated by Jayge's hoarse breathing and the whimpers of wounded men and animals. Gulping air into pumping lungs, Jayge gradually became aware of Alimi and the other fishermen moving about the glade. Aramina, carefully avoiding the dagger, bent down to study Thella's face. Without speaking, she rose and turned to Jayge, noting the bleeding cuts that his exertions had opened. "Those will need to be cleaned, Jayge," she said in a curiously detached tone. "And we'll have to tend the canines." "Go on, Jayge," Alimi said. "We'll take care of all this." His gesture consigned Thella and her dead supporters to oblivion. Lessa and Flar arrived 2 hours later, straight from Threadfall. As Kavan had anticipated, he was soundly berated by Lessa for involving himself in a holder dispute. "I'd have done the same thing even if I'd known what the problem was when Heth shouted at me, Lessa," Kavan said stoutly, although Pimer thought the young were-leader was pale enough under his tan. "A rider doesn't ignore his dragon's summons." "A rider makes certain a dragon doesn't endanger himself," the Bendon werewoman replied, "much less his entire ware. Did you forget your position, Southern Leader?" "No," Kavan replied, "but neither did Heth. At least you had a good sense to limit ware involvement to the one rescue." Falar's expression was as grim as Lessa's. Jayge honorably concluded the affair. The were leaders had seen the dead woman where she and the other renegades lay in sacks, prepared for immediate sea burial. "That's the end of that," Lessa said, frowning. Then she began to take off the rest of her heavy flying gear. "Did the renegades destroy everything in the hold, or do we have to fly back to Bendon to refresh ourselves?" she demanded petulantly. "That's the end of that," Lessa said, frowning. Then she began to take off the rest of her heavy flying gear. "Did the renegades destroy everything in the hold, or do we have to fly back to Bendon to refresh ourselves?" she demanded petulantly. She was tired, hot, and at the end of an exhausting fall. The last thing she needed was another crisis. "No, indeed not," Jancis said, taking Lessa's jacket. "There's red fruit, juice, claw, some of Jayge's rot-gut spirits, and, if you can spare the time, broiled fish fresh from the sea." The hospitality brought a smile to Lessa's face, reluctant at first, but more relaxed as Jancis led them up the porch steps. The first of the evening breezes had freshened the sultry air, and the house was pleasantly cool. "What sort of casualties did Jayge suffer?" Falar asked. "None of the hold was badly hurt. Bumps, lumps, superficial cuts and bruises, mostly," Jancis said, "though Ara had to take a few stitches here and there. She's very neat." "And the renegades?" Lessa asked, sipping the drink Jancis had given her. "6 survive, all badly wounded." There was a note of satisfaction in Jancis's voice. "One of them captained the ship that brought them here." "Master Iterolan should be informed," Lessa grimaced. "He doesn't like his masters disloyal." "The man wasn't a master, Lessa," Pimer said, joining them. The bandage on his head, his bruised face, and the various small lacerations smeared with numbweed gave him a raffish appearance. "You should be resting," Jancis told him sternly. He caught her hand and grinned down at her. "Harpers have notoriously hard heads." "And thick skins," Lessa added in mock derision. "Leave it to Thella to have found a dissatisfied journeyman, denied his mastery and willing to dishonor his haul," Pimer went on. "Stole the ship from the repair dock at Thella's instigation. Master Iterolan will enjoy making an example of him." "And the others?" Falar asked. "Holdless men," Pimer shrugged. "Promised rewards and easy living in the south." He eased himself onto the broad couch beside Jancis. "They can go back with the ship," Falar said, "and then wherever Master Iterolan requires drudges." "That's not the end of the problem of renegades, though, Falar," Lessa said, frowning. "True enough, but if Thella's death is sufficiently publicized," Falar looked meaningfully at Pimer, "it will deter the undecided and give us another breathing spell." "I'll make a full report to the Master Harper." "Both of them," Pimer said, a twinkle in his eye. Lessa gave an impatient exclamation. "Robinton's nearly as much of a renegade as—" She paused to think of a suitable comparison, and then, with a sly smile, fixed her eyes on Pimer. "As you are, journeyman." "Truly spoken," Pimer said, grinning broadly. Lessa opened her mouth to say more, but broke off as Jayge, bruised, bandaged, and bedaubed even more than Pimer was, entered the room with an apprehensive Aramina. Lessa greeted her warmly, expressing delight that Aramina had rediscovered her ability to contact dragons. She was magnanimously restrained over the brief were participation, dwelling on the relief all would feel at Thella's defeat. Upon questioning, it appeared that Aramina had not heard Ramoth and Nementh as they arrived, which, Lessa said kindly, she ought to have done, since both dragons had been considerably agitated. "I do hear the fire lizards," Aramina offered, and Pimer was pleased to notice that for once Lessa did not respond to mention of the creatures with her customary acerbity. "And I also hear something else, occasionally. Whatever it is very sad, and so I don't try to hear it." Despite gentle probing, she could give no more information, but Lessa extracted a promise from her to be open to dragons again. "Not to intrude on your life, my dear, but merely to keep in touch. It proved valuable enough today, you'll agree." "We're not even halfway through this pass," Lessa reminded her as the were-leaders prepared to leave, "and we'll need good women for our queens. I, and Ramoth, hoped to have you in our number, but perhaps that daughter of yours. The ability is in the bloodline, you know, and you're Ruathan too, Mina." Chapter 16. Southern Continent, Present Pass, 17. Despite the exertions of the previous day, Pymer was awake at dawn, groaning when he realized how early it was. Muscles along his back cramped, and his efforts to ease them merely brought home the awareness of how very stiff he was. Slowly, he elevated himself on one elbow and stretched cautiously, wincing. "Whew!" The exclamation escaped him as he experimentally felt the 2 lumps on his head. The bandage had come off during the night. "Pymer?" Jancis's soft voice made him whirl, which proved to be another injudicious movement. She was already dressed, a cup of claw in one hand and a reed basket containing bandage rolls and 2 salve pots in the other. "Stiff, are you?" Her smile was fondly proud. "You bet." "Here." She held out the claw. "Wake up a bit more. Healer Jancis urges Harper Pymer to consider a gentle dip in the sea, and then she'll tend to his honorable wounds." "Headache?" Pymer grimaced. "A slight improvement on yesterday." He sipped the claw gratefully. "How come you're so bright at this wretched hour?" Jancis gave him an impish grin. "Oh, I slept, but excitement woke me up." "Excitement? Yesterday's?" On top of the fight with Thella's men, Pymer and Jancis had had the privilege and thrill of riding Ramoth and Nementh back to Cove Hold, where Falar and Lessa had stopped to confer with Master Robinton. "No, today's," and she seemed altogether too pleased with herself. "But first, I want you to be able to concentrate your Harper wits. Finish the claw, swim, I'll patch you up, and then I'll tell you." She hauled him up from his bed and started dragging him from the small sleeping room. "You found something in the warehouse? Not until you've swum." Jancis was adamant, and, annoyed as he was, Pymer had to admit later that the swimming eased the aches, though the salt water stung his cuts. He felt much better after she had slathered numbweed where it was needed. He was both pleased that she had taken no harm from her part in the previous day's skirmish, and chagrined that he had sustained so much. He had kept right by her side during the ambush of Thella's band, had cheered when her spear throw had wounded her target, and had been exceedingly relieved to see Elimi leading reinforcements into the grove. When she insisted that he eat, Pymer discovered that he was hungrier than he had realized, and they both ate a hearty breakfast. Then Jancis cleared their dishes, and only after that, with an air of triumph, did she carefully unroll a transparent sheet of the ancient's peculiar material. She held the corners down with spoons and forks and waited while he examined it. "Admin Annex," he read slowly, enunciating each syllable of the caption. "For Ivis? Ivis?" He looked inquiringly up at Jancis. "I don't know what an Ivis is either, but it must be important, see? They went to a lot of trouble to reinforce it." "Ceramic tiles. Well, we know tiles. Heat-resistant, that's obvious too. I don't understand what the figures mean, but tolerance would indicate they were determined to protect this Ivis thing." Jancis was excited. "Admin Annex? We haven't excavated that one yet, have we? It's up near the edge of the lava flow. And what are solar panels?" he asked, tapping the long strips that were apparently attached to the roof of the Ivis Annex. "Solar's an old word for sun. Panels, we know." "Sun panels? What would they do?" "I don't know, but I'd like to find out." Jancis's eyes sparkled vivaciously. "You were very brave yesterday, fighting right alongside us," he said irrelevantly because she looked so pretty just then. Her flush deepened. "And if you hadn't released the canine so that Thella didn't get her hands on Ara and the children at the start—" "Well, she didn't, and that was yesterday. This is today, and I think we've got the clue to something very important. No other building on this plateau was especially reinforced against lava. What they couldn't move, they left to slag. We'll have to wait until Master Robinson's awake. After yesterday, I doubt I can coax Valine to convey us anywhere without the Harper's authority." "And just why is that needed?" the Harper asked, yawning as he entered the kitchen. When applied to later that morning by Master Robinson himself, Tagellin dispatched one of the green werelings, who had strict orders, respectfully begging the Master Harper's pardon, to go only to the plateau and return immediately to the eastern were. Lessa wasted little time distancing wares from our problems, the Harper said, more amused than offended. However, you two go on. Not only is a green beneath my consequence, but I must construct a report on this matter for Siebel. Yesterday may have broken one thorn in the sides of the Lord Holders, but, he sighed deeply, only one, and it behooves me to sweeten the inevitable furor. I am thankful that Jayge is confirmed as a holder. I doubt Lerad or even Asganar will feel that the lad exceeded his authority, but he's new to his honors. Some may feel he ought not to have killed Thella. The Telger bloodline is an ancient and generally an honorable one. Pimer and Jancis were relieved to be allowed to go, Pimer now infected by Jancis's curiosity. They had assembled their tools by the mound when Pimer saw the white dragon arrive. So much had happened that he had forgotten his offer to Jackson until that very moment. He waved vigorously to attract the Ruathan lord's attention, sending Farley to reinforce his message by way of Ruth. Jackson and Ruth landed in the aisle in front of the annex, which put Jackson on a level with the two on the mound top. "What happened to you?" Jackson asked with some concern, noting Pimer's bruised face. "Fall down one of those caves?" "Something like that," Pimer said diffidently. "Lord Jackson of Ruatha, this is Smith journeywoman Jancis, Master Fanderel's granddaughter." "Don't I remember you from Telger Smithcraft Hall?" Jackson smiled winningly as Jancis regarded him frankly. "Yes," she replied mischievously. "I used to serve you bread and claw when you came to the Smithcraft Hall for lessons with Wanzer." "You're not that old," Pimer protested, and Jancis cocked her head at him. "What are you doing on this building?" Jackson asked. "I was looking forward to a prowl through endless caverns and fascinating treasures." "We may be onto something a lot more exciting, Jackson," Pimer said, placing the rod at the edge of the long, narrow band nearest him and tapping the point gently. "We're following Jancis's hunch." "I've had one or two of those myself," Jackson said with a rueful grin. "About this building?" We, Jancis stammered, breaking off uncertainly and turning helplessly to Pimer. "Jancis found an old drawing," the Harper said, smoothly taking up the tale and rescuing her from a possible indiscretion. "Jackson would learn about Thella's raid soon enough. Gave us a hint that this might be an important site, so we thought we'd take a closer look. It's her hunch. According to the master map the Harper and I found that," he pointed to the mound perpendicular to them, "is marked as admin. This section we're standing on is marked Ives. The ancients went to considerable trouble to protect this Ives thing from the lava flow with heat-tolerant shielding, so we're investigating." "That's enough to make me curious too," Jackson said, suddenly stepping from the white dragon's back to the top of the mound. "I'll help." "Great!" Pimer tapped his rod again, and suddenly the point clicked against something. "That's odd. The click, I mean." "Usually it's a thunk," Jackson agreed knowledgeably. Jancis consulted her sheet, which she had carefully taped to her writing board. "These unusual long protuberances are listed as solar panels," she said, showing Jackson the diagram. "None of the other buildings have such features." She moved her arm in a wide sweep of the nearby mounds. Suddenly, she grinned at Jackson so infectiously that he responded with a broad smile. "Do you think it's a good hunch?" "Sounds like it. Got another trowel?" She did, and they carefully began to clear the accumulated dirt from one of the 6 long solar panels. "Farley!" Pimer gestured for the little queen to help. They were all a bit startled when Ruth extended one forepaw, offering to assist. "Not right now, Ruth," Jackson said, turning to hold a finger up to his inquisitive friend. "But we're likely to need you later." "Careful, Farley," Pimer cautioned as the fire lizard fell to her digging with the boundless and often misplaced energy of her kind. Farley chirped inquiringly. "Yes, right here," Jancis said absently. "Be careful, will you?" Jackson winked at Pimer, who felt absurdly proud of the easy way Jancis interacted with his little queen. Farley obediently moderated her efforts, using a slow claw-over-claw technique, until she stopped, chittering with success when her talons exposed a dull black surface. "Careful." Jancis used her hands to comb the remaining ash aside, revealing a hand-wide square. Farley patted it, her claw tips clicking. "I don't know what this is." It's not their usual material. It's more like dense, opaque glass. She rapped on it experimentally. Doesn't sound like glass. Let's get the whole piece uncovered, Jackson suggested. But revealing a complete panel made them no wiser. So they excavated the other 5 panels on the south-facing roof, and then, with Ruth's assistance, the entire roof, which proved to be clad in hand-square sections. Once, a piece broke loose, slithering to the ground, but fortunately it was not damaged by the fall. Look, these tiles cover the original roofing material, mortared on. With a sharp cutting tool, Jancis scratched at the surface of a tile. It could be ceramic, but it's the hardest I've ever seen. However did they get such strength to ceramics, she wondered aloud. Could these possibly be ceramic too? Jackson asked, tapping one of the long panels. Pimer was lying prone, poking his finger around one panel. It's always a possibility. You know, these are attached somehow to, and maybe even penetrate, the original roof. All the tiles were carefully shaped to fit snugly around the panels and on the roof. Very curious. Why wouldn't the panels be covered against the heat too? I don't understand this. Do you think your grandfather should have a look at this? Master Esselin should see it first, she said, none too happily. He's in charge here. Of excavating, Jackson said, motioning Ruth to him. But Fanderel checks new materials. He grinned as he slipped onto Ruth's back. He'll be at these caves I came to see? Have a look in passing, Pimer yelled as Ruth launched himself upward. You and Lord Jackson seem to be old friends, Jancis remarked casually as she reached for her notepad and a transparent measuring stick. She saw his look and flushed. Well, we did find several boxes of them, you know. Tools are meant to be used, he replied magnanimously. There are things to be kept for what they are, and things that should be used because they're more efficient than anything we have. He grinned at her discomfort, and she got busy with her measurements. In a very few minutes, Ruth returned with Jackson and the mastersmith, Fanderel's massive bulk dwarfing even the tall Ruathan, and certainly looking conspicuous on the small white dragon. For a man of his size, however, Fanderel was agile and active, lying flat by one of the solar panels to examine it thoroughly, running his fingers over the puzzling new surface. This tiling is familiar, he said, grimacing at another loose piece and rubbing his thumb over it. It was not meant to lie flat, either. See, there's a slight rounding to it. It might have been bedded in this mortar. He pinched some of the dusty stuff visible where the section had lain. But this was not its original purpose. Jackson let out a sudden whoop. It's like the coating on the flying ships in the meadow. Why would they coat a building with, Pimer began. Heat tolerance. There'd be heat or friction, Jancis said at the same time. They both broke off, startled by the sight of the smith precariously tilted groundward to examine the exposed corner of the roof and wall. He grunted, waving one hand urgently at the 3 young people. Jancis held out the trowel. He grabbed it and began chipping away the dirt around the corner, murmuring to himself. He sounded both puzzled and pleased. Jackson, would Ruth be kind enough to dig out this corner section for me? That was soon enough accomplished, though Ruth did knock off a few more of the tiles, apologizing through Jackson for it. Tell him not to worry, the mastersmith replied. The mortar that held him in place has accomplished its purpose. Your theory is supported, Jancis. These tiles were added to protect what's in this curious building against the heat of lava. Now, what does it contain? An ibis, Jancis said, clearing her throat conspicuously and passing the drawing to her grandfather. Pimer noticed how subdued she had become, turning into a very proper and self-effacing young lady. And what, Master Fanderel, is an ibis? Jackson asked patiently. I don't know, Jackson, the smith replied. Let us all find out. Jancis had the hunch, Pimer said, wanting her to assert herself. Good girl. Always uses her eyes and her wits, the smith said, surprised at Pimer's fervent agreement. Then Fanderel dropped off the roof and went to round up a full team of excavators, unceremoniously excusing them from their other projects. He rudely ignored Master Esselin and Bridie when they demanded explanations, telling them absently to go do something they were qualified to do. By evening, the annex was completely unearthed to reveal that, unlike all other ancient buildings, it had neither windows nor door, and that the original walls were of a double thickness. Ventilation slats were finally discovered under the eaves, but they allowed no glimpse of the interior. At sunset, the smith called a halt, giving orders that the project was now the highest priority, and that Master Esselin should see that there was a full complement of workers to secure access to the admin building and the mysterious Ivas as soon after daylight as possible. "Look, I've got to get back to Ruatha," Jackson said as the smith concluded his instructions. "Shara's going to be disgusted with not being able to travel right now. She's pregnant again, you see." His grin was both embarrassed and proud. For the first time, Pimer discovered that he felt no pain at Jackson and Shara's happiness. "Nuisance, that," he said, grinning back. "Listen, would Ruth mind dropping Jancis and me off at Cove Hold? Master Robinson will want a full report on this." Ruth did not mind at all. "Another marvel?" Master Robinson asked. His workspace was littered with examples of the cavern artifacts. "It's going to take us till the end of the pass to document what we've already got." Almost irritably, he shoved at the mess around him. "Things! The ancients had so many things!" Pimer chuckled as he automatically refilled the master's empty wine glass. "A building is not a thing, Master Robinson. Duram, have you or Lord Lighthall come across any reference to the Ivas?" he asked. "It was not listed on the evacuation plan," Lighthall said, reaching over to find the relevant notes. "Maybe an Ivas couldn't be evacuated," Jackson suggested. "They did leave some heavy equipment behind. Not that you could guess its purpose from the slag it is now, but those remains were left in a special room with no doors or windows, only ventilation grills, and thicker walls than usual. We'll have to go through the admin building." "If we can," Pimer said gloomily. "That's a double thickness of the heaviest gauge of their material," Jancis said thoughtfully. "So far, Grandfa cannot find a way of penetrating it, even using the ancients' drill bits." Ivas, Master Robinson mused. "It doesn't sound like a real word. An Iva, the Iva, many Ivas?" He flicked one hand in a gesture of defeat. "You will stay the night, won't you, Jancis? Our current cook has a way with fish that's magical." His charming smile brought an answering one from Jancis. "Then we can all get up to the plateau in plenty of time for yet another revelation." After dinner, when Pimer went to check on Stupid, he invited Jancis to come along. "That's a terrible name to call any creature," Jancis chided him as he led the way, glow basket overhead, toward the fenced clearing where the little runner beast was accommodated. "It's an old joke," Pimer said lamely, but even Jancis was impressed when Stupid nickered in response to his name and trotted over, thrusting out his nose to nuzzle his master. "You don't mind, do you, Stupid? If I called you anything else, you wouldn't answer, would you?" Stupid waggled his ears and nickered again as Farley joined them, settling as usual on the little runner's rump. He switched his tail, and she scolded him. "They really like each other," Jancis exclaimed. "I didn't think runners liked fire lizards or dragons." Pimer chuckled, leaning against the top rail of the enclosure, idly rubbing Stupid's soft nose. By the light of Belior moon, Jancis looked slightly mysterious, the planes of her face touched by the white light. "Well, it's a fact Stupid shies away from any dragon, even Ruth. You haven't been dragging food yet, have you, friend?" he teased. "But he and I and Farley make a pretty good team." "They say," Jancis said, scratching just the right spot on Stupid's neck and causing him to lean into her fingers, tilting his head, eyes half closed, "that you and Stupid and Farley walked the entire coast of Southern." "Only from Southern Hold to Cove Hold. I got excused the rest of it." "Even that much took a lot of courage." "Courage?" Pimer snorted at the notion. "Courage had little to do with it. I was born naturally inquisitive, and," he added in a sudden spurt of honesty, "it was one way to keep Torrik from exiling me from Southern." "Why would Lord Torrik do that?" "He didn't fancy me as marriage kin." Pimer had shifted position so that he was closer to her, though still ostensibly leaning indolently on the rail. "You? And Shara?" Pimer grinned. For that matter, he didn't fancy Jackson as marriage kin, but he got talked into it. Finally, Pimer could appreciate the full irony of that confrontation. He didn't fancy his sister married to the lord of a table-sized hold. "What?" Jancis, appropriately indignant, ceased scratching Stupid's neck and turned toward Pimer. Why, Ruatha has one of the oldest bloodlines on Pern. Everyone with marriageable daughters was hoping to attract Lord Jackson. Torek had bigger plans for Shara. Pimer worked his way a little closer to her as Stupid swung his head back to nip at a nightfly. How could he? Jackson's the only young Lord Holder, and they say they're devoted to each other. She nursed him through Firehead, right here at Cove Hold. I know, Pimer murmured. Smiling, he put both hands on the rail, one on either side of Jancis. When she became aware of the maneuver, he grinned down at her, waiting for her reaction. And what do they say about journeyman Pimer? She dared him, the dimple flashing in her cheek, a dark spot on her moonlit face. What they say about any Harper journeyman, of course, that they're not to be trusted for a moment. Slowly, so she could escape if she really wanted to, and he hoped very much that she did not. He lowered his head and brought his arms up to hold her. Especially not on moonlit nights like this, huh? He touched her lips very gently with his, aware that they were parted in a smile, and that she had no intention of ducking away at the last moment. Abruptly, she was pushed forcefully into his arms. He tightened them to keep her from falling just as her arms went around him to steady herself. Thank you, Stupid. That'll do quite nicely. And Pimer made excellent use of his runner's headlong assistance. If Pimer and Jancis were preoccupied with each other the next morning at the dawn breakfast that Master Robinson had ordered, the others were far too intent on arriving on time at the plateau to notice. Duram would convey the Harper, Pimer, and Jancis to the admin building. Lytall had declined to go along. I think he's noticeably fading, Robinson murmured to Duram as they strode to Tiroth's clearing. Jackson remarked on it to me. He's fine, Robinson. Really he is. It's just that, like all of us, he can't do as much as he used to, Duram replied, his expression sad. Jackson's news about a second child cheered him. It cheered me, too. Ah, Tiroth, you're very good to haul us to and fro, the Harper said, giving the elderly bronze an affectionate clout as he climbed up to sit between the neck ridges. Hand Jancis up to me, Pimer. I'll see she's safe. You can hold on to me as tightly as you wish, my dear. You keep your hands to yourself, Master, Pimer said in a mock growl, ascending first and then assisting Jancis to the position behind him. He ignored the protests from his stiff muscles and tender bruises. Where's your respect for my age, my position? The Harper demanded, laughing as he mounted just in front of the journeyman. Where it always has been, Master, Pimer assured him heartily. Where I can keep my eye on you. Duram was chuckling as he mounted, and Tiroth's powerful upward leap brought Jancis's arms clutching at Pimer's. He covered her hands on his chest with his, very pleased to feel her pressing so tightly against him. They all had a good view of the Dawn Sisters shining in the morning sky before Tiroth took them between. The sisters were still in sight when they arrived at the plateau and skimmed up from the landing strip to the dark shadows of the mounds and the spot where the light of many glow baskets told them the excavation crew was all ready to go. Indeed, they learned shortly, Master Fanderel had already outlined the area to be dug, and the first shovelful had been removed. Master Robinson, Duram, good morning. Jancis, Pimer. We calculate a full span's encrustation. I also deemed it wise to remove the tiles, so obviously a temporary cover. Last night, I compared them with some still in place on the flying ships, and I believe that it is the same material, though none of the ships seem to be missing any significant number. That confirms my theory that originally there were more than 3 ships. I think that's likely, Master Robinson agreed, shivering a bit in the cool dawn air. The fire lizard's images always suggest more than 3. Twice that many, and even with 6, the labor of transporting all those things from the Dawn Sisters to the surface here would have been astounding. Someone brought stools and hot claw so that Master Robinson and Duram could be made comfortable while the digging progressed. Jancis and Pimer stood to one side, sipping at the claw. Pimer tried to suppress the irritation he felt that their private little dig had turned so official. Jancis was rather more subdued than he liked. This was her find, her hunch. She should be directing the work. True, she could not really expect to take precedence over her grandfather, but they all seemed to have forgotten that the whole effort was due to her discovery of the ancient drawing film. It had been one thing to ask Jackson to help, but not the whole bloody plateau. The lumps on his head began to throb. As the sun came up, he realized that someone had worked hard during the night to strip the tiles from the roof. The panels stood completely clear, a long finger length above the original roof. Some of the cladding remained on the walls, but a trench had been cut through the soil right down to the tar-based material with which the ancients had paved the walks and roadways between their buildings. Suddenly, a cheer went up. Grabbing Jancis by the hand, Pimer pushed past the crowd clustering in a loose circle about the dig area. Master Fanderel and Master Robinson had been ushered to the newly uncovered door. It was not one of the common sliding doors of the ancients, but had instead 2 equal-sized panels. "I beg your pardon, Master Fanderel and Master Robinson, but this building was Jancis's hunch, and she should, by rights, go first." Pimer heard Jancis gasp in astonishment and felt her pull against his grip. He ignored the bemused expressions of the 2 master craftsmen as he hauled Jancis right up to the doors. He heard Master Esselin's indignant exclamation and Bridie's acid comment about Harper arrogance, and the ripple of surprise passing back through the small crowd. Jancis tried to pull him back, tried to free her hand. "You know, you are right, Pimer," Robinson said, stepping to one side. "We have usurped Jancis's prerogative." "After you, Jancis," Fanderel said. He spoke with the utmost courtesy, but looked thoughtfully at Pimer. Seeing that Jancis was too dismayed to act, Pimer stepped beside her, looking for the method of opening the door. He could see none, but there was no way that he would have turned back to the smith for assistance. He scrutinized the door more carefully. There was an unusual hinge arrangement, but no knob or latch. He put one hand on an obvious doorplate and pressed. There was the resistance of long unmoved parts. Then dust and ash showered down from the gap between the doors. He pushed with both hands, and the door began to move inward. Jancis rallied from her embarrassment sufficiently to lend her weight, and suddenly the door swung completely inward, marking its path in the fine dust that had filtered inside over the turns. Pimer pulled the other side back, opening the doors wide to the fresh morning breeze blowing softly up the plateau and swirling the dust in the corridor. Then he turned around, gesturing for one of the glow baskets. Soon the sun would bring light into the hallway, but he did not want to delay a single moment. A judicious 2 paces behind Jancis and Pimer, Masters Fanderel and Robinson entered. "A corridor to the right," Pimer said, holding the glow basket up in his left hand while he kept his right one firmly around Jancis's waist. She was not resisting him anymore, he thought, grinning to himself. She just needed to assert herself a little more, and no one was going to do her out of her rights, not while he was around. Now that he was making the first footprints the ashy floors had felt in who knew how many turns, he was beginning to be appalled at his own brashness, but he had gotten away with it. Again. He grinned. He turned to his right again, and with the added illumination from the glow baskets carried by Robinson and Fanderel, he could see more tiling, whitely gleaming at the end of the short hallway. They sure weren't taking any chances with Ivas. "There is an obvious door," Master Fanderel remarked. He started to move in front of them, then paused and gestured for the 2 younger people to continue. Jancis shot Pimer a look of wretched consternation, but he just grinned at her, squeezing her hand. "You found it. You get to see it first." The hall was wide enough for all of them to stand abreast at the reinforced wall. The door had a knob, and when Jancis declined to touch it, Pimer had no hesitation. It took all his strength to turn it, for time and dust had clogged the mechanism, but with both hands and a mighty effort he disengaged the latch. The door did not open inward as he had half expected, but outward. "There is little dust on this floor," the smith remarked, peering over their heads at the scene in front of them. "There's a red light on a cupboard," Pimer observed, feeling his skin crawl with amazement. "And more light," Jancis said in a timorous voice. "In fact, the whole place is lighting up," Pimer added, feeling his feet rooted in the doorway as strange and unfamiliar sensations coursed through him. This place had not been emptied. He had never seen such cabinets and closets before, but there was no doubt in his mind that they were right for this room. For once, the brash young harper was touched with awe and reverence. This was just the sort of place they had all been hoping to find. "The red light illuminates letters," Master Robinson said in a hushed voice as he looked over Jancis's shoulder. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable." The smith's voice was no less reverent. The growing light made visible some of the details within the room. The work tables on either side of the door and the two high stools neatly placed under them. On the wall opposite the door was a large framed surface, tinted slightly green, with little red letters blinking on and off in the lower left-hand side. A chair, on a pedestal with 5 spokes in its base, stood in front of it and the slanting workspace. It seemed unadorned until Pimer noticed the regular squares, lighter in color than the surrounding surface, set in ranks, and odd-looking protuberances in a series of rows to the right. Above them, to the right of the screen, were slots and more dial faces, one of which showed a steady green light and a needle swinging slowly from the left to a central position. The red lights, which read "Panels Charging," stopped blinking and settled to a firm color that gradually changed to green as the lighting, from whatever mysterious source it emanated, continued to brighten. Suddenly, a quiet blip startled all of them, and a new message blazed from the left-hand corner. "IVUS function resumed." "That corner says IVUS," Pimer said excitedly, pointing to the obvious. Robinson had turned to view the corridor walls and recognized familiar artifacts. "Charts," he said. "Please state ID and access code. Your voice prints are not on record." The voice startled all of them, and Jancis clutched at Pimer. "Who said that?" Fanderel demanded, his voice booming in the confines of the room. "State ID and access code, please," the voice repeated, sounding slightly louder. "That's not a human voice," Master Robinson said. "It has no real resonance, no inflection, no timbre." "State the reason for this intrusion." "Do you understand what he's saying, Master Robinson?" Pimer asked. The words sounded familiar, but the accent was too strange for him to comprehend the meaning. "I have the feeling that I ought to," the harper admitted ruefully. "Unless ID and access codes are given, this facility will close down. Its use is restricted to Admiral Paul Bendon." "Bendon! It said Bendon!" Pimer cried excitedly. "Governor Emily Bowl." "Bowl. That's another recognizable word," Robinson said. "We recognize the words Bendon and Bowl. We do not understand what you are trying to tell us." "Captain Ezra Caroon." "Caroon! It knows Caroon. Do you know Telgar?" The smith could not contain himself any longer. "Surely it must know Telgar." "Telgar Salah, married to Tarvi Andivar, later known as Telgar in memory of his wife's sacrifice." "All I understand is Telgar," Fanderel said. He raised his voice unthinkingly in a frustrated attempt to encourage comprehension. "Telgar we understand. Caroon we understand. That's another big hold. Bowl is a hold. Bendon is a hold. Do you understand us?" There was a long pause, and they all watched with complete fascination as a range of symbols and, occasionally, letters rippled across the panel in front of them, accompanied by a variety of sounds, mainly blips and beeps and odd whirrings. "Did I say something wrong, Robinson?" Fanderel asked, his voice an awed whisper again. "Are you all right down there?" Master Esselin's plaintive query reached them where they stood bunched together in the doorway. "Of course we are!" Fanderel bellowed back to the master miner. "Clear those windows. Let some light in. Glammy has my diagrams. Work from that and leave us alone." "New letters," Pimer said, digging the master smith in the ribs to attract his attention. "Running. Running? E-M-E-R-G-E-N. Emergency," the harper guessed before the C and Y appeared. He grinned with pleasure. P-R-O-G-R-A-M. Program? The words we understand, but what do they mean? Pimer asked. "The lights are quite bright now," Fanderel said cheerfully. "Very curious." He stepped inside the room, his initial surprise having worn off, and the others followed hastily. "There are buttons on the wall." He flicked one, and a soft whirring noise began. The fine film of dust on the floor began to shift. The closeness of the air freshened. Fanderel flicked the button again, and both the noise and the stirring of air ceased. He flicked it on again, murmuring happily to himself. "Well, this Ibis of yours is an ingenious creature," he commented, smiling down at Jancis. "And efficient." "We still don't know what an Ibis is," Pimer remarked. "IVIS is an acronym for Artificial Intelligence Voice Address System," the voice intoned. "To be precise, a Mark 47A, programmed to interface the main computer storage banks of the Yokohama and the settlement on Pern." "Pern. I understood Pern," Robinson said. Then, enunciating very clearly and projecting his rich baritone voice, he added, "From where are you speaking, Ibis?" "This system is programmed for voice address. State your name, please." It sounds testy, but I think I'm getting the hang of its accent. "My name is Robinson. I am Master Harper of Pern. This is Fanderel, who is Master Smith in Telgar Hold. With us are journeywoman Jancis and journeyman Pimer. Do you understand me?" "Lingual shifts have occurred, Robinson. Modification of the language program is now required. Please continue to speak." "Continue to speak?" "Your speech patterns will be the basis for the modification. Please continue to speak." "Well, Master Harper, you heard it," Pimer said, rapidly recovering his composure. "Here, sit down." He pulled the chair from under the desk, brushed the seat off, and made a flamboyant gesture. Master Robinson looked aggrieved as he sat. "I always thought the Harper Hall had succeeded very well in keeping the language pure and unadulterated." "Oh, Ibis just doesn't understand us," Pimer murmured reassuringly. "Everyone understands you. That thing," he said, airily dismissing the Ibis, "doesn't even use words we know." "This is all very interesting," Fanderel said, peering at every surface, poking a finger into the slots and cautiously touching the various knobs, buttons, and toggles. "Very interesting. Much less dust has filtered into this room, no doubt due to the tile layer. Please do not attempt to use the touch screen controls. That function is now deactivated." Fanderel pulled his hands back like a small boy caught reaching for bubbly pies. The slanting board, which had been glowing amber, went dark again. Jancis had gingerly settled on one of the stools, rolling her eyes around the room and trying not to look at the screen. "What's happening down there?" Bridie called. "A modification of the language program has been necessary," Pimer called back. "Master Fanderel has it all well in hand, Bridie." 4 persons are observed to occupy this room, but only 3 voices have been registered. Will a 4th person speak?" Jancis looked around apprehensively. "Me?" "You are requested to speak a full sentence." "Go on, Jancis," Pimer urged. "I don't think it will bite you, and a feminine voice will give it a new perspective on life here." "But I haven't the faintest idea what one says to a disembodied voice." "Any speech will suffice. The difference in resonance and timbre has been noted. To assist the program, question, you are a female person?" "Yes, she is a female person," Pimer repeated. "The female person is asked to answer for a voice print reading." Jancis burst out laughing at the surprise on Pimer's face, for the reproof, despite the uninflected tone, was unmistakable. "You should see your face, Pimer." "Well, at least you can laugh about it," Pimer said. "Thank you, sir. Whatever. How should you be addressed?" "This is an artificial intelligence voice address system. It does not require personification." "Does artificial mean man-made?" Robinson asked. "That is correct." "The men who built the Dawn Sisters?" "Reference to Dawn Sisters is unknown. Please explain." "The 3 metallic objects in the sky overhead are known as the Dawn Sisters." "You refer to the spaceships Yokohama, Buenos Aires, and Bahrain?" "Spaceships?" Fanderel asked, turning to stare at the panel with its green, blinking legend. "Spaceships, life-supported vehicles that travel in the vacuum inaccurately referred to as space." "Do the spaceships still support life?" Fanderel's eyes were wide, his usually expressionless face betraying a passionate avidity that surprised even Robinson. "Not at the present reading. All systems are on hold. Bridge pressure is .001 standard atmosphere, or 0.1 kp. Interior temperature reads -25 degrees Celsius." I don't know what it's talking about, Fanderel said, collapsing onto the other stool, his face a study of terrible disappointment.
Hey!
Jackson came running down the hall.
No, that's all right, Bridie. I'll just go right in. I'm expected.
He entered the room, slightly breathless.
I thought you'd wait for me, Pimer. Excuse me, Master Fanderel, Master Robinson. What is this?
He began to assimilate the oddities of the room, the lights, the ventilation, and the expressions of his friends.
This is an artificial intelligence voice address system?
Here we go again, Pimer said irreverently. You do realize, Master, that here is the key you've been hoping to find. A talking key. I think if you can just ask it the right questions, you'll find out all the answers, even some you didn't know you needed to know.
Ivis,
Master Robinson said, straightening his shoulders and directing his next remark to the green light. Can you answer my questions?
That is the function of this apparatus?
Let us begin at the beginning, then, shall we? Master Robinson asked.
That is a correct procedure,
Ivis replied, and what had been a dark panel suddenly became illuminated with a diagram that those in the room identified as similar to one found in the flying ship Jackson had discovered. Only this diagram had such depth and perspective that it appeared three-dimensional, giving the awed observers the feeling that they were hovering in space, an unthinkable distance away from their sun.
When mankind first discovered the third planet of the sun, Rookbot, in the Sagittarian sector of space.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Renegades of Pern by Anne McCaffrey, copyright 1989 by Anne McCaffrey, and performance copyright 1993 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other book cassette titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225.